I always say that, right? Your perspective is your reality. But they got a reason already to do this fight. Now let's get into the business side of it. When they brought Triple G over there, they promised him he was gonna get this Canelo fight. Now, I remember when Oscar, hold up, bear with me. Excuse me, sorry about that. Now, I remember when Canelo and Oscar was trying to get Canelo to fight Triple G, and Canelo was like, "Man, I ain't doing that. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do." He was like, "Nah, you got to do this, and we promised him this for you." Like, I ain't promising shit. I'm about to go on this European tour, and I'm gonna fight who I want to fight, and I'm gonna stack up my coin. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother Rob G. What up, Jaden Burnett? It's not Bernie, it's Burnett. He's French. Shout out to Jaden. Shout out to my bro Rob G in Texas. What up, though?
What up?
How y'all feel? What's the deal?
What up, gangsta?
Yeah, Canelo pretty much saying he gonna do what he want to do, and pretty much did what he wanted to do. Left Golden Boy and everything. So they kind of got a reason why they can build that fight in. Even though, look, we don't want it, we don't respect it, but I'm gonna watch the shit. I ain't gonna lie. Now, some of us ain't gonna buy it, but I think many of us are gonna still watch it. But do y'all agree with me? Do y'all agree with me? The fight just got a little more interesting because they both have slowed down some. Now, this ain't Roy Jones versus Mike Tyson. It ain't that bad. Come on, y'all. If y'all think it's as bad as Roy Jones versus Mike Tyson, y'all got to stop with that. I don't want to hear that.
I want to hear that.
It ain't that bad, y'all. If anything, he could lose. I think it's very possible Canelo could lose versus Triple G. What would back-to-back losses do to Canelo's legacy? Would y'all start dropping him off that pound-for-pound list? Because a lot of people said they ain't. Nah, he's still my pound-for-pound number one. Still my pound-for-pound number one. Okay. Back-to-back losses. So Bivol and Triple G still going to be pound-for-pound on your list? Shout out to my sister Lisa Bell. Lisa Bell's Peace Queen. Shout out to you. Shout out to my guy Mike from Boston. What up?
What up?
What's the deal?
What up?
Yeah, man. She said Triple G won that first fight, in my opinion. Man, I ain't gonna lie. That first fight, I was proud of Canelo. I was like, look at this dude pull counter. He did the shoulder roll. He was doing some amazing stuff in there that first fight. But Triple G had that jab, though. I ain't gonna lie. Triple G had that stick. That stick was working. And Canelo did slow down, but I think Canelo banked so many early rounds. That's how he got off. Excuse me, man. I took my nap under the fan. I guess I had the fan on when I took a nap, and now my nose is running. I'm sorry, y'all. Bear with me. I do apologize. I'll try to mute the mic if I gotta blow my nose again. That's disgusting to do that in y'all ear. So I do apologize. 1010 Lisa Bell right side NMFI. He said he didn't win easily, but he didn't win easily both fight. I didn't think he won easy, but I thought he pulled it off, man. I thought he had pulled those fights off, but that's my opinion. Obviously the people who get paid the big bucks to the side called it as a draw. So that's where we at with that. But they owed this to Triple G. Everybody keeps, and I heard somebody call me today. I won't say his name because he called me. He didn't want to. I guess he didn't want to talk on the show, but he hit me up. He was like, "Yo, it's on, nigga. It's some bullshit." Blah blah blah. They sent me a copy of Reggie's video when he said Canelo's career is over. I disagree with Reggie on that, and but that's his opinion. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say he's wrong. I'm just saying I don't agree with that. That Canelo's career is over because he's fighting Triple G. Let's say he goes in there and knock out Triple G. So you're gonna have some people that say, "Oh man, Triple G was old," but you're also gonna have some people saying Triple G ain't never lost to nobody, never been knocked out. I don't think Triple G ever been dropped. Hold up, Lisa Bell, has Jose Gomez, anybody out there, Mike, Rob G, has Triple G ever been dropped? I don't even think the kid been dropped. I don't think Canelo's ever been down. I want to see one of them get dropped, get stopped, get beat up, get the face rearranged. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, I like it. I like to see it happen. You know what I'm saying? If it's gonna happen, let it happen right here in my lifetime. I want to see it. Okay, Mike from Boston said Triple G never went down. Right then, let's see it, man. Why not? Why not? You just saw Canelo lose again, so why not? Keith Thurman get a get back fight. Keith Thurman is the king of get back fights. Let's see it. I mean, but the guy who had hit me up, he was like, he believed Canelo is going to fight Triple G at 160, and he said, Mark, if he gonna fight Triple G at 160, why he don't fight Charlo? I said, who? He said, why he don't fight Charlo at 160? And you know what I said, right?
Silence. Silence.
See, I killed him with this one. I killed him with this one because he's an Errol Spence fan. I killed him with this. I said, Charlo on the wrong side of the street. You know, he hated that shit. He was like, man, there you go with that side of the street shit. I was like, nah, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Y'all been telling me Crawford on the wrong side of the street for the last, 3-4 years. Now your guy is on the wrong side of the street trying to get all the belts. Yeah, we got to talk about it. Right, and that's what I said. He's stuck. Thank you, Karma. Peace to the Queen, Karma Serene. I said, how is he going to go? Thank you, Karma. Salute to you, though. What up, Karma?
What up?
I said, how is he going to fight Charlo? And we know he turned down the PBC deal, bro. He's not about to fight Charlo. You reach it. You reach it. If you know the song, sing along. Go, go, Gadget Arms. He's not about to fight Charlo. We know he's in his DAZN contract. He's going to be fighting those DAZN, those matchroom boxing dudes. And we already know that. I mean, I didn't expect him to be. He was like, well, why he ain't fighting David? I was like, he turned that deal down. We already knew when he signed his deal what was going to happen. He's fighting Bivol and Triple G. I thought everybody, we did shows on this. You guys was in the channel or either on somebody's channel or on somebody's panel. We all already knew this. Thank you, Karma. It's no surprise. It's no surprise to nobody over here. People are upset about this like y'all didn't know this before the Bivol fight. Right? He said Triple G looked okay in the Murata fight, but he definitely lost the step. Yeah, he just started off slow too. You know, he started off slow. It could have been a lot of things, but regardless, he got a knockout. So with him getting a knockout in somebody else's backyard, you know, balding a little bit, hairline don't went back some, and Canelo actually losing, and now Canelo's got to come down in weight to do this shit. Oh, he could lose, man. I think it's a very high chance that Canelo could go in there and lose to Triple G. Coming back down and weight from especially if they go on to 160. I believe it's going to be a 68. But if they fighting at 160, oh man, he might get stopped. He might not make the weight. I just don't see him going back down to 160. Does anybody know if the Triple G Canelo fight is 168 or 160? Let me know in the chat. Because somebody hit me up and said it's 160. I don't believe that. I think Canelo's done at 160. I don't see him going down to 160. No, not when he the A side and he ain't got to. No, tell Triple G to gain some weight and bring up. I see how Triple G fares with that extra weight. He ain't never fought at 168, right? Excuse me. I don't think he fought at 168 before. Like, not even in the amateur. I think he's been on 160, a career 160. And now Triple G is how old? Like 40? He's 40, right? Puro, what up, my G? Yeah, I don't think that's true, homie. Yeah, okay, so people are saying 68. Okay, he said, I'm picking Canelo, no doubt. All right. I want to pick him too, Lisa Bell. Hey, yo, y'all let me know if this font is need to be bigger on the screen. Matter of fact, I'll just make the font bigger. If it's small for me and I'm right here in front of it. There we go. NMFI, what up? Puro, what up? Peace to you, peace to you, peace to you, Puro. What up, homie?
What up?
How you feel, my G? What's the deal?
What up, gangsta?
Somebody told me, Mark, stop saying gangsta up there. You're gonna get hit with the Rico. Somebody said right side 40 fighting at 168 for the first time. He might lose. Yeah. Either one of these guys could lose. Canelo coming back down from 175. I'm just telling y'all, this matchup is probably more intriguing than it may appear on paper. Take Triple G's age out of it. He stopped this last guy. Canelo got his head beat on. So it can go either way. You gotta think about that. Let me see what they're saying in the chat. Somebody said, okay, the fight is at 168. Okay. He agrees with Karma Serene. He said he looked old against my order. Yeah, but he started slow. He did start slow. But he stopped that man, though. He didn't go to the cards. He didn't go to it wasn't no draw. It was no debating. Stop that man. Jermaine Torres, he said, shout out to Compton, California. Love and respect. Hey, what up, Compton? Welcome home, my brother. Yeah, I just think this matchup is more intriguing than you guys are giving it credit for. Now, I know some of you guys like, man, I've seen it and done it. But like I said in my opening statement, if you were Canelo Alvarez and you got people out there saying this guy beat you, he beat you the first time, or some people say he beat you the second time. Excuse me. Yeah, man. Got me sniffing and sneezing over here. If you're Canelo Alvarez and people saying you lost one of those fights, would you want to go in there and say, nah, I left it no doubt. Left no doubts in the ring. Did the rubber match. And it's a way to, you got a built-in rivalry right there. Canelo gets a lot of hate, man. Or a lot of disdain, or whatever you want to call it. So it's going to be people there rooting for him to lose. Can we agree to that? Some people are going to root for him to lose. Somebody said, isn't this fight happening in Mexico? I do not know that, Lisa Bell. I did not know that. I don't know about that now. I got to put a case on it. Got to put a case on that. But I can look it up, though. Especially when somebody or somebody can chat can look it up and let me know. Damn, I gotta mute the mic again, man. I'm sniffing and sneezing everywhere. I don't know how long this live gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be an 8-hour live tonight. Damn. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Again, I'm gonna try to keep that mic muted every time I gotta sniff or blow my nose like that, man. I do apologize. So where we at with it? Let me see what they're saying on this, and then I can go on to the next topic. I'm going to talk about Tank Davis leaving Mayweather, and I'm going to change the survey up and put a survey on that. Definitely curious about that. Let me see what they're saying in the chat, and I'll go on to the next topic. Said, that's going to be huge. He said, I think that's the plan. They're going to fight in Mexico. Okay. He said, laugh out loud. All you fight experts didn't want a fourth fight with Pac and Marquez, and Pat got knocked out in the fourth. Damn, it was the fourth? Oh, in the fourth one. I thought you was talking about the fourth round. Yeah, he got put to sleep. Stop it. Going into protection mode. There you go, Gomez. Talk that shit, Gomez. I love it. You're right, Gomez. A lot of people didn't want to see that fight. They was like, why are we doing this? And arguably, it's probably the best one. Might have been one of the best ones because he was beating up on Marquez too, and then Marquez just pulled that shit off, yo. He did the hat trick on him, yo, and it was all she wrote. Somebody said, I hear a lot of people in Mexico know Triple G. If it's in Mexico, Triple G will lose. Canelo and Eddie have been in talks with the mayor of Guadalajara. Okay, interesting. All right, somebody said, okay, we did that one. Shout out to my guy Gomez. Good. This was a good take right here, Gomez. People did not want to see that Pacquiao Marquez fight, and then they saw it because they thought it was just gonna be easy. They was like, Pacquiao gonna beat him again, blah blah blah. But you had many people out there saying, nah, Marquez was getting robbed. Marquez was doing better, than people were giving him credit for. It was the third round. It was the third round. Man, what round did Marquez knock out Pacquiao? What round was that? Somebody let me know in the chat. Let me go on to the next one. Let's go to this next topic. Let me see. Boom. Let me change the graphics on the screen too as well. Give you guys some graphics. Let's do that. Tank Davis. So let's go to this Tank Davis story. Excuse me. Man, I can't believe that, man. I took that nap under that with this damn fan on in here. I had the ceiling fan on, and man, it is kicking my ass right now. Bear with me. Right side, what's good, my G? How you feel? What's the deal?
Salute, Martin Nash. Much love to you, my brother. Man, you can't sleep under that fan, bro. You can't sleep under it, bro.
I know, bro.
That shit, it gets you every time, bro. And it don't even have to be, man, it's crazy how that works. That constant wind gets you. I don't know what it is, but it do something to you.
I don't know, bro. It is kicking my ass right now. But we're going to have a good show regardless. Talk to me, my brother. What's your take on this first topic before we get to Tank Davis? And the third and final topic is going to be the Mayweather Crawford fantasy fight. So talk to me about the Canelo Triple G. Are you excited about the fight? Who you got winning? What's on your mind?
Man, let me put it this way. Since Canelo just lost, I am a little more excited about the fight. I really don't want to see the fight just because I'm pretty sure I think I know how it's going to end. I could be wrong. I think Triple G, once again, always got a strong chin. You know what I'm saying? He's a hell of a fighter, a good puncher. Man, and I will say, man, I agree with Lisa Bell, man. I thought Triple G won the first fight. But at the end of the day, man, I think he passed his prime. From what I saw against Murata, he looked like you said, he started slow, even though he got the knockout. I mean, Murata's 36. You know what I'm saying? So with Canelo still being in his prime right now, people are saying he's slowing down. I don't think he's slowing down. I think he came up against a better fighter in Bivol. You know what I'm saying? I think that's just what it was. So I like to see Canelo get the stoppage in this fight. I believe he's going to stop Triple G, bro.
Damn, Triple G ain't never been stopped or dropped.
I agree. It's just, man, the body work I saw from Murata, Triple G was getting hurt by some of them shots in those early rounds. And Murata don't go to the body nearly the way that Canelo does. And so maybe, and man, it's that age, bro. When you get 40 years old, bro, that's a steep task, man, in boxing. So, and Triple G has been in wars. You know what I'm saying? He done been in some slugfests. So, I don't know. I like Canelo in this fight, and I think Canelo stops him.
Outlaw Boxing, what up? Rider of the Storm, salute. Let me give him this drop real quick. He said, salute, Mr. Mark Nash. Canelo is a PBC duck. Then he said, joking. I'm just joking. Shit, don't hurt my feelings. I ain't emotionally attached to none of these fighters, yo. Like, they win, they lose, they lose. When they retire, the sport is going to continue, and I'm going to still be right here watching it. So don't hurt my feelings. Wait, let me give you the drop, though.
I'll give you the $2. You give him the $2. All right, pay him the $2. Oh, pay the $2.
So are you going to buy the fight? Is this a fight you'll buy?
Yeah, I'm probably going to buy it. I don't even want to buy the fight this weekend, but I know I'm going to buy the shit. So I don't know why I complained about it. I'm going to buy the shit. Say it again.
The Tank versus Roller, you don't want to see that one?
I mean, I want to see it. I want to see, especially even a little more now, looking at the All Access and listening to Rolly. And Rolly, one thing I got to give him credit, the man can sell a fight. You know, he can definitely sell a fight. I just, when I look at the skill set, I'm like, hey, this shit ain't even going to be a real fight. But yeah, I'm gonna buy that shit too, man. Because I don't know, you got to support the sport, bro. If you love the sport, you got to support it, and that's my opinion. And so, you know, I want as many fights as we can get. And so, you know, when those ones, and we've been getting a lot of good fights. That's the other thing. We've been getting a hell of a lot of fights this year. And so, yeah, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and support both. I'm gonna support Canelo and I'm gonna support Tank Davis. So.
Yeah, man, we got a lot. We got a lot of undisputeds coming up, right? I don't think I remember a time in boxing where we had so many undisputed matches. Like Josh Taylor just had he defended his undisputed. Haney fighting for undisputed. Jamel Charlo undisputed. And we might get that one. We might get Usyk versus Fury, or the winner versus Fury.
We just got a Franchon Dazn Cruz. I always say her last name wrong. I think it's Cruz Dazn, bro. I always screw it up, though. I screw it up, but she get she just became undisputed as well. We got to make sure we give her credit.
Absolutely.
So no, it's been a hell of a year, and it seemed like it's about to get even better, you know. And so, Mark, hey, let me ask you. First things first. I got two questions for you, Mark. Do you who you got in the Canelo Triple G fight? I'm pretty sure you got Canelo, but how you see that fight playing out?
Like I said, man, there's so many variables right here to consider at this point. In my opinion, this is not as like this fight is more intriguing to me based off both guys' last performance. But I just think Canelo does things in that ring that's amazing, but I don't know what it's going to be for us. The weight loss, you know, going back down from 75. Like it's only so many times you can do that to your body, yo.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And taking punches.
I think, but man, he looks so sluggish at 75. I don't think he should fight at 75 ever again. 68, man, he can campaign there. He don't look nearly as sluggish. We all saw the man start to gas out in the 5th, 6th round. You know what I'm saying? So
third.
Okay, I say 5th. I say 5th, 6th. But no, I'm with you. I'm with you.
It's because I wrote it down right side when I was covering the fight. Round 3, Canelo was already on the ropes taking deep breaths.
Yeah.
He went to the corner. Eddie Reynoso said, all right, stay off the ropes. Round 4, what he do? He went right back, got his red head ass back on them ropes.
Yep, I agree. And then tried to start the wave Bivol in, like, come on, while I lay on the ropes. And Bivol was like, no, you come fight me right here. I'm beating your ass already. Much love to Bivol, man. He hell of a performance by him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So as far as this Canelo Triple G3, do you care? You say yes, you're gonna buy the fight.
Yeah, I'm about to fight. I know I'm about to fight.
You're picking who?
I'm picking Canelo. Canelo by stoppage, late round stoppage. I got Canelo fight being stopped in the 9th, 10th round, somewhere in there.
Oh shit, I don't see that happening. I think it's going to the cards again.
It could. It's just with Triple G looking the way he did at 60 against Murata, I can tell he's slowing down already. You know what I'm saying? And once again, Triple G done been in war, so at 40 years old, moving up in weight, I don't know. I don't like that fight for him. So
look, maybe that cutting that weight to 160 is probably how he looked that way.
Could be. So, and you could be very right about that.
Yeah, because going up to 68 at 40, that might help him out. That might be his advantage. Go ahead.
No. I agree with you. I don't like to see when fighters, once you turn a certain age, I feel like once you get about 34-ish, you're in your weight class. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're just some spectacular fighter and you're going to be going up another weight class, I think you in your weight class once you in that 34, 35 range. And with Canelo being 40, Triple G being 40, I don't know. It's almost like Kovalev, man. I don't know if you saw Kovalev fight the other weekend, but he fighting that damn near heavyweight, cruiserweight or some shit. And it's just because hell he couldn't make the weight at 75, but he kind of let his shit go. But I think Triple G he's dedicated to the sport, so I look for him to be in shape. But I just didn't like those body shots Murata was able to put on him. He looked hurt a couple times, in my opinion, in that fight.
Fair enough. Gator said, I have Tank knockout at 6. I'm going to go to that one. That's the next story. I'm going to go right to that one, Gator. Somebody had a question. I think it got pushed back. Let me see. They said, Rider the Storm said, yo, Mark, who in Matchroom Stable is comparable to Bivol that can take over? That can take after – you mean take over after that can take – after Triple G a tune-up before man, rewrite that question for me, Rider the Storm. I'm sorry, I'm reading that all the way wrong. Let me try it again. Yo, Mark, who in Metro Stable is comparable to Bivol that can take after Triple G that he can take after Canelo? I don't know. He running out of guys over there.
It'll have to be either a John Ryder or a Buwasi. Those are the two fights that's been floated for him. So that's who I would say. either John Ryder or Buatsi.
People don't know them like that though, man. I don't think people gonna come out and do that shit though.
I agree. I agree with you. People gonna come out for Canelo though. That's the thing. That's what they bank on. It's not so much the fighter. They think people gonna come out for Canelo.
One side, he the A side and the B side.
Yeah, hey, especially if I put it in Mexico, I let him carry the whole entire card, bro.
Hell no. Let me see. All right, let's get into this next one real quick, man. You got anything else on this one? I'm sorry, before we get to the next one.
Oh, no. Go ahead. Oh, I want to ask you one thing, Mark, before you move on. Do you think the Bud Spence fight get made this year?
Nope.
Okay. Damn.
I was optimistic. I'm not really believing it too much right now. I'm sorry, man. Some days I feel like it's gonna happen. Then the more I think about it, I'm like, man, it don't seem like they're making any progress. But I get it. They said they're gonna keep this close to their, hold the cards close to their chest on this one. I ain't gonna talk about it too much. Shout out to Kashi 3, Reggie Owens, what up? I just don't see it, man. Like, they had so much time to get this done and have something in position. I get it. You want to wait to see who's gonna win Spence and Ugas first before you start, But man, like, y'all could have had the paperwork, had some kind of ready already. But
yeah, no, I agree. I'm gonna be optimistic about it. I hope it get made. I'm gonna say I believe it gets made this year. I think both fighters want it, so I'm gonna say I believe it gets made. But if it don't, I won't be surprised either. Damn, that's sad.
I agree, how you say that? Kashi 3 said he's gonna mess around and fight John Ryder. Very, very possible, bro. Very possible. And also, somebody said, hey, Triple G had some ring rust. That's why he looked the way he did. He was slow. He started off slow. They said not only ring rust, it was 5 a.m. in Japan.
Thanks.
Oh shit, yeah. Now that's different, homie.
Yeah, no, that's all facts. That's all facts. What they're saying.
And I don't know how long he was over there before he took the fight, and how long he was over there before he, I don't know, how early he went over. But that's neither here nor there. No excuses. He still won the fight and beat the guy in, no debating. He stopped that man. So it's not a lot that we can say about a stoppage. But boxing fans, we're gonna nitpick anyway. You can knock the guy out and they'll still say, or you can stop the guy and they'll be like, you ain't stop him. His daddy stopped the fight. And then a couple months later, another guy fights and the referee, the corner, and the doctor stopped the fight. And people was like, he stopped him. I was like, but I thought no. I thought that don't count. But it is what it is. Hero, what up, my brother? How you feel? What's the deal?
What up, Hero?
Oh, he said give him a couple minutes, but he
okay.
Joined the panel now. Shout out to Prime Boxing. He said Canelo still king. He said Canelo. I know what you meant though. But Prime Boxing, what if he get a back-to-back loss? Is he still gonna be your king? If he get
Is this your king?
Yeah, if he get back-to-back losses, how's that gonna work for him? Prime Boxing, let me know. Let's go to this next topic. Shout out to my guy Kaboom. Oh, I'm sorry, Key Boomerang. Hey, right side, your mic is doing something too. Justin. King Boomerang said Canelo versus Triple G will sell more pay-per-view with the non-boxing fans worldwide. The non-boxing fans don't know who Charlo, Benavidez, Bivol, Andre. This is the DAZN market for this fight. Interesting. Anybody want to react to that?
I agree with him. I agree 100%. And with DAZN, the way they already signed the exclusive deal with Triple G, I think this fight, yeah, it's somewhat about Canelo, but I also think it's more about making sure we honor the deal that we signed with Triple G and making sure we get him his last payday. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with that statement. I agree with it.
All right. And Piro, whenever you're ready, you can just jump in, man. Let me know whenever you're back. Let's go to this next topic, man. We're talking about Tank Davis leaving Mayweather Promotions. Did you hear the audio? Have you heard the clip yet?
I have not heard the clip.
All right, let me set it up. Got it right here for you. So Tank Davis did an interview with Brian Custer on the Last Stand podcast, and they were talking about him leaving Mayweather Promotions. This is what he had to say. And then after that, he calls out Devin Haney. Let's hear the audio.
Has the time come for Tank Davis to take...
Okay, let me, bear with me. I'm playing it from my video. I'll just play it from the source because I got a beat in the background. And I don't want that to clash with you guys. So bear with me. I got it right here. I got a save file. Got the file saved. Here we go. And when he says this too, basically, I'm gonna give you a little preview. He basically says the reason why he's leaving is to be his own man. Sometimes you got to be your own man. You got to step out. And it's gonna be interesting because he's not talking about I'm leaving so I can get the fights I want. Excuse me. He's not saying that. He's saying I'm leaving to be my own man and take control of my career, which is interesting. Let's hear this audio. Let me bring it back.
Time come for Tank Davis to take control of his own career and leave Mayweather Promotions.
They don't necessarily have to be leave Mayweather Promotions. Just becoming that man, handle your own responsibility, your own priority. So I feel as though it's my career, so I feel as though I need to be the one to control my career. You know what I mean? So, and it's time. You know what I mean? Everybody don't need to, have them training wheels on them forever. You know what I mean? It's time to, ride their own bike without training wheels.
So this is your last fight with Mayweather Promotions?
Yes, sir.
So this is your last fight with Mayweather Promotions? Yes, sir. Now, a couple things were said right there. He said, hey, be your own man. And he said, no, it ain't about that. But then he kind of circled around it and then came back to it. Like, because taking the training wheels off, taking control of your career, that is being your own man, right? I was like he was trying to say no to that question, but by the end of it, he kind of just said, yeah. React to that, right side, and I'll play the next part of the clip.
I agree. It's interesting. When I agree with everything Tank just said there. I'm proud of him actually because one of my things I've always said is I look at Floyd as a lot of these young fighters, even though in this situation he's his promoter, I still look at Floyd as the mentor for these young fighters, and every great mentor, he'll tell you that at some point in time, you're going to outgrow me. If I don't allow you to outgrow me, then I'm not doing my job correctly. You know what I mean? And when you do outgrow me, then that's okay. You need to move forward accordingly how you feel. And that's what I think Tank is doing here. I think that he sees it. It's clear as day to him that, and he's heard it. That's the other thing. He's heard this. So he understands now he got his own promotional brand. It's time for him to go on his own because there's no fight that he can't make, in my opinion. If he wants to make the Devin Haney fight, if he wants to make the whatever fight it is. If I say...
But listen, keep in mind, you got to slow down.
Go ahead.
He already said, I ain't asked my promoter to make none of these fights. He's on the $1 million worth of game.
Yeah. No, I heard it. I heard that one.
And look, and even in this interview we're about to get to, don't put the cart before the horse before the cart the cart before the horse, because I'm about to play that next clip and he's gonna talk. He ain't talking about fighting nobody else. Let me go ahead. Now I'm gonna play this next clip.
No, go ahead and play the clip. Go ahead and play the clip. I'll respond to it all in. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. So the next part of the clip goes like this.
What do you think? I know Floyd had responded. He said, I will always love Tank.
Okay.
I look at him as a son. He's got to do what's best for him. I feel like I've done a good job with him thus far, building him, putting him in good fights, great fights. He's steady growing. He's steady learning, but I'm proud of him. What do you think of his response?
I feel as though the feelings is mutual. You know what I mean? It's nothing bad against. I have bad blood with Mayweather Promotion. I'm definitely appreciative that what they've done for me over the years. It's no love lost. You know what I mean? It's just time for me to grow up and be my own man.
See what I'm saying? Brian Custer started off asking him that, and he said no. Remember? He said no. It ain't about being that. It's just I want to take control of my career. Now, by the end of this, he said he wanted to be his own man. Let me fast forward.
Someone coddled him and protected him.
They said Mayweather Promotions coddled and protected. Listen.
From bigger fights. What do you think about that?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Because he ain't been asking for those fights. Let's keep going.
I don't think so. Because it's like, who fighting each other? It ain't like I'm just the only one not fighting nobody. Y'all not fighting nobody either. It just, they wanna rush into I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I can't even tell you. It's always me though.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear that? He said I ain't the only one not fighting nobody, fighting nobody either. You know,
he ain't lying.
Go for it. Y'all speaking, and I'm gonna play this clip.
No, well, but Piro, this the thing. He is lying now.
Oh, yeah, other fighters are fighting other fighters.
Hey, listen, Lomachenko fought Teofimo. You know what I'm saying? Teofimo fought Kambosos. Devin Haney.
Y'all didn't even know Kambosos before the fight.
Hold on. But all I'm saying is this, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. But what I am saying is that Teo did fight Lomachenko, right? And even though Teo fought Lomachenko, and then Teo, he went and he fought his mandatory. He lost to his mandatory. And now Devin trying to fight him. All I'm saying is these guys are mixing it up, bro. They mixing it up for the belts. They are mixing it up.
Kambosos, and nobody knew Kambosos like that. Everybody wanted him to fight Devin back then, bro.
Agreed. I agree 100%.
Lomachenko did not fight Devin. He fought Teo, who he thought it was going to be a cherry. But
I agree. But we always said that Teofimo was one of those guys in the division. No, we've always. Okay. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
I'm gonna let you finish.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Finish, because when I go, I don't want you to cut me off. Go.
No. All I'm saying is that when Teo fought Lomachenko, Teo was a champion at that time. He was an IBF champion, and it was a unification bout that was going on there, and so. Even though people say, and I rock with Dev heavy, but even though people say Loma duck Dev, I say no. I don't think it was completely a duck. I disagree with the franchise piece of it, but he did go fight another champion to unify, and he lost that fight. You know what I'm saying? I think Teo he should have fought Devin Haney, but he didn't, and he chose to fight Kambosos. He lost that fight, so now Kambosos got the belts, and Kambosos and Devin Haney are about to fight. So at some point in time, we got to at least say that.
Why are they fighting?
Say that again. Ask that question again.
All right, cut you off again. Go ahead. Just go ahead. Land your plane. Cause I got some heat for those.
My last point was to say that that he's the only person, or that everybody isn't fighting others. Well, we are starting to see these individuals fight. Maybe not all the fights we want to see, but we are starting to see them mix it up and to try to unify titles. And Tank ain't mixing it up trying to unify titles. Not saying he's wrong for that, because he done fought some good fights. And I think he has the best resume, you know what I'm saying, at 35 right now, in my opinion. It's just that we want to see him mixing it up, trying to unify as well.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Piro.
Well, to me, Tank ain't lying, bro. Nobody knew who Kambosos was. So, Mark is correct. I didn't know who Kambosos was, to be honest. And I watch a lot of boxing, but who can know all the fighters? There's a lot of fighters fighting, I thought Teo was going to win because, I did a bit of, I did my due diligence or whatever. I did my research. I saw Kambosos' last two fights. And I actually thought it was a very close fight against Selby that could have gone either way. So I'm like, okay, Teo's going, I wouldn't say make light work, but I thought he was at least going to get the knockout. But then, what happened.
Kambosos is fighting Devin because Loma is at war, though, and that's what we're leaving out. Then he won't that won't his plan. I'm going for Devin Haney. No, that dude at war fighting for his country, and they did everything they can to get him off the battlefield. And no, that is just no. The kid's like, no, real fighters right here, stand over there fighting with his people. So another thing I want to bring up is, at the end of the day, like you just said, these guys aren't mixing it up throughout boxing like that. You name even the Teo fight. Bob Aaron wasn't expecting that. That's supposed to be for Loma to go there and school the kid. But the kid had something for him. Like All these dudes ain't mixing it up. Look, they didn't want to do the Shakur fight with Valdez. They didn't want to do that. They was trying to get the Navarrete fight with Valdez.
Exactly.
Like it's still ain't got the Bud and Spence fight. We never got Wilder and Joshua. It's just so many. Fury talking about he's about to retire, so we might not get that undisputed. That to see who's really the best of that generation. It's just so many fights. Charlo dude ain't mixing it up with nobody. Jamal Charlo ain't mixing up with nobody, and everybody making excuses for him not fighting Andre. Canelo out here picking and choosing who he want to fight. Nobody didn't want to see this Bivol fight, but you saw it, we watched it, and he lost. Like, it's just so much going on, and I agree with Tank halfway. I agree with him halfway on that. Like, he's not the only one, though. He's not the only one that's not fighting the best of the best out there. And he's going up and down in weight. Let me play the next part of the clip, and we'll come back with some more commentary.
They don't complain about nobody else. It's just me.
A guy who talking about complaining, Devin Haney said, quote, if you don't care to go and make the big fights happen, what's the point of even leaving your current situation? Might as well stay there and be loyal to Floyd.
Watch. Woo, Tank about to go on savage on Devin. Watch this.
What do you think about that?
He's an email champ. He's an email champ. He's fighting because somebody mailed him the belt. How is that? Did that ever happen in boxing anymore? And he's talking crazy. And he still got come on. So if you win, you said all that. If you win, I'm not on my contract. Let's make the fight happen. Since you want to talk crazy, let's do that. I want to fight you if you win. Devin Haney.
I love it.
Wow.
So we had
let's
Rolly
stop
on the show, right?
All right, let's react to that. Piro, you take the lead this time.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mark. Mark, have you heard Jeff Mayweather's interview with the Boxing Voice talking about Devin?
I've heard a lot. I didn't hear the recent one, but I have heard him say Devin's going to lose his fight if he can't knock him out.
It was the same interview, Mark, but he said something very interesting, and this is a debate that we had back when the whole franchise situation and is Kambosos undisputed, is Tio undisputed. Well, there's a key part in that interview I thought it was interesting is that Jeff Mayweather thought Tio and Kambosos were undisputed.
I don't get it. What you mean?
Oh, the thing is like how he brings up the email belt. Like, I mean, like literally and to me, a lot of people think I'm a Devin hater, which I'm not, he obviously skilled and he's obviously going to fight for undisputed next week or the upcoming week. But the thing is that Tank ain't wrong. I mean, some people call it the email champion, but the thing at the end of the day, like that title was given to him. He didn't earn it. Like he didn't fight no champion for it. I mean, a lot of people think it's hate, but I mean, it's just the facts. I mean, like at one point, I didn't think Devin had earned his spot at his shot at an undisputed title match.
But, belt, though?
In recent,
wasn't it a vacant belt?
No, yeah. Well, they made that fight for the vacant belt. You get what I'm saying? I think he fought Giovanni something. But do you get what I'm saying? Like it was just something that they paid, or I don't know exactly how it went, but it's just it's something that they made it for the vacant title.
But he's not the first person to ever fought for a vacant belt, bro. And he's not,
and that's why I don't really go crazy about it. And then recently, he just beat Jojo Diaz and he beat Linares. So to me, I mean, like literally, he earned his shot at Kambosos. I think he's earned it.
And before I pass the right side, I believe Crawford won his first title at 140, fighting Delorme for a vacant belt. If the other champion. And it's not Devin's fault that Lomachenko was elevated the franchise champion.
Correct.
That's not Devin's fault.
Correct.
Yeah, right. Cena said, yeah, Lomachenko dropped it, but simultaneously he got elevated. Go ahead, right side. That's not Devin's fault.
No, but this is my whole point to that email piece of it. If we go back and look at what happened, Devin Haney fought Abdulev, you know what I'm saying, for the chance to fight Luke Campbell for that belt, right? Well, the WBC intervened and elevated Lomachenko into a position to fight Luke Campbell. You know what I mean? And he beat Luke Campbell. That's when he got that title. After he beat Luke Campbell, Bob Arum already told you that Devin wasn't going to get the opportunity. because he signed with the wrong promotional brand. So that's when the franchise belt, Bob Arum, I don't even think Lomachenko did it. Bob Arum reached for that franchise belt. And so then Devin was elevated. My problem is when we say he's the email champ, the only reason he's the email champ because he was the one in the tournament. Lomachenko wasn't even in the tournament. Tio dropped out of that tournament, that exact same tournament. That tournament was supposed to determine who was the champion for the WBC, and then the WBC said, "Oh well, Luke Campbell is here, so we're gonna put Luke. We're gonna make Luke Campbell Lomachenko." I say that to say this: when we say email champion, it all comes back to opportunity. If people are taking opportunity away from me because they disagree with the promotional brand that I signed with, regardless of who I am, then I'm not getting that opportunity. How can you hold that against me when I'm pushing for those opportunities? And then I showed you that I'm gonna, even after that, missing that opportunity, I showed you that I am willing to do whatever and sign with whoever to make the big fights that I think, or to unify in the division. You know what I'm saying? I'm willing to do whatever is necessary to make that happen. So ain't no way we can blame Dev for it. But at the same time, when Tank says it's an email champion or he's an email champion, we got to take into consideration the facts of what happened to make him be emailed that champion the same, or be emailed that belt the same way that Lomachenko was emailed the franchise belt.
Fair enough. Let's play this next part of the clip. We'll come back with some more commentary. Shout out to everybody pulling up. I appreciate your time. If you're watching on the backup channel, which is Mark Nash Live, I appreciate you, man. And y'all subscribe to the backup channel, because one day they're going to shut this shit down over here. I'm working so hard to build this channel, but I already know mentally they're going to shut it down one day because I be pissing people off. And that's okay. In the words of Reggie Owens, I ain't going to bitch, cry, complain. I'm going to just start another channel. So we already started that one up. I think we about 600 subscribers on that one. So sub to the backup channel as well. Let's play the next clip. Where is it at? Boom.
He said, quote, "This is the easiest fight of my life." His word, not mine, Tank.
This is Rolly. This is what Rolly said about Davis. But that's not that pertinent compared to what we're talking about. But I'll play it and then we can react.
Quote, "Tank's a stupid fighter, and he's got a big ass head, and I'm going to walk him into a big shot and knock his ass out in round 1." Your response?
We just gotta wait and see. You know what I mean? You can't be too confident, because we know when you're too confident, you wind up getting, you know what I mean, caught with shots that you don't even see coming because you're going in there too, like, routed up. So, it's all good. It's all good. We know how to tame that.
Rolly also said he watched the Isak Cruz fight, and he says Tank can't take pressure. He can't fight going backwards.
It's Coach Larry. He seen me spar Sean Porter. He know that I can, you know what I mean, I can box, I can take it to you. He know for sure.
Lastly, on what he also said, quote, "I think he just bullies a bunch of small dudes." Wait.
This the part. What do y'all think of this part? Rolly said Tank just bullies small dudes. Listen to this.
Drained opponents like Pedraza, Barrios, Santa Cruz, a torn Achilles, Gamboa. So I don't think he's that much of a big puncher. I think he's explosive, and he gets people out there who just stand in front of him.
I mean, Barrios was bigger. If you look at the frame of man Santa Cruz, I'm not saying if you look at his body frame was bigger than mine. Leo Santa Cruz. I'm not saying like as far as like weight or anything like that. Pedraza, I don't think he was trained. And 135 when I fought Gamboa, I came up in weight. That wasn't my first time. I mean, that wasn't like I haven't fought 135 in a minute. That's not my weight class. I went up and fought Gamboa. So I don't know. We just gotta wait and see. He just talking, bro. He just trying to find something to talk about.
He getting it. I think before I let y'all react, let me get my piece real quick. I think this shit is getting the Tank a little bit. I gotta agree with Reggie O. I think some of this shit is getting the Tank because he spent a lot of time right there trying to explain some things. Like somebody pull up and say, "Hey, Martin Nash, I heard you was fill in the blank. I heard you was jumped out the airplane last week and blah 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 blah." I'm like, all right, next call. Like, can't even give you that. I can't give a lie too much energy like that. You know what I'm saying? And I disagree with Rolly and what he said. Pedraza was a champion. That was his belt that Tank took. That Pedraza was the champ, the IBF champ, right? Gamboa said what you want to about the Achilles. That ain't Tank's fault. That after the fight, he said, "Yeah, I had a torn Achilles." That ain't shit. People fight injured every day, B. The Leo Santa Cruz, I didn't like Leo coming up in that fight. And look, and Tank went up to 140 to beat Barrios. How you draining the guy at 140? He's a champion. That's his belt. You get what I'm saying? He didn't make them guys do that. No, these guys was defending their title and lost. They got stopped. Go ahead, I passed the mic though.
Pedraza was 5'8" too.
Go for it.
Tank is 5'5".
Right off right side.
Yeah, 5'5".
He only said 5'8".
Go ahead, right side. Go ahead.
No, I want you to finish, Puro. All you said he was 5'8". He kind of cut you right off. Go ahead, finish.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. Pedraza's 5'8". Leo's 5'7". I mean, like literally fighting little guys. I mean, the only guy that I believe was shorter than Tank, who's 5'5", is Isaac Cruz, which I believe is 5'3". You know, but at the end of the day, size don't matter. I mean, like the Leo Santa Cruz fight, like literally Leo's never been, I don't even think, knocked down in a fight, and he fucking sparked him out. You know, I mean, but Leo is a 4-time champion. I mean, that was a great win in my opinion. You know, and then Leo was doing really well in that fight. You know, yeah, I mean, you know, Rolly, you know, he's a self promoter. I mean, he'll say whatever to try to get under the other fighter's skin. And in relation to with him, like how you're saying, like, you know, Mark is this, and then like how he's trying to explain a lie. I don't know. Maybe he thinks kind of like I think. You know, I think people say whatever they want. You know, and I think kind of, especially on social media, kind of takes on a life of its own, and he's just kind of trying to, you know, just answer his question. You know.
Go ahead, right side. Talk to him.
You know, I agree with Puro, especially on the way Tank reacted and how he wanted to explain. And my problem with him explaining is, and this is just my opinion, I think that the whole weight bully thing is a myth. If you make the weight, you make the weight, in my opinion, just my opinion. So I don't believe in when anybody says a weight bully, I don't believe in it. The other thing is that Tank Davis, usually when we talk about weight bullies, we talk about bigger guys. Tank Davis is usually the smaller guy in the fight. You know what I mean? And so it just seemed like Rolly was reaching. He was just saying whatever he could to kind of get up under Tank's skin. Maybe even trying to poke at Tank not being able, or Tank struggling earlier in his career to make weight. You know what I mean? So I think it's just a mind game Rolly is trying to play. But I will say I do think it did land a little bit with Tank explaining the way that he did.
Go ahead, Puro. You want to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add a little bit to what I think he's also doing is he's also promoting the fight. You know, like literally, like because literally, Tank is very popular in my opinion, but Rolly, nobody knows who the hell Rolly is other than like the guy that talks a lot of trash. You know, to be honest. So I mean, it could be just promotion.
So do y'all think? What do y'all think of Haney? Davis calling out Haney.
About the title situation?
No. He says basically. He said, look. He said, Haney said, look. What's the point of leaving your promoter if you're still not going to try to make the big fights happen? You might as well just stay and be loyal to Floyd, because, like he said, it's not about him trying to get certain fights. He's on record saying I never asked him for certain fights. So he said I'll just fight whoever they put in front of me. What is the standard? So with that said, his response was, okay, well, I'll fight you. After you fight him, I'll fight you. If I ain't fought nobody, I want you next. Let's do that. What do you think of him calling out Devin Haney? Why Devin Haney got a fight coming up in what, 2-3 weeks?
And the other thing is, I apologize for cutting you off, Mark.
And also, if he's not, how can he fight the dude? Is he going to go over there and sign the Top Rank to get the fight? Because Devin is signed with Top Rank now. They got plans for him. If Devin wins, he got a rematch. So how is that even going to work for Tank Davis? But I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I mean, Haney's booked up for the next 3 fights if he wins this first fight. So I mean, I don't know.
2 fights. If he wins this one, he got 2 more. It's a 3-fight deal.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, but so if he wins that one, he would have to fight the rematch, and then if he wins that one, he would fight Lomachenko, which is very smart if he could pull it off. I mean, that would be impressive.
Yeah, but you're gonna have some people out there that still say Kambosos weren't that good. T.O. was injured. Like, I hate that about boxing fans. We'll do all of this about the fight, and then when the fight don't go the way you think it should go, you start saying, well, T.O. was injured and T.O. had a hole in his throat. That's why he lost. Kambosos want nobody, blah, blah, blah. He's an undefeated champion, man. You got to give him his credit, right? Whether you like him or not. You got to give him his credit. Go ahead, right side. Hero.
No, absolutely. You got to give him his credit. Absolutely. At the end of the day, you know, if you go beat a guy, regardless of, once you step in that ring, the winner gets their credit, in my opinion. I love Mr. Gary Russell, but when he stepped in the ring with Mark Maceo with a bad shoulder or not, I got to give Mark Maceo his credit because he did win that fight. And so I say that to say this. When I look at what Tank Davis said, I think it is Tank starting to feel a little pressure with the quote that was brought up to him, as far as if he's not going to make the big fights, he might as well, you know what I'm saying, kick it with Floyd, which I agree with. I'm not going to lie. I agree with that. If you're not going to go and, like you said, Mark, go sign with a top rank to make the Devin fight, the Lomachenko fight, any of those fights over there, if you're not going to do that, then, you know, it's a lot of words, but not really too much action. So I'm excited for what happens after this fight to see how Tank moves. He says he's not re-signing, but if he re-signs with Al Heyman, we know PBC and Top Rank, they don't do business well together. We know that, and so we got to see what happens.
Get it for Wilder and Fury.
It got to be a big fight. It got to be the biggest fights. If the money ain't right in their opinion, which is different from our opinion, if the money ain't right in their opinion, they don't make the fights, and we've seen that consistently.
Right. So just to respond to a comment you said, how doesn't PBC and Top Rank work well together if they made the Deontay Wilder and Fury fights?
Yeah, no, he just said that, but what I said was if the money isn't right. So that fight was able to be made because, one thing, it was a heavyweight. Heavyweights always carry a totally different purse than most fighters do, and then it was at that time one of the biggest fights in boxing. So it was, as far as money goes, it was financially beneficial to both companies, and that's but when it's not a fight of that magnitude, you know, you have a Tank Davis who, yeah, he's definitely going to sell, but Ryan Garcia sells as far as just seats, people buying seats. I think Tank sold 16,000 his last fight. Ryan Garcia did 14 his last fight. So fighting a Devin Haney in this situation is not going to be the biggest fight and the most beneficial to both companies financially. So I don't think they make that fight happen. I think you got to go across, like they always say, the other side of the street. You got to go over there to where those big fights can be made. And unfortunately, certain promotional brands control certain divisions because of the fighters they have signed with them.
Let me say this too. I'll not keep it short. Another thing you got to remember with Ryan Garcia, the last time we saw Ryan Garcia, he beat Luke Campbell, but he had got dropped. So you haven't seen him in a while. But more importantly, I think he's in the same position where Tank is. The promoter he signed to, you're the only draw there. You get what I'm saying? You're the biggest thing. He's the biggest thing on Golden Boy. Last time I checked, not Jaime Munguia, is Ryan Garcia, right?
That is a very good point.
Davis is the biggest star on Mayweather Promotions. Like, if without Floyd Mayweather, I don't think Tank would be fighting would be fighting on pay-per-view and filling up a basketball arena. I don't see that, and I think he might be in for a rude awakening when he leaves Mayweather, thinking he has some pull and some bargaining power. And Stephen Espinoza and them, they're just gonna be like, well, look, we're gonna put you on Showtime. You're gonna be on Showtime this fight right here. You know what I'm saying?
I get you. Go ahead.
I don't think it's gonna be. I think he might be in the room for that Mayweather. promotion, just seeing that name beside it, has so much pull in the boxing game that, and in the media market. And I think he might be in for somebody said Ryan just fought in San Antonio, bro. So you just pulled up late. You just pulling up late. You don't even know what the fuck you talking about, Brandon. Prior to this fight, he didn't fight until Luke Campbell. That was his last fight. Like motherfuckers be ready to type and say you're wrong, Mark. He just fought. But prior to that, he hadn't fought since the Luke Campbell. He had the mental breakdown. Come on, Brandon.
And then he injured his hand too.
Yeah, man, Brandon, like he just fought in San Antonio, and he fought in San Antonio, which has a large Hispanic community. Come on,
and he sold 14,000 in San Antonio as well. I'm just saying.
That's somebody nobody ever heard of.
I'm just saying that's a big deal, man. That's a big deal.
That's because Golden Boy has to put the house on him every time.
They do.
Somebody got some background noise. It's like I'm hearing myself twice. But you gotta put the house on that guy. Like every time Tank fight, Mayweather Promotions putting the house on him, homie. They banking on him. Like he's the only star there. Brian's the only star on Golden Boy. And without him, without Tank Davis, I don't know what the hell Mayweather Promotions gonna do. Floyd might be doing 3 exhibitions per year. But I'll pass the mic. Go ahead.
No, I agree 100%. And the only thing I would say, and that I would kind of disagree with you, Mark, is that I think regardless, Tank was going to sell. One thing we know in the sport of boxing, knockout sell. The reason Boots Ennis was able to garner an individual deal with Showtime right now is because he knocked people out. You know what I'm saying? So I think because the way Tank...
He on the knockout streak since 2016.
Say that again?
They say Terrence Crawford can't sell, but he's on a knockout streak since 2016.
I'm not disagreeing. This is what I will disagree with is that although
Wilder didn't sell right here to the end of his career, and he got all knockouts.
All I'm saying is this: that at the end of the day, regardless of how Tank was built by Mayweather Promotions, I believe that if it was top rank, if it was any promotional brand, because the way Tank knocked people out, he was gonna sell regardless. He was gonna be a star, in my opinion. And so I listened to Leonard Ellaby, and he always say, "We make stars over here, right?" And then what the next question is asked is, okay, you got Tank, but if you're making stars, what other stars are you making? And so that I think certain fighters, Tank, Boots, and I even think Bud should be in that mix. The thing with Bud is I think he stayed with Top Rank a tad bit too long, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. And so I think that when you do have these fighters that can get people out of there, can make the fight exciting, then they're gonna sell, you know. And so that's just kind of how I look at it. I look at a David Benavidez. Benavidez put 10,000 in finish the other night. Why? Because he's exciting. It's gonna we damn near know he's gonna knock somebody out. You know what I'm saying? So
that's his hometown, bro.
I agree with that too. I'm just saying, even being in your hometown don't always mean you're gonna sell well.
Fair enough. And also, like I said, we don't, bro, just because you knock people out all the time don't mean you're going to be packing out seats. There's a lot of motherfuckers that's on the knockout streaks and been knocking people out and they don't sell. People don't know them. But let me go to the super chat and we'll go right back to it. My guy DJ dropped the super chat. Let me give him the drop. Y'all know what we call this around here. We call this what?
We call this here a little twin. Wow. Nigga.
He said, I feel like Tank is annoyed by Rolly more than anything. Having someone talk trash to you who you don't see as your equal can be aggravating. Oh, bro. Tell me about it. That's why I think Tank will drag out this beating of Rolly to prove a point. It's levels to this shit. All right, DJ, let me give them a drop.
We call this here a little twin. Wow. Nigga.
What do y'all think what DJ said? Y'all agree or disagree?
Agree.
About which part? About him being annoyed or the fact that he's going to try to drag this beating out?
The whole statement.
He said the whole.
Hey, I think I agree that he's gonna try to drag this out. I think that, man, I wonder. I disagree. I don't think he's gonna want to drag it out. Now that I really think about it, the reason you don't want to drag a fight out against somebody who is conceived to have, or who we think has power the way Rolly has it. At the end of the day, I want to just go ahead and get this dude out of here. The sooner I get him out of here, the better. And so I think Tank could drag it out if he wanted to really just beat him down, but I think stopping him early would be just that much more disrespect. Oh, not necessarily disrespect. What's the word? It just put my foot. I'm putting my foot down that much harder when I stop your ass in the third round, bro. So I look for Tank for an early stoppage, man.
Yeah, somebody's saying they're gonna like T.O. kept saying he was gonna stop Kambosos in the first round, and then he got dropped in the first round. Oh, it's just poetic. You supposed to be knocking him out in this first round, then you on your ass. Clean too. Got dropped clean. We got a lot
of shot.
Go for it. Say what?
I was saying it was a good shot.
Absolutely. And when you come in there reckless like that, you're liable to run into a shot. You're vulnerable. That's why guys like Benavidez can get hit. You'll see guys like Bud get hit because they're in. You'll see Spence even get hit because they're in there trying to get these guys out of here. Boots don't get hit, but he ain't fighting that type of competition. But he is out there trying to get these guys out of here. When you're trying to get somebody out, you're gonna get hit. Jaden said, "Let's make no mistakes." Like, say, but Floyd. I don't even know what we're saying right here. Floyd is. What is BJT? Okay, that's but Floyd is very relevant to the public. Oh, let's make no mistakes about it. Like, is hate, but Floyd is very. I agree. Floyd is very relevant to the public. I mean, ain't nobody else making most. He's making more than these guys. Some guys make their whole career, even after he's retired, fighting exhibitions. It's just unheard of. It's just never been done before on this level. I've never seen it before. I'm gonna skip over every Brandon Washington comment in the chat. The Boston Scholar said, he said, Mark, he said, I don't know what you say in the future, but I agree with all of it. But I'm riding with Brandon from Washington, from Texas. He said, I'm from Texas, so fuck logic. Right. Yeah, like you said, Brandon Washington, you said Bud don't can't sell. But he knocks people out, bro. Since 2016, he ain't been to the final belt. Wilder wasn't selling. He was knocking shit out like crazy. He didn't start really selling till right there at the end of his last few fights. You know what I'm saying?
But Mark, I mean, I never seen a Bud's fight empty though. I mean, I know he can't sell on pay-per-view, but nobody can.
Them shits was packed, bro. All them Bud fights.
Yeah, right. So he sells. Bud definitely sells.
No, and when people, I don't disagree. My thing is what I've realized is in this community when we talking about selling, nobody cares about how many people you do at the gate. Nobody cares about that. Prime example, once again, going back to Ryan Garcia. I'm not a big Ryan Garcia fan, but I'll say the man did very well, you know what I'm saying, at the gate. And I don't think people give credit to fighters for what they do at the gate anymore for some reason. Probably because of the way they look at pay-per-view and what Floyd kind of set the standard as. But I think that it's a whole different standard that needs to be set right now.
I mean, people need to realize that. I'm sorry, Mark, go ahead.
No, I would just agree with you. I don't think a lot of people are doing crazy pay-per-view numbers. And dance partners matter, bro. Dance partners matter.
Tremendously.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that matters in pay-per-view. That's what I think people need to come to an understanding. Like, if you have one big star that's like, you know he's a star, but he's fighting somebody that nobody knows, he will not sell a shitload of pay-per-views.
And that's one reason I always say the boxing politicians, they screw the game for us all, because those major fights that we want to see, you know what I'm saying, they're going to tell us, well, the fight hadn't been built correctly. But next thing you know, you have a situation like Floyd Pacquiao, EJ Bud, some shit that had to been built for damn 5 years for no fucking reason. And so, my bad. My bad, Mark.
Go ahead. Your bad what? I ain't say shit. I'm typing.
Nah, I'm just, man, it just, man, these promotional brands, they feel like they got it figured out so great, which they do for the bottom line probably, but at the end of the day, man, we miss so many fights because of the way they want to tip the scales. And, you know, it's boxing is one of the few sports that this really happens in.
Facts, bro. I mean, huge fucking facts right there. You hit the nail on the head, in my opinion.
So, Boxing Scholar said, Rolly is a promoter's dream. Yo, he's Mitch Green at 135, yo. He talking that shit.
Hey, man.
Yo, I love to hear Rolly talk that shit, yo. And
Mark, did you go ahead?
I got somebody pulling up. Go ahead, Jimmy, talk to me.
Well, what's
Jimmy,
good, everyone?
What's good, Jimmy? Where you from, bro?
What's up, Jim?
I'm from the UK.
Jimmy, man, don't start no nonsense, Jimmy. Nah, what's up, brother?
I don't know, Jimmy. This is first time over here, so let's welcome him. Let's treat him right.
He's cool, Mark. He's cool.
Jimmy a good dude. He a real good dude.
Jimmy, what up? Welcome home to your home away from home. Talk to me. What's on your mind?
Salute, bro. Thanks for having me on. I just saw you go live, so I thought I'd just jump on and see what everyone's talking about. What are the topics?
I like Jimmy already. Jimmy's like, he said, I don't read the title. I don't read the fuck the thumbnail. If I see you live and the link out there, I'm joining the panel. We're talking about, we got 3 topics on the docket. Canelo GGG 3. Are you guys excited about it? Do you want to see it? Are you going to buy it? What do you think of that? Tank Davis leaving Mayweather Promotions, calls out Devin Haney at the same time. And the final topic we're going to get to is a fantasy fight, Mayweather versus Crawford. And we haven't got to that yet. We still talking about the first 2 topics. So anywhere you want to jump in, it's boxing. As long as we talk about boxing, don't be people pull up on a boxing show and start talking about basketball, football, Brandon Washington. Like, what we need to do as black people to overcome the white man. I'm like, nigga, this a boxing show. What do you own? But
you know what? It's good. No, it's great just to talk boxing because with a lot of the panel, it's just too much free smoke, bro. I just want to talk boxing. Look, I think, Gervonta Davis for me is very entertaining to watch. I like him. He seems very, if you look at his backstory, he's come from a rough upbringing. So I think he's done well for himself. My biggest problem is there are just so many great fights that I want to see him in, and he's making none of them. So I feel like hopefully if he leaves Mayweather, maybe try and go to ESPN because they've got so much talent over there. They've got Haney, they've got Lomachenko, they've got Kambosos, they've got Shakur. I hope he goes that way.
Bob Arum ain't going to pay him what Mayweather been paying him. And Bob Arum ain't going to put his ass on pay-per-view.
That's true. But I'm hearing he's unhappy though with the pay from Mayweather. That's one of the reasons why he's leaving though, because from what I'm hearing, aren't his guarantees only like $1.5 million though?
Now, where did you hear that from? Because we just played the interview from him. He never said that.
Okay, just from the chats and about.
So somebody,
I guess maybe Eddie
don't say it somewhere.
I've seen the numbers on Mark. He's getting paid not that much.
You seen his paycheck? You saw his bank account?
No, not the paycheck, but the numbers reported like on a sports business insider. It's usually a reputable source.
What's not that much?
He gets paid 1.5 million plus the percentage of the pay-per-view.
One mic too, y'all. Just know we got one mic over here, Jimmy. We don't everybody talking to each other. So just try to let my man talk. Finish up, Hero, and we'll pass it around.
No, I was saying that I usually go for numbers to the sports. I believe it's called Sports Business Insider. They're usually a pretty reputable source, and the numbers I've seen is that he makes about 1.5 guaranteed for each fight with a percentage of the pay-per-view. I think in his last 4 fights, I believe he made a total of $5 million each fight. Which, in just to put it in context, I think is very good pay relative to the competition.
No, I would agree, and Jim. Pure, I trust your numbers. I haven't really seen no numbers on it. I've heard things, but hey, man, from especially the way Tank done talked about it, he said he getting what he think he deserves. So, my thing is like Mark said, if he does make that move over to ESPN and try to make those big fights happen, because I think that's where the competition is right now. Even if it's a Teofimo Lopez, you feel me? Outside of the other guys that we've already named, I think that's where the competition is for him. And so if we see him make that move, you know, he isn't able to get paid exactly what Mayweather them is paying them. Do y'all think he makes that move? Do you think that he goes for the legacy and those bigger fights? And although I think we would all disagree that, or all agree, let me say that those bigger fights, they should be carried at that high dollar value. You know, we just don't know if that's going to happen. And that's what we've just seen that with Devin Haney. So we got to see what happens. But do y'all think he should go over there and focus more on legacy than money?
I hope so, because I feel like Tank is maybe the best lightweight in the world. You know, he's so talented and so powerful, but obviously, you know, he has to take the fights. The zone is also an option, because I know Eddie Hearn, you know, he's still trying to sign American talent, but who would you say he fought on the zone? Like what big fights would you see? And maybe the Ryan Garcia fight. I think that fight may be able to happen. But outside of Ryan Garcia, what big fights do you see for Tank over on the zone? Nothing, to be honest, mate. And even the Ryan fight, I'm not sure if he goes to Eddie Hearn, him and Oscar, will they even work together?
Yeah.
I think the best option is Top Rank. I know Mark was saying that Bob Arum doesn't pay a lot, but wasn't Terence Crawford the highest paid welterweight in the sport at one point, just from guarantees? So
I
maybe
think
you could try and work something out.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, maybe you could try and work something out. I really think that's a great, you know, position to be in, as far as, you know, on ESPN and Top Rank, you know, some major platform, and you've just got so many great fights over there that he can really make himself a good legacy and a lot of money over there.
And the other thing is that they just, even for Kambosos, this fight, I look at Top Rank as the main promoter. I know it's co-promoting with Lou DiBella, but Kambosos, he's supposed to be getting, I'm just telling you the figures I've heard, somewhere up around 10 million. You know what I'm saying? For both fights. And so if that's the case, and also you got to remember the PBC, they said they had for Canelo, they had over 100 million for the Canelo fight, right? So now I want to be very critical of them, because we need to be watching to see what they do with Bud Crawford and Spence, and if they sign Gervonta Tank Davis, if he comes back and signs with Al Heyman, like I've been hearing, how are y'all gonna move this man? Y'all need to be willing to put the money out there to make the big fights for this young brother, man. So I want to see how it play out, man. I'm really interested to see how it plays out.
Go ahead. Okay, well, I'll say something. Brandon Washington said, he said he's still talking about Bud Crawford and the seats being empty. Let me say that. Somebody said it best in the chat. Last time Bud fought there was 2013, right?
Sorry, Mark, I didn't know I was on mute. I was saying something, but I didn't know I was on mute.
Go for it.
No, I'm sorry, Mark. No, I was going to say that.
I'm sorry. I think we got a little delay. My bad, brother. Go ahead.
No. I was on mute. My bad. No, I was just going to say real quick that if it, like, say he would go to the zone, I mean, there's like 3, in my opinion, marquee matchups that could be made there.
What are those 3? Well, who you see at the zone?
William Cepeda, Jojo Diaz, and Ryan Garcia.
Okay. I like all those fights. I'm gonna be honest, man. William Cepeda, he ain't, especially his last few fights, man. I thought he was gonna be better than what he's been, and I thought what he fought, was it last week, the week before? It
was like the week before or something like that.
Yeah. And even in that fight, he fought a guy coming up in weight with 12 losses, and he wasn't able to get him out of there. He did get that buddy out of he did get Buddy out of there earlier this year, but even that fight, he looked really sloppy, man. I don't. If you put Williams Cepeda in the ring with Tank right now, bro, that shit gonna be ugly. It's gonna be an ugly fight for Williams Zepeda, bro. I'm just gonna be honest. And so outside of Williams Zepeda, you said Ryan Garcia. Maybe that fight happens. Who was the other fight?
Jojo Diaz.
I can see that. I think Tank stopped Jojo too, but I can see that fight. I know Jojo was trying to fight Ryan Garcia, but I could see that fight. I could see that fight as well.
Yeah,
but are those really big fights for Tank though? That's the thing.
I think so, because Zepeda has a lot of good buzz. He is a really good fighter. I don't see the sloppiness that you saw. I mean, the last fight was a very good fight. It was very entertaining. And the guy that was moving up is a former champion and fucking has a rock hard chin. He's like an established veteran that can fight. That was like a step up for Zepeda.
He had 12 losses.
No, I know, I understand, I get it, but I mean, like nobody's ever. Like he's been knocked out before. Don't get me wrong. Like it wasn't like, oh my god, like William Zepeda like made a statement with that win because it was close and it was a guy. So you make very valid points. But I'm just saying that the guy he fought, I believe his last name is Alvarado. He's a very good
Alvarado,
fighter.
Yeah, Alvarado. No, he's not a bad fighter. He's just Alvarado he's a true journeyman, bro. Like he's a true journeyman. And I will say it is hard to get those veterans out of there. You know what I'm saying? And my problem was in that fight, I thought a lot of the times when they were trading with each other, Alvarado was able to get the better of Zepeda at certain instances. Now, I thought Zepeda won the fight easily, but at the same time, for William Zepeda to be 25, I believe he's 25, for him to be that age right now, and kind of how I'm projecting him in my mind, just my mind. So that's where I always fuck up because I'm talking about what I think. But I can't. Even the fight before that, he fought a dude who I thought he was a smaller guy. He didn't carry much power. It was a lot of slipping in the ring. He got him out of there in the third round. You know what I'm saying? But still, even when he getting him out in the third round, just the way the fight happened, I'm looking for him to be much more solid, to not see so many mistakes from him. And man, it's just those last two fights. I think that I set the bar too high for him. I think that's really what it was. I saw something. I still think that he can be this type of fighter. I just don't know if he's able to prove it yet, and that's why I want to kind of slow him down from what I've seen in these last two fights. Not saying that they've been bad performances.
And I hear you, right side. And the thing is too, we got to remember he's a contender. You know, he's never been champion, so he's learning. You know,
right?
So like the fight, even though like he wasn't a 12 loss guy, but I mean. It's a step up fight where is that like he can learn something from that fight. You get what I'm saying? And so like, and then we wouldn't know how the Tank Davis would fare against a William Zepeda, because William Zepeda can crack. And then also Tank Davis has made mistakes himself. You get what I'm saying?
Agreed. You know, and the thing is with William Zepeda, man, the style of fighter he is, once again, one of the reasons I'm high on him, even after his performances. He carries good power. He has good size for the division. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I think he got a 71-inch reach, something like that. He's a good fighter, bro. He's a really good fighter. And so I think in my mind I'm moving him too fast. So, and I can do that. I do that with a lot of fighters. So, but I think William Zepeda, bro. I think William Zepeda, man, I think he has a chance to be the goods. I wish that I saw better from him in these last two fights. That's all I'm saying.
I feel you. I hear you. And I wish I would have saw better from him too. But at the end of the day too, I mean, like we got to start like trying to like moving these rankings along too. Cause like we only like with Tank, he's only mentioned with like certain fighters. Like me, Ryan Garcia would be a marquee matchup, but I don't think Ryan's ready for somebody that's at Tank's level yet. I mean, he's getting there, but he's not there yet. You get what I'm saying? You know, in terms of marquee matchups, like over there that can be made on DAZN, those are three ones that are very good. That like say he would bust out those 3 wins would increase his value and would also teach him something. He could show up his skills even more. You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
No, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. You know, and that's another interesting fighter right there, man. Ryan Garcia. Want to see what he's gonna do. Want to see what he's gonna do because, hey, I give him credit. You know, he was looking for that pit bull fight. I think I'm hearing he might fight for 20 next, but you know, man, I want him to be even Ryan Garcia right now. I want him to be a step above where he's at right now, and I understand where that comes from, but. You know, when you project on these fighters, and that's the biggest problem I have is projecting. But at the end of the day, man, hey, these gonna be some great fights, and I want to see what Tank Davis do. I want to see where he goes and how he moves throughout the division. I want to see him unify. That's what I really want to see him do. I want to see him start unifying shit. So,
facts, right side, and you know, Ryan and Tank are my favorite fighters, bro. So I want to see him succeed as well. You know, got to take time. You know?
Look, you got Ryan, I got Dev. So. We on the opposite side. We on the opposite side of the same card, but hey, it's all love. It's all love.
And right side, it's a fight that needs to happen because these guys are amateur rivals and they're tied in the amateurs, so they gotta see who's better at the pro level.
Hey, they said that Ryan Garcia, according to his father, you know what I'm saying, had there with the standing 8 count in the amateurs. You know what I'm saying?
Heard that rumor as well. Yeah, heard that rumor as well.
I'm just telling that, hey, that's what he say. So I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it at all. I want to see the fight. I just want to see him fight, bro. Like
me too.
And I just, man, Martinez, what's the next question on the docket tonight, bro? I don't want to hold your. Oh, okay.
Y'all. It's too late. You already did it, but it's all good.
My bad, bro. I know I get long-winded, bro. I apologize.
We're having a conversation, bro. Please don't apologize. We're having a conversation. Y'all sharing the mic. Y'all ain't cussing people out. Y'all ain't trolling. Y'all just sharing your opinion. Y'all being fair. No, it's all love. Yo, get your bars off.
Gotcha.
I was a little bit. Yeah, man. I was a little bit late.
Hold on one second. I already know who this is. Who y'all think is going to be?
It could be a multiple people, but go ahead.
Brandon Washington, man.
469, you on the line. Talk to me, neighbor.
Peace, what up? Salute to everybody, man. I see we having a good conversation.
Introduce yourself to the people listening. It's my guy, Brandon Washington.
I told you it was Brandon Washington.
Salute, Brandon.
I love Brandon. Brandon Washington is my guy, bro. He's my guy.
You keep him there. Let him call your show. Start trolling you 5 days a week. Go ahead, Brandon Washington. Shit.
Is it trouble or am I giving great content? I look at it as great content, Mark. You gotta look at it a different way. It could be trouble or great content. One of the other.
Oh, you ain't troubling me at all. You ain't troubling me at all because I know how to hang up. If you everybody in the chat doing with you too. Let's go, Brandon. Let's talk. Let's talk. We ain't even talking about Terrence Crawford right now. But I'm
just bring some positive to the panel, brother. Bring some positive.
Not all he calls for is 3 things. He called to troll Terrence Crawford fans, say fuck the barbershop, and talk about what we need to do as black people.
Hold on, man. Listen,
hold up, right side. Hold up, man. He ain't even really said nothing. You kind of talking over the caller a little bit. I'm talking with him, but you kind of talking over. Go ahead, Brandon. But that's what he calling for. Go ahead, Brandon.
Everything Mark said is correct. That was pretty much I got to call and talk about.
Those is 3 things. Really have much to talk.
I don't have really. I'm pretty shallow outside that. I don't have too much subject matter.
All right, so let's start with the first one. Let's troll some Crawford fans like me. Let's go. I'm built for this shit. Come on, Brandon. Let's go.
Why not, man? Yeah, it looks as though we sitting there talking about Bud and the fantasy matchup I saw you put up with Bud and Floyd. Bud don't even deserve to be mentioned with Floyd, man. Bud needs to figure out what his business is and who the hell Al Hammond needs to negotiate with so we can get this fight on the road. Now, I was trolling when I was talking about Bud, the arena being half empty, because it was half empty. I mean, I told a fact, but I didn't tell the rest of it. That night it was like a real bad thunderstorm, and it was almost a tornado watch. So I'm gonna be truthful. That's why.
For which one? The Delorme fight, right? Or the Mikey Garcia?
Yeah. The Delorme fight is the one where they had the rainstorm down here. So that's probably why it was a lot of people in the arena. You know, I got to troll Bud. But I was there to support Bud like I'm always be. Whenever I get a chance to be and see Bud fight, I just think he's going to get buried in the cornfield when it comes to week day. But I enjoy watching Bud fight. I watch them all. I pay for them all. So I got to give my Mark Nasty scramble. But I like Earl Spence. People think I hate Earl Spence.
They think I hate him, yo. They think I hate him. I just don't like him kissing Yellow Beezy. That's it.
Damn.
What you do? As far as the barbershop,
That's a fact.
Fred is a fucking idiot. Fred is a fucking idiot.
Oh, that's another fact.
I saw his subject matter. He's talking about now he's interested in who Martin Luther King is sleeping with. That was his subject tonight. If Martin Luther King has sex with another woman, does that make him this is what this fool said. If Martin Luther King cheated on his wife, does that make him a non-productive father? Can he be a good father? This idiot said, no, he can't be a good father. You're a fucking idiot. What you don't realize
let the caller get his bars off, and then we'll react afterwards. Go ahead, Brandon.
What the barbershop don't realize is I got to do my three things like Mark said. What he don't realize is you having sex with a woman does not impact the type of man you are, the type of father that you are to your children. At the end of the day, the way I look at it, I'm sorry to say, it's just dick and pussy, and we put the other stuff on it. But at the end of the day, man, it's just dick and pussy. So that's a conversation that the idiot.
Go ahead. This your call.
What was the third? And also, black people need to separate from white people, and anytime white people are around black people, they need to be suspicious of them. And that's all I got.
Hey, look, I know my guy, man. I think somebody on the panel want to react to you. Was that right side Puro? Who was it? Was that right side of Puro that wanted to react?
It wasn't Puro.
Okay, was it Jimmy? Was it right side? One of y'all.
I started laughing, bro. Do you when you said the Yellow Beezy thing? That made me laugh.
Oh, it's a fact. It's a fact. We kept the files, baby.
Yeah, I ain't never listened to no damn Yellow Bees. Is that what he said? I didn't even know Yellow Bees was song until he came out with Espn. I had to ask my cousin them, who is that walking out with Herb? I didn't know who he was. I don't listen to the radio.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I was just gonna say, bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I listen to music to some degree, but I ain't know who the fuck. I knew Yellow Beezy from, I believe That's On Me, baby, or some shit. But outside of that, bro, I ain't know who the fuck he was.
Yeah, I first found out when on Errol's Instagram, you know, when they were dancing and kissing. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yellow Beezy, never heard of him.
Were they really dancing and kissing?
Yeah, they were. UK with that. Hey, UK dudes, call us out. Call us out, UK.
He said what?
What are you over there talking?
He said, stall us out. Jimmy, stall us out. That's what he said.
I don't get it. What that mean, stall? Why you said?
That mean chill out. Chill out. He talking about Earl Spence. Like, chill out, dude.
Hey, you can't talk about Earl Spence.
Right, because he.
Hold on. See, this be the problem, bro. This be the whole problem. And the crazy thing, I'm picking Earl to win the fight, right? But damn, why you can't talk about you can't talk about nobody without being the biggest fanboy of whoever. God, man, this shit is crazy, bro. That shit is crazy.
You know that's how boxing works. Come on, right side. You know.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I know how it works, but it still pissed me off. It still pissed me off. It worked that way. It shouldn't work that way.
It don't work that way. It worked that way with them dudes. Them fans are the same Wilder fans that was running around here talking about some damn spike water, egg weights, suit too heavy.
You never heard
all of that shit. Yeah, man. Respectfully, I like Wilder. But
I like Wilder too, but damn it, hey, Wilder got his ass beat them last two fights. I ain't gonna lie to you. So whatever, it is what it is. But bro, I ain't gonna lie though. This real quick.
Wants to fight Pitbull. Man, Ryan Garcia went to the WBC and petition not to fight Pitbull.
Nah, that ain't what happened.
Let's stop giving Ryan Garcia a coward ass out. Ryan Garcia is one of the worst fighters ever.
Listen,
I can't
know about all that.
Ryan Garcia get his fucking face stomped in. Ryan Garcia is a piece of shit fighter, and he's a punk of a human being. I think he's an Instagram member. Ryan Garcia go twerk or something. But that's all he's good at, making twerk videos.
How you know?
Hold on. Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that?
Go for it.
Listen.
Talk over each other. That's all I ask.
I'm not even. Hey, I'm not a big Ryan Garcia fan, but if we gonna be honest about it, if we just gonna be honest about it, You know what I'm saying? Ryan Garcia, outside of having an injury here or there, the man is still very relevant in the sport of boxing. And so if we want to say that he, even especially in this last fight with Pitbull Cruz, like you said, that Ryan Garcia was the one ducking, that ain't what happened in this situation. Ryan was looking for the smoke. You know what I'm saying? He had a date for him and everything, and Pitbull said, "Now we're gonna fight on this day." Whoever promotional brand. I'm gonna say whoever promotional brand. At the end of the day, go ahead.
I told you to go ahead, Brandon. Don't cut him off. Go ahead, right side.
No. At the end of the day, in this situation, bro, regardless of how much we dislike Ryan Garcia, the man wasn't ducking the smoke in this situation, bro. And I got to give him credit because he did want the smoke. I wanted to see that Pitbull fight. I want to see that. And so I got to give Ryan Garcia credit because from everything I've seen and heard, he wanted that smoke, bro. So let's just keep it a buck with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Whether we like him or not.
All right, pass it around. Go ahead, Brandon. You want to reply to that or what?
I just read on Boxing Scene where he petitioned, I think it was Boxing Scene and one of the boxing, where he went back to the WBC and petitioned the WBC to call the fight off. They mandated the fight. They mandated the Pitbull fight. Ryan Garcia did all this posturing shit like he was going to do something. Ryan Garcia is a fake and a fraud and an Instagram. That's posturing. That's posturing. And when he went to the WBC to say, "Oh, please don't make this fight," the same thing he did with the Javier Fortuna fight, he's a coward.
So where'd you see it? Hold on, where'd you see this at? Where'd you see it at?
You cutting him off, right side. Let you finish. You got to let him finish. Go ahead, Brandon.
I just want the source.
The Ryan Garcia, especially his last fight, what's the guy named Tago or whatever, that fucking fight was a setup fight for him to look awesome, and he couldn't even get the guy out of there. Ryan Garcia, after 3 punches, Ryan Garcia don't know what to do. After that 3-punch comes, you go back and watch Ryan Garcia, you're going to see the same 3-punch combination. After that, he don't know what to do. He's confused. He don't know how to walk a person down. He couldn't even walk that dude down. And he apologized after his last fight and said, yeah, and they were booing him in San Antonio. Let's not forget that. So let's not act as though he's some big star because he has a bunch of Instagram followers. And he's one of the only Hispanic fighters at that weight class is visible. Come on. So let's not act as though he has no accomplishments worth mentioning. None. Not one.
All right, pass the mic.
I'm not around with the thing, and he was booed his last fight, and he apologized for his shitty ass performance. So I'm not around. Go ahead.
So I just went and read the article. Well, I read some of the article that you were speaking on. And the craziest thing is, it said that the WBC, after talking to both teams, decided to cancel the fight. That's what it said. That's what the article that you just referenced said. So how you gonna say that Ryan Garcia ducking if it just said that they talked to both teams and then the WBC canceled the fight? How can you just put that on one person?
That may not be the exact article. It may be more than one article. That's just one I thought. I mentioned that one and then another one. I may have started somewhere else where they went into details.
Let me know. If I see it, if I read it, and you read it there, I can't argue with you. You feel me? I'm just saying.
But they said those guys had contractual obligations to do another fight. I remember hearing that too. I didn't blame Ryan for that. I know it's easy to just blame Ryan, but the WBC said those guys had a contractual obligation. Both fighters, actually.
Let's just keep it fair for the fighters, bro. But
really, right side, and I keep it short. Really, what it is that side of the street shit. One guy,
yeah, exactly.
One guy's over there with PBC, the other guy's with Golden Boy.
Facts.
Hey, like you say, and it's crazy that we got to call it that, but that's just how the boxing game is going right now, and it's sad to see it that way because we miss so many good fights because sides of the street.
Boxing always been like that with Don King and Bob Brown. People just amplify more because we in this season, but it's always been sides of the street. So I don't know why it's acting like it's a big deal. Even Bud so delusional, and he thinks it started with him.
But even back then when hey, they didn't want side. The common fans, you know what I'm saying? Back then, I went back then, so I can't say, but I would believe that they didn't want sides to the streets either. They just want to see the fights like we want to see the fights. So even though we can say it's an older term or whatever, it's still the sport of boxing, and that's what we seeing today. So, you know, I'm not disagreeing with you. Matter of fact, I think I'm agreeing with you. You know.
I don't know. Don King made every fucking fight possible. I mean, Don King didn't never rob the fans. He robbed the fighters.
Oh, damn.
Just saying.
So Don King rocked fighters, but Bob Arum didn't.
I never said that either, Brennan. But I mean, shit. You know.
Don King is, wait, hold on, let me finish. I didn't speak over you. Don King is known for robbing fighters, right? But Bob Arum ain't. Ain't that amazing? How Don King is known. This dude just said Don King made every fight, but he robbed the fighters. Bob Arum is a saint, though.
I mean, I never said Bob Arum was a saint, but okay.
No, somebody said he robbed the fighters. He didn't rob the fans. That's what he meant. That's what he said, Brandon. They definitely say he robbed the fighters. They say he didn't rob the fans.
Yeah.
You know, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Rafa.
You know, it's interesting you say that because today I say the same thing about the UFC, right? I say that the UFC they instead of they or versus boxing, let me say that versus boxing, they rob the fighters, but they don't rob the fans, right? And maybe back in the day, that's how it was with boxing. Now today, what happens is the fans get robbed. You know what I'm saying? But fighters, well, big name fighters get paid well, which is okay. I'm not mad at that. I want them to get paid well. It's just I also, as much as I want them to get paid well, I want to see them fight the best competition. And I think, you know, it's something that you can ask for in the sport. We got to see how it happened, man. And maybe possibly with Devin Haney, Tank Davis, Bud Crawford, the way they starting to move and kind of go, hey, wherever the promotional brand or the fighters are, whatever promotional brand they with, I'm jumping to that side of the street for the smoke. You know what I'm saying? Give these brothers credit because like I said, Bud Crawford, that's what he's looking to do right now. He said, fuck it. Hey, Bob, he can't make these fights for me, so I'm gonna go make these fights happen. I'm gonna make them happen. And that's what he's trying to do right now. He jumping sides to the streets. Same thing with Devin Haney, jumping sides to the streets. Hey, Eddie Hearn can't make this shit, but maybe Bob can make this shit happen. Let's do it. And now we got to see what Tank Davis do. But I think it's changing. It's changing the sport when we see these guys bet on themselves and go take 2-3 fight deals with these promotional brands saying that, hey, I'm a main attraction and y'all need to fuck with me more than I need to fuck with y'all. My bad. I'm long-winded. I apologize.
Put everybody to sleep. Damn. Anybody want to reply? Anybody want to reply? Yes, no? All right, shit. We can move forward then. Brandon, you still there? Okay.
Yeah, but I'm in and out more on working.
Okay, yeah. Well, let's get into this last topic then. Let's get into this last topic. Crawford versus Mayweather Fantasy Fight. I got a survey in the chat. Y'all let me know what y'all think of the survey. And tell me who y'all got. Crawford versus Mayweather Fantasy Fight. Brandon, since you on the phone, you can go first. Go for it.
Floyd knocked out Bud within the first round.
All right, I'm out of here, bro. I'll talk to you later, Brandon. Now you tripping, bro. Now you trolling. You trolling. Yeah, he hung up. He better hung up. Let's get a real answer. Let me go to my guy Jimmy in the UK. Talk to me. Mayweather versus Crawford fantasy match. Who wins and how? I got a survey in the chat. Let me know.
I think I got Crawford winning. I think Mayweather at welterweight. I just feel like he struggled against guys like Zab Judah, DeMarcus Corley. I see that Crawford is just so strong and versatile and slick. His ability to adapt. And I feel like maybe they never fought anyone at welterweight like a Terence Crawford, you know. Guys like Guerrero, Ortiz, Maidana.
Let's say pick a different weight class. They both fought at 35, 40, and 47. So just pick which one do you think would be the weight class for them? What would be the best weight class?
I think maybe 140 would be better weight for Floyd. I think Crawford's too much of a dog, you know. Just, you know, his awkward rhythm, his switch hitting, his power punch, and his speed. I don't think Mayweather's got the offense to deal with someone like a Terence Crawford. Yeah, I got Bud winning by. I think it'll go to points, because I think Mayweather is a very, you know, he's a defensive wizard. So I think it'll go both points. But I mean, I see Bud roughing him up, you know, hurting him and just winning. You know, yeah, I got Crawford on points.
All right, Kuro, right side. Go ahead.
It all depends what version of Floyd we're talking about, because to me Floyd had two primes. So prime Floyd, prime Pretty Boy, I think it's the knockout. Prime Money May gets the decision.
So you got Floyd winning, but it was different weight classes too. Once he was at like 47, 54, it was like more, you know, Money May.
Yeah, and especially and then if we say like Money May didn't have brittle hands, I mean, would he still be Money May?
You got to keep the brittle hands because he had the brittle hands. Like we can't make him super nigga now. You know what I'm saying? Can't go back and change that. Like, so I guess you would say 140 then, right before his hands broke down. That would be peak Floyd, and you got Floyd at 140, stopping Crawford at 140.
Correct.
Okay. Right side, talk to me. You boys smoking that good dope over there tonight.
Hey, I agree, man. Well, I think it just depends on what weight class it happens at. And
it's gonna be 140.
So if we're going with 140, I'm going with Floyd. In my opinion, that was Floyd stealing his Money Made or his Pretty Boy days. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's gonna be a stoppage, but I think the offense, along with the defense that Floyd has, and I like Crawford a lot, but Floyd, he adjusted to all fighters. I'm not saying Crawford can't. I'm just saying that I think that the defensive ability that Floyd had creates a problem for Crawford, and I think Crawford still will be able to get hit in that fight. So I like Floyd to win that fight on the cards. Am I still in? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, my bad.
Go ahead. Somebody sent me a message over here. I'm reading his text message. Sorry about that.
Nah. I'm just saying. As far Bud is a very skillful fighter. I think Floyd is a more skilled fighter, especially at 40. And so, I like Floyd in that situation.
Also wanted to preface my picks by saying that it would be an extremely close fight.
It would be a great fight, bro. I would love that. It would be a great fight. The switch hitting and man, I think once again, I think it'll be a very good fight. I think Floyd would still win 8-4, bro. I think he win 8-4.
I disagree. I think at welterweight, if they fought, I think if Crawford came out as a lead southpaw, just with the size,
what Jimmy? What division? What division?
Welterweight. If they fought at 147,
47.
I think Crawford would destroy Floyd.
Destroy?
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, nobody destroyed Floyd. I mean,
that's hard for me to believe.
He's never fought Crawford though. He's never fought. I mean, this ain't no Andre Berto, bro.
I mean, I've seen him roughed up a bit, in the Castillo in the first fight, but I mean, destroyed, never.
I mean, Canelo is a great fighter and was much bigger than Floyd, but he didn't destroy Floyd. Well, he lost to Floyd easily, but you think at 47 this man destroys Floyd? That's hard to believe.
I think stylistically, Canelo never had the full speed or the angles of Terence Crawford, or even the speed. But I think at that stage in Canelo's career, He wasn't really
Roll your
kind
window up,
of.
bro. You got a lot of background or the wind noise. Like roll your window up and say something.
Yeah, I couldn't. Okay, I thought it was me.
Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me better now?
Mute your mic if you're not talking, so we'll know who it is. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Okay, mate. No, I think with Canelo, I mean, I don't think that's the best comparison, to be honest, because I think with Canelo, I mean, Canelo don't really have the slick, explosive foot speed of a Crawford or the southpaw angles. And I think Canelo at that stage, when he was like, he was quite young. I don't think he was the kind of mature, experienced fighter that he became later on. I think Bud at this stage is very, very sort of, I mean, he's a dog. I mean, he's really experienced. He knows what to do. His ring generalship, his IQ. Just things that I've seen in Floyd against Zab Judah, against DeMarcus Corley, even against Shane Mosley when he got caught really big. I just think, Bud can do a little bit of those things and then some. And I just think stylistically it's a really bad package for Floyd. And I think he had knocked Floyd out at 47.
All right, Brandon Washington on the call again. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, I had to jump back in, man. My bad, Mark. I don't mean to come back to troll, but goddamn, dude. I mean, I don't want to say nothing about your UK fans, but man, that's why boxing sucks.
Just speak your piece without being disrespectful.
I ain't gonna disrespect. Yeah, I heard the guy say destroy Floyd. I mean, when have we ever even seen that? So for him to say that, it's ignorant to me. It's stupid, really. We haven't seen that. Floyd had 48 actual fights on his record outside of exhibition. 48. Where in the hell have we ever seen Floyd get destroyed? The only time we really even seen Floyd really in trouble and even hurt is the Shane, chop hitting a couple, but other than that, we haven't even really seen Floyd lose rounds. So for Bud to become this super world beater and he'll destroy Floyd Mayweather, that just shows people have a lack of understanding about boxing. And I believe that it's a lot of Floyd biasness and hate that goes on. Floyd was special. Floyd was special from day one. He put on a pair of boxing gloves and the whole boxing community knew it. That's why these hypotheticals are stupid, because you have people that are caught up in the moment. Yeah, mate. Yeah, but they're destroying. Yeah, nobody's destroying Floyd Mayweather. Nobody. We have yet to see it from Canelo, who's the currently 168-pound champion. He didn't destroy Floyd. So what the hell makes you think somebody else is going to do it, who is not even the top of his class at welterweight, has not proven himself to be top of his class, but he's going to be the all-time great? Yeah, right. That's all I had. I'm going to go back on mute.
Ain't too many people out there that's walking Hall of Famers, though. Bud is a walking Hall of Famer. Canelo is one. Loma's going to get in there on his on the first ballot. And a lot of these guys out there.
Nonito Donaire.
Donaire's going to be he's a walking Hall of Famer. What Chocolatito?
Yeah. Estrada.
Say what you want to. Your boy Spence, he ain't no walking Hall of Famer, bro. He's not.
Brad is not a walking Hall of Famer either.
No, but you
Brad
just,
is not a
no, but you, I thought you, I thought you,
just as he's one.
No. I thought you said he was done. He was going on mute.
Adrian Brown is more accomplished in boxing than Bud is.
No, he's not. Not with all them losses.
Listen, man. But go ahead.
He was undefeated, bro, and he's undisputed. He's not. Okay. He's not.
Listen. But this is the thing. We're not talking about my bad.
Adrian Brown ain't never been undisputed, homie. In no division. Yeah, I think he got what, four titles in 4 different weight classes.
Adrian Brown is a world champion in 4 different weight classes.
There you go. That's one accomplishment. But none of those was unified and undisputed.
Which makes you a Hall of Famer on paper. So he is a Hall of Famer, just like Michael Garcia.
Bro, he's not. But he's not more accomplished. He's not. That's one accomplishment. He's a 4-division champion. Check. I give you that. But did he beat undefeated champions to get those titles? Did he unify with undefeated champions to get those titles? Is he a 2-time fighter of the year? Is he a two-time lineal champion? No.
He was never the man in any division. With Bud Crawford, he was a man at lightweight. He was a man at 140, and even 147. Most fans think he's the man. With Adrian Broner, and I do like Adrian Broner, especially early on in his career before he slid down. He was never the man in any division. He was sort of hopscotching. With Bud Crawford, he put his stamp at lightweight. He put his stamp at super lightweight. And for my money, I think he's the best fighter in 147. If the fight happens soon, hopefully, he'll put his stamp at 147. With Adrian Broner, he was never the man in any division. You sort of just, kind of hopscotching.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? I disagree with you there because I think, once again, I think Bud is a walking Hall of Famer. I think everything he's done, you know what I'm saying, so far in his career makes him a Hall of Famer. You know what I'm saying? Undisputed at 40, you know what I'm saying? A 3-division champion. I think everything he's done so far makes him a Hall of Famer. I think Spence still gonna put it on his ass. I think Spence still gonna put him down. You know what I'm saying? And even saying that, I wouldn't be mad if I'm wrong, but my thing is at 47 right now, Bud, he's not the top of the division. He's not. Well, especially when you got another fighter who's holding 3 belts in your division. So hold on, bro.
Right side, it's 1 and 2. That's the top.
But
ain't nobody else to beat other than Spence, bro. It's 1 and 2. That's the top.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Now I ain't tried to cut no. I've been trying my best to be quiet. So I'm just go ahead.
And it's all love. But
no. Okay. Yeah. No, go ahead then. Go ahead. I've been going on. You're right. Go ahead.
Go ahead. That's what I'm just saying. It's 2 guys at the top. Crawford, Spence. That's it.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but at the same time, Spence is still the number 1 at 47, just off of the credentials that he hold at 47.
3 belts. You got to give him that. He got 3 belts.
And so all I'm saying is at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, I think it's a hell of a fight, but I do like Spence to win the fight. After saying all of that, just going back to the point, the original point that we were talking about, you know what I'm saying? As far as Bud, I mean, the man is what he is. He's a walking Hall of Famer, bro. So I can't take that away from him. I'm not trying to, but that's all I got for it, man. That's all I got.
You see, this is my thing, though, when people rank Spence ahead of Crawford. My rebuttal to that is Terence Crawford is seen by many people as the number 1 fighter in all of boxing, right? The pound for pound. King. So how can you be that if you're not even the number 1 guy in your own division, right? Isn't that a bit of like an oxymoron?
Because it's subjective. That's how. Because it's subjective. That's how. It's subjective. I just answered your question. That's how.
And the thing is, outside of... Oh, go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead. My bad.
Well, then everything is subjective. Just because you have more belts. I mean, Usyk's got more belts than Tyson Fury. Do you put him number 1?
Go ahead, right side.
No.
So go ahead.
Go ahead, right
You
side.
were talking about pound for pound list and how is Bud ranked ahead of Spence if he's not the number 1 welterweight. And I'm telling you, that list is subjective. That's not a real list. You get no belt for a list. That's a list that you make up and I make up. And people agree on. But at the end of the day, nobody's top fighter. Unless you are undisputed in that division, the whole division is cleaned out. That's how you know. Other than that, it's the guy who has the most belts who is at the top at that time, and then it's up to everybody else to go get thrown. That's how boxing works. If you want to make it another thing, then make up your little fake pound for pound list of Bud on the top of it.
But this is the thing. So
hate is strong, right?
So
hold on. Go ahead.
Say this. You know they do give a actual award though for Fighter of the Year, Brandon. That's a real award. It's called an ESPN award, and Bud got 2 of them.
No, that's subjective.
No, we're not. But no. It's an actual. It's a physical.
Because
Brandon. No, stop, bro. Stop, Brandon. You push it. I don't want to. Oh yeah. Look, the 4th thing Brandon like to do is this. The 4th thing Brandon like to do too. I forgot that was the 4th thing. It's to troll Bud Crawford fans. Shit on the barbershop. Say fuck the white man. Black folks need to do this. And the 4th thing is to profess his love for Bob Arum. But let's be clear. Guys who are not signed with Bob Arum have won that ESPN award. Canelo has won it. Ronda Rousey has won Fighter of the Year. Floyd Mayweather used to rack it up. So let's not. You can't do that. You can't say it don't matter. Born Supreme said it don't matter. It's an accolade. It's called Fighter of the fucking Year, homie. And they have a big award. You know, for me now, Brandon, you spoke. Brandon, you spoke. You said it. You spoke. You said it don't matter. I'm addressing somebody else, and we got 2 other people on the panel. It might not matter to you, but when they have that big award show, and they bring out LeBron, and they bring out the Athlete of the Year, and Sportsman, they give out all of these awards. It's called Fighter of the Year. Bud got it a couple times. See, but if Spence would have won it, I'm sure it would have mattered to you. But so that's why you like it don't matter. Spence has never been number 1 on nobody's pound for pound list unless you're from Texas. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Nobody who matters and get paid millions of dollars to write these things don't matter to you. But those same sports writers who vote on Fighter of the Year, guess what else they vote on? Hall of Fame. Who going in the Hall of Fame? So if y'all gonna say Fighter of the Year don't matter, y'all trying to say Hall of Fame don't matter neither? Come on, bro. Y'all can't have it both ways. Mex is here. Boxing Scholar's here. Go ahead, Mex.
Yo, the hate is strong with y'all tonight. I don't know what the fuck all y'all talking about. I heard Adrian Bonner's more accomplished than Bud, which is fucking ridiculous. Maybe at DUIs and court cases, but not in boxing, not in the ring. Fuck no. And I mean, as far as the fantasy matchup, I got Mayweather all day. You can't hit him unless he lets you. That's
right, but he ain't gonna knock Crawford out in the first round. Brandon,
no, he not.
Ain't nobody.
He trolling,
Mayweather
bro.
by decision.
Hey, Mark, I almost said nobody said it, and then I was like, no, Brandon did say that shit.
Yeah, that shit. He trolling, bro. I can't take this nigga seriously with nothing, man. Other than his disdain for Fred from the barbershop. Other than
he
that,
just hate Bud. Hey, who you hate more, Brandon, Bud or Fred?
Yeah, good question. Who you hate more?
Definitely Fred. Definitely Fred.
I fucked with you. I fucked with you, B. I fucked with you.
My boy, but look, so Brandon, the boxing scholar, is here as well. He's from Texas. Talk to me. What's up, boxing scholar?
Man, I almost fell up out my seat when I heard that shit. That Floyd Mayweather gonna knock Bud out in the first round, Brandon. In the first round, Brandon. I almost fell out my seat, bro. What you on, man?
Hey, real quick, can I say one thing, scholar?
Go ahead.
Appreciate your videos, man. Keep putting them shits out, bro. I'm rocking with you.
Oh yeah, it's hard to go against either guy because we never really seen him in a fight just dominated. So it's hard to go. I would go with Bud though because he has a lot of paths to victory and he has a lot of power, and he's just a dog, man. It's hard to go against. So let's qualify this question. If Bud, hypothetically, Brandon, close your ears because I know you ain't gonna want to hear this. If he goes in there and knocks out Errol Spence, will y'all then say he would beat up Floyd Mayweather in the hypothetical?
No.
I would not. I would not say that. I would not say that at all.
Let you know, son, if he get that undisputed and then goes up and get 54 undisputed, hell yeah, that's a triple vote right there, homie. I ain't never seen that in the 4-belt era. Three division undisputed champion. Y'all better stop playing.
If Bud do that, Bud is one of the best fighters of all time. He did.
Hey, listen. If Bud does that,
and hey man, none of that shit. Brandon, you pick your side. You stay over there. When they roll out that red carpet and they bring them up there to Castonia, New York, where the Hall of Fame at. When they bring them right there to that Hall of Fame, I don't want you to say shit. Don't say shit. You pick your side, you stay there, because your boy ain't going.
Let the record show that I said that shit last year. That Bud should get this undisputed, move up, and get the winner of Castaño Charlo the first time they fought, and everybody told me I was fucking crazy. Easy money.
I still wouldn't say he would knock out Floyd Mayweather.
No, he ain't knocking out Floyd. He's not touching Floyd.
I don't see him beating Floyd, bro. I still think Floyd wins the fight.
I think Floyd wins the fight today.
Yeah,
right now.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree.
Right now.
No, that's cap. That's fucking cap.
Nah.
Bro, Floyd is sharp,
Bud ain't gonna hit him.
Floyd
Floyd gonna hit him, and that's it. Points, touch, don't be touched. I'm not saying it's gonna be exciting or it's gonna be something
bro, Floyd different, bro. Floyd different, bro.
Doing it all night and right side. You can't cut me off all night and then just say my bad and keep doing it. Like we're 2 hours in and you keep doing it and just say my bad. I love you.
Floyd's the greatest defensive fighter of all time.
Let him talk. Go ahead, Max.
No, Floyd's the best defensive fighter of all time, no matter the weight class, no matter the era. That's just what he does. Like, he will not be touched if he doesn't want to be touched. If he takes no risk in a fight, he won't be touched, and he will touch you. They'll give you a point here, a point there, 2 points there. Like, it's easy. It's easy. He's not looking for a knockout, so he doesn't come into the fight that way. He's like, okay, whatever you got, I got to counter for. No matter what you do, I'll shut the shit down. That's the end. What are you going to do when all your weapons are taken away and then you're just frustrated and you can't touch somebody? Then you end up being Maidana trying to tackle a motherfucker and knee him in the balls and do all kinds of other shit. You can't do nothing with him.
Floyd was all those things. He's not all those things anymore.
Floyd's still that. You see Floyd's last fight?
That guy ain't no Terrence Crawford, bro. Stop. You close. Go ahead, Brandon the boxing scholar. Go ahead, boxing scholar. Man, mute your mic. You over here tripping. Man.
Yeah. Y'all say that, you sound like you've been drinking the Kool-Aid, bro. You said Floyd ain't gonna get touched in a boxing match. Cotto gave him a bloody nose. You forgot that? And Cotto ain't half the fighter Terrence Crawford is. I mean,
well,
I get
his nose up. Go ahead.
I get it that y'all, Floyd is we're not saying Floyd is not great, but when you're talking about a great person against another great person, we can't act like he gonna get in there and knock him out in the first round. That's not even a question. But out of the two, Bud can switch. Floyd has never fought anybody like that. And to the people on the panel who know anything about the shoulder roll, you can't shoulder roll against a southpaw because you're gonna be right in the direction of their power hand. I think Bud would figure Floyd out, and I think he would knock him out in the late rounds. But that's just what I think. It's a hypothetical. It ain't never gonna happen unless we simulate it on fight night.
To your point, Crawford has never fought anyone like Mayweather, and Mayweather has fought many southpaws, and it was the same result.
Could they switch though?
Yeah, and were they strong as Crawford? The IQ, like
Derek said,
he beat them little southpaws. He ain't beat no big southpaw like Crawford.
Knocked out.
He ain't beat no big. Your points are invalid though, Brandon. I think you good on this conversation. You done? I think I'm glad enough, Brandon. I think I might be done, Brandon. Like you lost me already.
Me off. I gotta go.
Yeah. You lost all credibility. You said he was gonna knock him out in the first round. Nobody can't believe you no more.
But look, everybody jumped on the panel when they heard that. They was like, "What the fuck?"
Oh, so you the reason the show hot. You the reason the show popping. Thank you, Brandon.
No. It's all you, but I'm gonna go. You right. I'm gonna stop trolling.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it, man. That's just too much for me. I can't deal with too many trolls at one time. Like, that shit get overwhelming. I'll be like, all right, one of y'all got to go. But Brandon said he gonna knock him out. They talking about Adrian Broner. Talk about Adrian Broner is a better fighter.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Let me ask y'all this: who on the panel think Adrian Broner could beat Crawford at 47, 40, anyway? Anybody? Okay, thank you. That's what I'm saying. This trolling shit, bro. Adrian Broner don't even let us in. Y'all think Terrence Crawford gonna go in there and get a damn draw with who's that? Jesse Vargas? Come on, bro. You think he gonna go there and get he gonna lose to Mikey Garcia? Get a split decision with Adrian? What is it? Split decision with Adrian Granados? Come on, bro. This dude's last convincing win was it Giovanni Santiago or Ashley Theophane? One of those. Come on, bro. Adrian checks. Can't fuck with no Bud Crawford. And y'all playing with me when y'all say that. Y'all are
that pound for pound shit funny as fuck too. They want to discredit it when it's Bud, but when it's Roy Jones, when it's Canelo, when it's anyone else that holds the number one spot, it means something. But when Bud had that shit for so many years, all of a sudden it don't mean shit. Like, it's not just he's dominating. Yeah, he might not have the resume that Floyd got, other people got, but he's knocking these dudes out. So it's not like he's struggling with these guys. He's doing what he's supposed to do. He's knocking out dudes that are on his level. And knocking out dudes that people thought was on his level. He knocked out a dude that Earl went split decision with recently, last fight. So, I don't know. The hate is strong on people, man. It's crazy.
Hey, you know what blows my mind is that they skipping over Bud and praise Boots Ennis for all the things that Bud do. Oh, Boots Ennis can switch. I've never heard one person say who is Boots Ennis' fault. They always be like, "Oh, did you see that knockout? It was so spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's the greatest thing since sliced bread." And it's like, you got this dude standing here, in my opinion, We won't see another fighter like Terrence Crawford for another 25 years. He's the best fighter I've seen since James Toney, as far as the perfect balance of defense and offense, and just a dog. He really wants to hurt his opponents, and he makes them pay. And people, I feel like people ain't gonna appreciate Bud until he retire, man. They skipping over him while he's still fighting, while he's still going for undisputed in another weight class, which is some historic shit. They want to skip over him and talk about Boots. Not that Boots is not a bad fighter, but man, goddamn, the one that's proven is Bud. Let's talk about Bud.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Go for it.
In relation to Adrian Broner and Terrence Crawford, do you guys think the fighters that Terrence Crawford beat to become undisputed at 140, Adrian Broner could beat?
No. I don't see.
He couldn't be a dazn.
No. I don't see him beating Victor Postal. We could stop right there. I don't see.
But he didn't fight Victor Postal for a title.
He fought Victor Postal. He took a belt from Victor Postal.
Hold on, I might be tripping because he won his first title versus Henry Lundy. No, excuse me, dazn.
No, at 140.
140, correct.
No, I thought he fought Delorme for the vacant at 140. That was the first one.
Okay, excuse me. So, so let's go one by one then. So, do you think Adrian Broner could beat Delorme?
And you got questions. Pull up.
I'm sorry, brother.
I got the box red pulled up right here for you. Here you go.
So do I.
All right, so let's read them right here. Thomas Delorme, right? When he went, Thomas Delorme was that was for the vacant super lightweight.
Correct.
Back then, could Adrian Broner beat him? I don't know. But
I do.
Where was Adrian Broner at around then? What was he at in 2015? What was he doing?
I'll check.
What was Adrian Broner doing in April of 2015? But what I'm saying is, I don't think he would beat Victor Postal. See, all them other fights, he was defending. Darian John, that was a defense. Hank Lundy, that was a defense. Victor Postal, he went in there and took his shit. All right? But
also was the boogeyman too.
I think Broner could have beat Victor Postal. Victor Postal was dangerous at that time, bro. Especially he had just he made old boy quit. Matisse was supposed to be a killer.
Yeah.
Victor Postal's a toss-up, but the other two?
I don't think he would have
Dongo
about Phyllis Diaz.
Dongo, I think he fucks up in Dongo.
I don't know about that.
Hadn't been beaten though. Nobody had beat him. He was a world traveler. He was on some Cambosa shit, going to other people's countries and taking their belts.
I'm with it. I'm with it, but I'm just saying, would Adrian Broner beat him?
I already answered. I guess you want a different answer.
No. If you already answered, my bad. I just didn't. I didn't hear that you answered it, but there you go.
Stylistically, I think Jeff Horn could beat Adrian Broner just because he's so physically big.
I'm gonna tell you why this ain't fair, because we seen AB lose, or we seen AB get hit and realize he's not gonna throw punches. And in my mind, every guy up here, if I see him, I see Adrian Broner get hit, I can see him just getting on his bike. I seen him get on bikes with Jesse Vargas and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I just seen him keep his, get on his bike, hug, put his gloves, leave his jab in the dressing room, hug, dance, and just move and not throw punches. And then at the end of the fight, say, I won. I beat that boy. So in my mind, every time whenever Adrian Broner is going to get into some adversity, I think that's what he's going to do, because that's what he's been doing in all of these, in his 4 losses and his draw. And that shouldn't have been no draw. He lost that fight. But I just seen Adrian Broner look so bad so many times. It's hard to pick him in any of these fantasy fights, bro. I'm just saying.
And he's looked bad against not Hall of Fame top competition too. He's looked bad against just regular dudes.
Who ain't never won no title too, right? Guys who ain't never won no title. He looked bad.
Like who?
Bad.
Jesse, what's the kid name? I just said one of them.
Adrian Granados.
Granados. Yeah, he looked bad against Granados. He looked bad against.
You think he looked bad against Granados?
Yes. Adrian Broner? You talking about AB?
Yeah, I'm talking about AB.
Yeah, bro. Yes.
I mean, okay. All right.
That shit could have went, and it was a 10-rounder. He's a top fighter. He's fighting 10 rounders, man.
But I mean, you said that who do you say he drew to, and you thought he should have lost?
Wait, remember Adrian Broner was missing weight like a motherfucker around that time.
No. Yeah, I remember, especially one in particular where he like cried in the middle of the ring and shit because like they made him they paid him off for Adrian can come in heavy.
I'm not gonna lie. This is disrespectful as fuck to put Adrian Broner and Bud in the same sentence and even have a discussion about this shit.
Right.
I don't think it's disrespectful because I think Adrian Broner was very skilled.
Nah.
I mean,
I think Adrian Broner had the style that had him, give him some. He had the style, he had a mouthpiece, but he failed in big moments his whole fucking career.
Jesse Vargas gave that nigga work, homie.
Jesse Vargas is pretty good.
Right, but Jesse Vargas gonna get stopped against Terrence Crawford, and y'all know
I agree.
It ain't gonna be no split brawl, no shit like that. No.
I think Mikey Garcia would have been a better question than AB.
Terrence would have stopped. I think Terrence would beat Mikey Garcia. They know what's up.
I think he would have stopped him.
And I beg to differ.
I seen it, man. I seen how he looked when he losing. I seen Mikey, yo. Mikey ain't got it like that. Mikey only fight one way, bro.
Oh, I understand.
Did y'all hear the rumor? Mikey Garcia coming back fighting Jose Benavidez Jr. in July, I believe.
I don't. Who said? What rumor is that? Man? I ain't heard that.
Nah, that ain't shit.
I don't do a lot of them. YouTube.
Benavidez Jr. looked like shit his last fight. That's not much of a fucking announcement.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll sit on that. I'll sit on that.
Conversation going. I don't want to go to that rumor right now.
I hope you're
wrong. I just
saw
him lose against. The way I just saw Mikey Garcia lose his last fight. I don't see him doing that. I think he's going. I heard he's going down to 1.
Not Mikey. Not Mikey. Danny. Not Mikey. Danny.
Oh, Danny.
Oh, I damn sure don't want to talk about no Danny Garcia.
Danny. Yeah.
Nah, man. We ain't talking about
Probably Jose Benavidez Jr. July 16th.
Oh no.
I'm just telling you what. Okay, I could be. Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying
where did you hear that? Cite your sources, then, right side.
Say it again.
Where did you hear that?
I can't quite cite my sources.
All right, well let's move forward then, because Jose B says going to 154.
No, I'm just once again, I'm not disagreeing with none of that. Just saying what I've heard. That's it.
Yeah. But you can't tell us who you heard it from, though.
No, I can't.
All right, let's move forward then.
Man,
let's move forward because Danny Garcia. Somebody said cite the sources. Absolutely, that's what I do, Raymond Michelle. We fact check the fact checkers, and I'm over here googling it right now while you talking about it. I don't see that shit nowhere. Let me see if somebody YouTube daddy don't say this somewhere. Nope. Just type in Danny Garcia, Jose Benavidez. Nobody is saying this on YouTube. I don't see this nowhere. I don't see it.
The right side exclusive right there, man. You got it first on your show, Mark.
Yeah, he just made the rumor. He said, y'all heard the rumor? What rumor? The one I just made up, motherfucker.
That's a bad look for Danny, though.
I haven't heard that nowhere.
Unless that's Danny's retirement fight.
You said it's a retirement fight?
I said unless it's a retirement fight, then I guess a soft touch. But that's a bad look for him to step down to that level. Because Jose Benavidez Jr. looked like shit his last fight.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's not even no point of that. He's better off doing a rematch with Keith Thurman. That'll still at least get some type of interest.
He going to 54 though. He said he can't. He don't feel strong at 47 no more. But I don't believe Danny is fighting no time soon, homie. I just don't see it. Every time I see Danny Garcia, he's on Instagram and Twitter trying to push his sisters whack ass music, and he's selling some ugly ass outfits. That's all Danny Garcia got going on. I ain't lying on him. Them outfit, y'all know we did an episode, and y'all know he made that outfit that Sean Porter had on. That half mayonnaise, half aluminum foil, half mustard suit. That's Danny Garcia gear, man. That shit whack. But go ahead, I'll pass the mic. Let me put a picture up of Danny Garcia and these whack ass outfits so y'all know what I mean. This what Danny Garcia look. You would have thought he was the one right side that had got in a car accident and lost his eyeball or something, because he ain't fought since he fought Errol Spence in 2020, bro. He ain't fought since 2020. Nah, I don't. Danny,
Hey, Martin Nash.
Conversation for me.
Martin Nash. I could be wrong, but we'll see what happened.
I just want to know where you heard this shit though, because when you type it in Google, it don't pop up on boxing sites, no YouTube videos.
Ain't no boxing sites and YouTube videos. That ain't who I'm talking to.
Huh? What you mean? You said you heard a rumor, so I'm like, nope. Like if you heard a rumor, it should be out there somewhere, right? It should. Somebody said it somewhere. Somebody reporting it or covering it, right?
Maybe not.
What you mean? These rumors. Get your information from right side. You talking in riddles.
I can't. Let's see what happened. Still want to see what happened. We just got to see what happened. Hey, we got to see what happened. And if I was wrong about it, then I apologize. But
just tell us where you got the information from, bro.
I can't.
And if you
got it from Angel Garcia.
If you can't,
I'm just.
You got the information. Why even bring it up?
I bring it up just to put the notion out there if it happened.
We was already in another conversation. You kind of cut us off to bring that up.
My bad, bro. I apologize.
And then you can't give us no sources. You was like, nobody's talking about it. Well, I might have heard it from some. Did you hear from Danny Garcia?
We'll see what happened. Well, let's just see what happened.
Heard it from Danny Garcia's suit. That shit loud.
Both of them. Yo, these kids ugly as fuck, man. This is what this dude out here doing. This is what he wasting all his boxing money on. These damn suits. Barbershops and his sisters, and blowing all his money on studio time for his sisters' whack ass music.
Oh, Batman Forever, Two-Face suit.
Yeah, man. Fuck
Hey, Martin Nash.
You want to Puff Daddy in the family side of the game, right? Shout out to 10-10-10.
Mark, you mind if I throw something out there real quick?
Man,
another rumor?
You had a
chance. Nah. This real shit. Real shit. Put it
in the chat. Put it in the chat, and we'll decide if we want to talk about it. We got other people on the panel, man. Let them, because you kind of cut us off to bring that shit up. No sources. Nobody believes that, and nobody even care about Danny Garcia versus Jose Benavidez, man. Like, come on, right side. We was in the middle of a whole nother debate. Y'all heard the rumor? What's the rumor? Danny Garcia versus Jose. Man, please. But go to the right side. I don't mean to say
the right side exclusive.
Can we go
all the way from Warner Robins, Georgia? He got the scoop in Warner Robins, Georgia.
Before right side brings something out again, can we go back to Terrence Crawford a little bit?
Right, that's what we was at. That's on the thumbnail.
All day.
That's on the topic docket. Go ahead, man. What you have, Piro, for the actual topics that we had?
And I just want to make the comment. I'm still tripping on why people think it would be a foregone conclusion that Terrence Crawford would knock out Mikey. That's what I'm still tripping on.
Oh, that's what we was at. Because I saw the way he looked against Sandor Martin.
Okay.
It's easy for me to see how another guy can beat you with a higher skill set, a bigger guy, a stronger guy, a guy who's more active, the switch hitting, the guy who has multiple styles, the reach, the length, but it's just he got too many tools in the toolbox, and Mikey Garcia only fights one way, bro.
And I would agree that Terrence would win, but I mean, what I'm tripping on is like that he would knock him out. I mean, Terrence. Like, why would it be a knockout? That's what people were like. No, it's a knockout, guaranteed.
He might not knock him out because Mikey knows how to survive. Like, it's hard to knock out a fighter that just wants to survive. We saw that many times throughout the years. But maybe not. But I mean, maybe. My game.
That is true.
Moved up.
But the thing is too is it's like I mean it's not beyond the real possibility that he could knock Mikey out. But the thing is like literally like Terrence Crawford has never fought anybody with the chin of Mikey.
Yeah, Mikey got chin, and he got I don't even know if Mikey got hard anymore. Honestly, his last couple of performances, man, they got chin.
And that's all I was saying. It's just like, some people were saying that Terrence would knock out Floyd. I mean, Floyd got a chin on him too.
Yeah, Terrence ain't knocking out Floyd. Floyd's not gonna get caught.
Shit.
Floyd's got caught, 3-4 times in 20 years? Like, it never hit the canvas? Come on, man.
Back.
And he's fought the best of his time, man. So, I don't see where, I don't know. I think as people say that people aren't going to appreciate Bud till he's gone, people still don't appreciate Floyd. They're not going to appreciate Floyd. Like, I understand his persona kind of got bigger than the sport, but in the sport of boxing, there's nobody better, man. There's nobody better.
In his time, I would agree. I mean, Floyd's my favorite fighter, So, I know what he could do,
And he adapts. He knows how to adjust. He's adapted all styles. He knows the perfect counter for everything. He sees it before it's coming. And since he comes into a situation defensively already, he's not thinking, I'm going to knock you out. I'm going to land an 8-punch combination on you. He's like, okay, let's see what you got. Nope, you don't got that. Nope, not that. Okay, I know what you're doing now. All right, game over. That's it. But
yeah, I agree.
That sounds like.
Let's just see if this Bud Spence fight even gets fucking made, because I ain't heard no news about this shit getting any closer to getting made, man.
It will get made.
We'll see. We've been saying that for 5 years, and we know who's been taking their sweet ass time. So it ain't Bud.
Be careful. You're gonna make Brandon Washington call back.
Oh, I know. Facts are facts, though. I mean, if I can agree that Earl's the A side. Well, let's agree. Earl's the A side. He got 3 belts and shit. So if he's the A side, he's clearly the one that gets to decide who he fights.
I don't even like that A side, B side shit. It gives them an out, bro. Let's make the fight happen. We don't give a fuck who's what side, on what side of the fence, and none of that. Make the fight. Because I tell you this, when I went to Vegas, bro, all of fucking Nebraska was in the Vegas casino staying downstairs. They was either gonna watch the fights on the screen or go to the actual fight. They travel where Bud goes. And on one of Mark's other episodes, somebody said, man, in Vegas, like, both of them are virtually if you go look at their networks and everything, they're virtually the same person. They're like, as far as finance goes and what they bring to the table. So let's stop this A side, B side shit. Just let the like Errol Spence, in the words of Errol Spence, let the big wigs handle it. Not the YouTubers, the big wigs.
Yeah, but 3 belts to 1 is negotiating power, though. Even though they did what they did at PBC to make sure he had those 3, but it's negotiating power. It's part of the game. Unfortunately, it is what it is.
So does he get to bring the belts that he won at undisputed in another weight class to the table? Because that counts. He got undisputed in another weight class.
It should, but they froze him out at 147. So, I mean, for the past 5 years, he hasn't been able to get a crack at any of the champions because they've all been PBC. All 3 of them, there was 3 PBC champions. Now, if you line up 2 to fight each other, there's 1 left over that don't got to fight, and they still didn't want it with Bud. The whole PBC roster didn't want it with Bud until Sean Porter's retirement fight. That's the only crack he got. And at that point in time, Sean Porter didn't have a belt or anything worth having other than a name on the resume. But when he came into the division, he called out all the current champions that had belts at that time, which is Pacquiao, Spence, and Thurman had 2. And what happened? Nothing.
What if Bud goes to the negotiating table with Sean Porter's head over his fireplace? Would that make him the A side?
Man, stop the cap, man. Stop capping, man.
Bro, he didn't put Sean Porter's head on his fireplace.
Listen, no, that ain't what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's not that they didn't want to fight Bud. It's that Al and Aaron weren't gonna do business together. It is what it. That's what it is. They've done
business together, though. They've done business together.
Who?
Bob Arum and Al Heyman. They've done business together.
Who was the business with? Go ahead. I know who was the business with.
I mean, you said they hold on. You just said they don't do business together, but they have done business together. Terrence,
I've said this before. They did business when the business was really big business. When it was big business for both sides, they did business.
Terrence fought a low level.
And this is it.
Pull it up.
And this is it.
Go for it.
No, this isn't big business for them in their minds. It's not for them.
Okay, but here's
He
the
ain't
thing too.
with
They've
Bob
also
Arum
done.
no more though. Why are we?
They've
saying
also done business
ain't
at
with Bob
lower
Arum no
business.
more?
Well, hold on. That was the original statement. Well, so now I agree with you. We're not with Bob Arum no more.
And
So
even
now,
when they was with Bob Arum, did you see that interview when they was face to face? What EJ said? He said, "You got the boss. You got to call Bob. I'm my own boss." He picked up his cell phone and said, "Hey, EJ, this EJ. Let me speak to EJ." Yeah. And then he like, I'm my own boss. I make my own decision. Now that it's time for the face Crawford, ain't nowhere to go. Now is we got to work. So now we got to talk to Stephen Espinoza, Al Heyman, blah blah blah. But he was just saying he was his own boss. What changed?
he can say he's his own boss as much as he want to. All those fighters over there can say that they their own boss as much as they want to. If you go look and if you go look at who is promoting the fights, they have promoters that they're working with. You know what I'm saying? In conjunction with.
So he's a liar then.
I'm not. If he's saying he's completely in control of his, he's not completely in control of his. I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, but here's the thing too. People forget. People just keep talking about the Wilder Fury shit when they work together. Bob and Al work together on lower levels with up and coming fighters that we don't even fucking hear of. There's top ranked versus PBC fighters on a lot of undercards that people don't talk about. That me and you don't even know about. Like openers on cards and shit. It's like, okay, that's a PBC fighter with like 4 fights under his belt, being fed to, and vice versa. So to say like one of the biggest fights in boxing, all of a sudden, I mean, politics are true. It's harder negotiations, but it's not impossible if both fighters really want it and demand it.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'm not disagreeing with you saying that they've worked together on different levels. Not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is they work together when it's beneficial in their business. You know what I'm saying? And when you get to certain divisions, when you get to certain payouts, just go look at how they control those different divisions and try to keep as much in-house as possible. The reason being is because that's what's best for their bottom line. And so all I'm saying is that there are certain times where it is good for them to work together, but at the end of the day, if I can control the division, I'm gonna lean toward my bottom line than working with somebody else. That's just the sport of boxing.
Hey, that's why I've always said that after Canelo, Earl Spence has the best team in boxing because the way they have navigated his career to get him to this point is smart. I can't blame PBC for saying, "Hey, we got half the fucking division right here, we don't need to go nowhere else. He can keep his one belt. We'll get 3, and then whenever we feel like fighting them, we'll fight them." And that's what happened, and that's where they are now. 5 years later, they ran out of people from Spence to fight, and they're still looking for more people. They try to fight Canelo. They try to fight other people other than Bud. Still. And then Canelo turned it down, so Bud's the bottom bitch. Bud's the last go-to again because they're running out of time. They're in a corner now.
And guess
I guarantee if Kamaru Usman comes over or Jake Paul wants to, they might even fight Jake Paul before they fucking fight Bud, man. Don't be surprised.
But
They don't want it.
But Mix, just listen. You just described the exact same situation with Devin Haney and Kambosos. And at the end of the day, these people are going to look to, they're going to pick the fights that best benefit their pockets versus what we want to see. Fortunately for all of us, everybody then got back into a damn corner. And so
but here's what don't make sense about that statement. A Bud fight is a bigger fight than every fight Earl Spence has had. So if he's really going for the money or for his pockets, then take the biggest fight. It's just the biggest risk also, and he knows that shit.
No, it's the biggest fight if it's with the PBC. It's the biggest fight if it's with the PBC for the PBC. Let me say it that way. Regardless of what the fighters are going to make, it's a bigger fight for the PBC if they can make it within house. You understand what I'm saying? And so it's the same thing with Devin Haney fighting Kambosos right now. It's a bigger fight if they can make it within house because they're the ones who's gonna profit off of this shit. And so although I want to blame these fighters, bro, just look at how the promotional companies are moving. If the shit works for them and if it's big in house for them, Shakur Valdez, that's big in house for me. You know what I'm saying? So I can do that. I'm not losing.
Kambosos Haney doesn't have a 5-year history of being almost not done.
I'm not talking about history. I'm only talking about how the promotional brands are looking at it at this current moment in time. I'm not talking about anything else. And that's how we have to look at the sport to understand how the sport is going to move. Now, what we want to see, that's one thing. But what's going to happen, it's going to be something totally different. And we got to make sure we're watching out for that as well. That's all I'm saying.
Bud don't even have a promotional company. So now what's stopping the fight? Why is this fight, like, what, Earl fought a month ago? And then no closer.
Hey, if you ask Ellie Setback reporting, EJ, my bad. EJ said that he signed his part. So I'm just going off of what the man said. He said he signed what needed to be signed. So I figured that the rest of the business needs to happen behind scenes the way that normal business would happen. So I think as long as it's quiet, it's a good sign. When we start to hear too much, then it's a bad sign. But I think that they got to fight. They got to make this fight.
It's getting to the point now, I believe it when I fucking see it. If a bitch tell me she gonna give me pussy for 5 fucking years and never came to my house, I'm not gonna believe the bitch. That's it.
Hey, Max, question. If Terrence Crawford doesn't have a promotional company, what's holding up the fight in your opinion?
I think, and this is, I don't know anything about it, I haven't seen whatever, right? This is just speculation. I think that PBC is, one, trying to lowball him because he has no leverage without a promotional company. And 2, trying to maybe get him in a package deal for a multi-fight deal, maybe 2 or 3 fights, and he probably doesn't want that shit. He wants to probably a one-off or a rematch.
But you got, but that's what you, and that's the dirty game of boxing. Devin Haney,
throw Keith Thurman in there, like, come on, bro, like, why the fuck would he take that fight?
Man, look what, and I just keep going back to it. Look what Devin had to sign with and to do to get undisputed. It's the same thing that they want everybody else to do. Bud, if you gonna come over here, you gonna fight with us. You're not just gonna rob us of the belts. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna fight with us for 2 or 3 fights if necessary. You know what I mean? And then that deal right there is gonna become something else that we gonna offer you. Same thing they be trying to do with Canelo. If Canelo don't go fight a 1-fight deal, what do? He go fight 2, 3 fight deals. And so that's what you got to sign with these companies for to make those fights happen. That's just the sport of boxing now.
I don't think Bud would mind finding a 2-fight or a 3-fight deal if it meant that Charlo was that 2nd or 3rd fight. Like, I think Bud would fight a 3-fight deal if it was a rematch with Spence and Spence loses, because of course, get your rematch in. And after that, if they can guarantee, all right, if I beat Spence twice, I get Charlo. Because Charlo's CBC too, so he can't. Even though he's calling out Charlo, he's gonna have the same fucking problem trying to get a fight with Charlo. Except for some reason, I think it's gonna be a lot easier getting a fight with Charlo. Because I don't think Mel ducks as many people as Spence, as how Spence is ducked. But
the next question becomes the next question becomes is, what are you gonna pay me for these fights? And so then that's where the real bargain starts to happen, because Bud may say, okay, I'm fighting a top 5 undisputed champion right here. That's who I'm fighting. So I deserve this for this fight. I'm fighting, if I go up and I fight Mel, I'm fighting another undisputed champion. You know what I'm saying? Or a top 5 pound for pound champion. So I deserve this for that fight. So if we gonna bargain, if we gonna do business, we got to do business. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
We look at it.
And Bud,
from money,
the thing he asked for. My bad. Go ahead.
No, we look at it from a money standpoint too. What does Bud look like? Finally getting rid of Bob, but going and getting paid less than what Bob, because Bob was paying him a lot of fucking money.
Exactly.
So
that's what
he would have to get at least more than what Bob was giving him. At the very least, to start negotiations. It makes no sense.
It don't. That's it. Regardless of whatever split we want to talk about, I ain't talking about the split. I'm talking about the money.
And the total money has to be more than what Bob was giving them to not fight undisputed.
It got to be enticing, but that's the problem I have. If the money ain't enticing, we can't blame Spence for that. You know what I'm saying? It goes back into these promotional companies and how they see they can make the most money they can make, and that's my biggest problem with the sport of boxing. These boxing politicians, they fuck this shit up for us. They fuck it up for us because the fights that we want to see happen and we think that should be paid for. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna pay $40 million to Canelo for a fight. I mean, you could pay both of these. It's 20. You could pay both of these. Be real about it, but that's not what they want to do. And we got to see how it work out, man. That's all I can say. We got to see how it work out.
Because that Canelo fight would have a built-in excuse. Would be, oh well, he dared to be great. He moved up. We knew it was a long shot. It's Canelo. So if he loses Canelo, he don't lose much stock. But he loses the Bud, he loses everything.
But that's the thing though. Even and I wouldn't be mad. I know y'all would be mad. I wouldn't be mad if Spence went and fought Canelo before Bud. I wouldn't be mad. The reason I wouldn't be mad is because understanding the sport of boxing, even though that's not the fight I want to see. I do not want to see that fight. The fight I want to see is Bud versus Spence. That's the fight I want to see. I understand the politics of boxing and the money of boxing, and unfortunately for us, that a Canelo EJ fight would do way bigger numbers than a Bud EJ fight. Regardless of how much we want to disagree with that, we know that's the facts. Canelo does the biggest numbers, and EJ is one of the biggest. He does big numbers. So those two, a Bud Canelo fight, if that ever would happen, I think Bud's too small, but if that would ever happen, that would do big numbers, So I'm not mad at that, because when I look at that, I look at it, once again, it's the business of boxing. It's just that I disagree with the business of boxing completely, because it fucks up the fights I want to see.
But Canelo's not fighting Spence, bro. So why were we even talking about that fight?
No, they were saying theoretically.
Because CBC made an offer.
But they were saying.
I heard that was like the rumor, but I mean, I don't know. To me, it's kind of hard to believe that they would offer him an Errol Spence fight.
But according to,
it's hard to believe, because Errol Spence had been talking about it for a couple of years. Remember, he went to a DAZN fight and he was like,
Terrence I remember that, yeah.
And he was like, I could move up and weight. I could fight Canelo. I got options. They had been working on that for a while. They've been trying to do that.
And I remember that, Mark. But I'm saying like now, like that. This was post accident. Like after that accident, we didn't even know what version of Errol we were gonna get.
I'm telling you, but they when you say it's hard to believe, they had been talking about it for a while now.
No, I know they've been talking about it. And before the accident, it wasn't hard to believe. But now it's kind of hard to believe that that was an actual Benavidez or Spence.
It was Benavidez, Spence, and Charlo. Those were the choices. Yeah, but
I thought it was an either or. That's what Tom Brown was saying.
Benavidez, yeah, he had a choice between those. It was going to be 2 out of the 3.
Exactly.
2 out of 3, but I don't see Canelo acquiescing to catch weight. Like, why if I'm Canelo, I'm not last time I had to do that, it was for Floyd Mayweather, a catch weight. Why the fuck would he do a catch weight for Errol Spence? And he's the guy. Yeah. He's the A side in that fight. Everybody knows that, right? Even if you're from Texas, we got to agree to that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Agree.
Watch it on callback. The big fish, Errol Spence. Nah, man. Canelo's the A side, and he shouldn't and wouldn't say, nah, I'll fight Canelo. I'll fight Errol Spence at a 164 catch weight. Nah.
And to me, it was a tactic. I mean, like literally, like they announced it. Like I believe the week
it was the Duck Bud.
Exactly. I mean, like it was a negotiation tactic.
That's it. I mean, my thing is this: why would you go chase fights that not one person has asked or called for? Canelo has never mentioned fighting Spence. None of these people have ever said, "Yeah, I thought I might do that." But then you got a guy who's been barking at you for 5 fucking years. But you still like, I don't hear you. Let me go see what's over here. Like, telling you. It's obvious tactic. I'm just saying, like, we're all men here, man. We're all men at the end of the day. Like, aside from business, I know the business of boxing is one thing. I think fighters should get paid as much money as they can possibly negotiate in every situation. But at the end of the day, you're a man that fights for a living. You got to have some type of pride that another man is saying you're scared and you won't fight him, and you just feed into the narrative by not fighting them. And you go fight other people that have never once ever asked to fight you. Like, ever. It's just weird to me. Danny didn't have a belt. And before anyone tried to say that he was a mandatory, he was not a mandatory when the fight was first negotiated before the car accident. He became a mandatory after. They negotiated, I believe, October. He wasn't mandatory till March of the next year after the accident. So, I don't know, man. Just, it's politics. It is what it is. PBC, they have, if they got a stronghold on it, why not, kind of keep it in-house, keep the money in-house. But if it's the biggest fight in boxing, don't ignore that.
But that's the thing too. Like, I mean, like you could make an argument that it's the biggest fight at welterweight, and it's a fight we've all wanted to see. But like, I mean, like literally, so Canelo, I think today said he's gonna fight Triple G, right? So if they say tomorrow Spence and Crawford was announced, so and it would Canelo and that fight would happen at the same year. I still think, like, even though like monetarily, the Canelo and Triple G would be a more successful, would be the bigger fight.
If they were on the same night, you think people are going to choose to watch that third fight of old ass Triple G versus the fight we've been waiting for?
Yes.
If they were scheduled?
Yes.
Nah, I don't know about that, man.
Unfortunately, it's unfortunate, but yes.
Canelo
because like, I want to see the third Triple. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
So Canelo coming off that loss, Triple G coming off that old man win versus a fight we've been waiting for 10 fucking years. And you know the promotion to Spence and Earl is about to be way better than fucking Canelo and Triple G. I don't know. I mean, that's just his biasness. I would definitely not even bother watching that fucking fight and watch Spence and Bud on the same night. But
no, and I would agree with you. And I'm a Canelo fan, but I'm a fan of all those fighters. But yeah, the bigger fight, like you know, the better fight is obviously Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence, and I would watch that one if they were happening on the same night. But the thing is that like that's me. Like most casuals would be like, oh my god. Like Triple G, the third one, damn, the second one was awesome. And then the dudes that think that he lost the first one and the second one, they'll be like, oh yeah, I gotta see this one. You know, there's a lot of casuals out there, and casuals are the ones that make these fights humongous. If you get what I'm saying.
And I agree 100%, because if it's me, yeah, that's the fight I want to see is Bud Spence. Go ahead.
Is that Brandon?
Nah, this my guy D-Ray.
My brother,
talk to me.
What's up, bro?
How you feel?
You know, I had to call in on this, man. Hey, I appreciate you, bro.
Talk to me.
Hey, I say, man, that Canelo and whoever could be a bigger fight, but I think that Spencer Crawford is the best fight. I didn't watch, I'm saying every round and every second of Triple G and Canelo 1 or 2, so I probably wouldn't do that with 3 either, especially if it was on the same night as Spencer Crawford, bro. And I just think that in your survey, I had that Bud would have stopped him, bro. I know that that's a minority opinion, but I say the 147 Bud would have stopped him. The 140 would have got a decision, and the 135 probably would have lost to Mayweather by decision.
Yeah, 135, man. He was just a different guy.
Floyd was a beast, bro. 132, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, that speed, right? His speed was just so crazy. But if Crawford was to hit him like Shane did and can get him like that, he would have got him out of here. Crawford wouldn't have let him off the hook like Shane did.
No,
absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Go ahead, D-Ray. What's up, D-Ray? And then we're going to go back to the panel.
Yes, sir. Look at that, man. You got my name on the screen, bro. I appreciate that. Hey, man, but and I love that picture there too, bro. But I just wanted to chime in and say, sometimes we have a big fight, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee the best fight. Just like, the styles make the fights. And I just want everybody to subscribe, like, and share. Hit that thumbs up. Appreciate you, Mark Nash.
All right, cool. Go ahead, right side. Go ahead, right side. Your mic muted.
man, shout out to D-Ray, man. That's my brother, man. He always show love, and much love to D-Ray, bro. But nah, he's absolutely right, bro. He's absolutely right. Yeah, we see certain fights as fans, we see the best fights. And Bud and Smith is going to be the best fight. The problem is like Piro said, the casual fans, they're looking at Canelo Alvarez. Regardless of who Canelo fight, that's going to be a big fight. And because of that, then the numbers are probably going to be bigger for Canelo just because he commands more of the casual base versus what Bud and Smith does. Unfortunately, I believe that's the case in the state of boxing.
I don't know. I think that people will find a way to watch both fights, like they did with Katie Taylor and Serrano, and who fought that night? Charlo and Cassiano.
No. Shakur.
Yeah. You're right. Most people that I know, like real hardcore boxing fans, if it's a fight on the same night, they're gonna try to watch both of them. And then the promoters are aware of that too, so they'll try to bump the time slot up just a little bit so that the fights won't be on, so fans won't have to choose. I seen Dana White do that a couple times, and vice versa. Golden Boy has did that a couple times. But I don't. If they fight on the same night, I think people will watch both. But for the most part, the hardcore people gonna want to see somebody go because I know that's what I want to see.
And the thing is, I agree. If we're talking about the hardcores, my problem is the majority of fans of the sport, or the majority of Canelo fans, they're not just hardcore boxers. I mean, hardcore boxing fans. No offense to them. No offense at all. But they love what he's doing. And so the same way me and you, we want to see that go. That's the fight we want to see. The casual fan, I don't think they look at it the same way that we look at it. That's all I'm saying. My bad, Mark.
No, I was just saying, how do you know what a majority of somebody's fan base is? Like, how do you even gauge that? How would you even gauge that with a survey? How would you know?
So the way I would gauge it is because when I say majority of fan base, if the majority of your fan base follow just the sport of boxing in general, then the sport of boxing would be doing much big as far as certain other fighters go. And so because you can do those big numbers, right, then it shows me that 9 times out of 10, your fan base is tuning in to you versus just the entire sport. If they are tuning into the entire sport, the shit is so spread out that it still doesn't make that big of a difference, if that makes sense.
Go ahead, pass the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I know that Triple G Canelo fight, I'm gonna borrow that. But I know Spence and Bud, I'm paying for that shit. And I don't care if it's $100. I'm paying pay-per-view. I don't care if I got to sign up for ESPN Plus or some weird shit. I'm going to do all that to watch that fight. But with Canelo and Triple G, I might watch it, but I'm borrow it from someone else. So that should show interest right there, like what people are willing to spend their money on. After that last Canelo shit and that last Triple G, it's a hard sell. I don't know how you sell that when their last fight was like fucking, 6-7 years ago or some shit.
Hey, I'm just saying that's a good question because like me personally, like I don't want to see it, but I am going to, and I'm going to pay for it, and I'm also going to pay for Bud and Spence, but I'm also going to pay for Tank and Rolly. So it kind of just depends on the person buying the fight.
But and this
I'm
is
not paying for Tank either.
And the reason I'm paying for it is that I hate fucking some of these, some of these borrowing streams or borrowing it annoys me,
What you mean?
Like, if you say you borrow a fight, like say I borrowed Dillian White versus Tyson Fury, I might get a link that's like too choppy or it's bad. I forgot what the word is. It's just a poor stream, huh?
Okay, like one of those. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Yo,
exactly.
and
Buffering,
I agree.
That's the word.
And I agree. And I would not want to see one little glitch when it comes to Bud and Spence. I'm not trying to miss a punch. But these other fights, man, I can miss a round and not give a fuck.
I feel you on that. But for me, any boxing match, I don't want to see any glitch, no matter who's fighting.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to score, it makes it a little more difficult. But,
Thanks, brother.
Right. Yeah, because I missed some shit with that Mayweather fight. Man, I couldn't find nowhere to buy that Mayweather fight. I was trying to buy it. I could not find a way to buy it. I went to his Twitter. When you click that link, it sent you to the site. But that site said the fight had been postponed. It had a button that said pay here. When you click there to buy it, it sent you to one of those 404 domain things. I was like, yo, I can't even buy this fight, and I'm trying to buy it. It was only $30. So I found a borrow stream, like you said, Piro, and you know what happened.
So you,
friend, and I missed the part when Mayweather took the ring card girl shit. I was like, yo, I missed that whole shit.
And that's crazy, Mark, because you must be a huge, I mean, even a bigger fan of Floyd than I am, because they would have to pay me to fucking watch that fight.
$30. I was gonna watch that. Anderson Silva was fighting on that card too. I like Anderson. Yeah, $30. I ain't rich, but I think me, Clips, and somebody else who was going in. It was like $10 a piece. It was 3 of us.
Who was Anderson fighting?
Never Hoyda.
No. That's my point, man. Like literally, like you have to pay me to watch that card.
Machado.
What's his name?
Machado.
Yeah, he started crying and shit after the fight. Like,
yeah.
I love you. Oh my God, I can't wait.
It's funny y'all say this shit. It's funny y'all. Oh, go for it.
It's my guy DJ right here. DJ 256. You on the mix? Talk to me.
What's going on, man? Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir. Talk to me. You got the flow.
Yeah, man. I'm listening to y'all, man. Shout out to your old Max, right side. Of course, you, my guy Mark Nash, man. Shout out to y'all.
DJ.
Where I agree with y'all about how big this is, if it was bigger than that, they could have took Canelo's date. Me and my guy L-Dub was arguing about this probably not even 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks to a month ago. They could have taken his date, in my opinion. But I feel like Canelo has so many not only hardcore fans, but casual fans that's going to fuck with him regardless, no matter what he does. That's why we're getting his third Triple G fight, that they couldn't do that. I feel like as big as this fight is, they can't overtake Triple G and Canelo. No matter how big us real hardcore boxing fans think this fight is, they can't overtake that fight. So, I don't know, man, it's hard to say, but like I was saying earlier, they trying to do this fight in November, man. And if that's the case, they should have done this fight in August when it was supposed to happen, in my opinion. Do this shit before football season. Because Canelo's going to have to go head-to-head with football season. And he can do that. He's got the star power to do that. But when I talk to casual fans, they don't care who. They had no idea who Spence was fighting. They had no idea who Bud was fighting their last fight. All they want to know, okay, Bud's fighting who? Okay, let me know when he fights Spence. Okay, Spence is fighting who? What is the other? Who got other? No, let me know when he fighting Bud. That's all they care about. But at the same time, I don't think they have the same kind of cachet to go head-to-head with football season as these other guys do. So, well, as Canelo does. So, you know, it is what it is on that front, man. But I'm going to hop off and let y'all finish cooking. And ain't nobody ducking each other. Both guys have said, I don't believe this other guy's ducking. But yet, you know, we got guys like Mick who still say somebody's ducking. So, but
hey, actions speak louder than words, man.
Huh?
I said actions or lack of action speak louder than words, man.
Yeah, and Spence said, I'm going to clean up my side, and then I'm going to come take your shit, too. Said that 3 years ago, actually, when you keep talking about 5 years. 5 years ago, Bud wasn't even in the division. But that's a whole nother debate for a whole nother day.
No, it ain't no debate.
There was only 2 belts on his side. There was only 2. So he should only have 2 fights. And mandatory.
Danny Garcia, Mikey Garcia. What part of cleaned up the street was Mikey Garcia? It was a money grab.
Right.
Danny Garcia was a get back fight. Come on, bro. Like that ain't shit. So all of that, he doing everything he said he was, and he fought Mikey Garcia before he got injured. What part of the game was that? It was a money grab. So all of that, he
Lamont Peterson, Ocampo.
No, Ocampo's wasn't mandatory.
Okay.
Ocampo's wasn't mandatory, but Mikey Garcia,
so
that had nothing to do with cleaning up the side of the street, bro. Like, we got to keep that a buck, DJ.
What about Lamont Peterson?
Okay, so cool. When Bud was chasing Manny Pacquiao,
now, we ain't talking about that. When you said Joe Boy, no. You just said Errol Spence. See, you see what he just did?
So, no.
You just moved the goalpost.
This is what y'all like to do. One hand can watch the other. So when Bud was chasing Manny Pacquiao for 6 years, nobody said anything. Nobody said anything about him ducking Errol Spence in. So
I think everybody was chasing Manny Pacquiao.
I'm gonna go fight Sean Porter. I'm gonna go fight this guy. I'm gonna go fight that guy, and then I'm gonna fight you. All of a sudden, Spence doesn't. Okay. So when
DJ, you did not address nothing we said.
we gotta keep it. If we're gonna do this, we gotta keep it. We're gonna be
keep it consistent. Address what you just said, Mark. Mark, you said Mark. No. We gotta watch. You said the dude said he gonna keep it. He did everything he said he was. He gonna clean up inside the street. What part of fighting Mikey Garcia was cleaning up inside the street? Just address that. Like you move the goalpost. You bring it up, Manny. I would fight Manny Pacquiao. You would too. You know what I'm saying? We'd probably lose because we're gonna be so weight drained. But we will fight Manny. Everybody was trying to fight.
Okay,
he's the cash cow.
Did he not fight every available champion on his side? Yes or no?
So what?
Eventually, yes.
Yeah,
it took 5 years. It took 5 years.
No, he didn't. He didn't fight Keith Thurman. He didn't fight Thurman when Thurman had the belt. No.
I said, did he or did he not fight every available champion on his side of the street?
No, because Thurman was an available champion at one time, and PBC didn't make that fight for him.
Hey, ask yourself this: why did early do that?
DJ, hear me out. DJ, hear me out. DJ, hear me out. This dude keep asking me yes or no questions. You asking me yes or no questions back to back. Do I get to say something else? Let me finish. Let me give you some to help you out though. I agree with you though. I don't think that was EJ's fault. But your question is no. He did. Thurman was available, and he didn't fight Thurman. Thurman fought somebody else, but I don't think that's his fault. So, but it is what it is. He did not need to fight. Fighting Mikey Garcia should not be on the side. There was nothing in the plan for that. And it took 5 years, bro. Why the fuck is he fighting Mikey Garcia? It was a money grab. Danny Garcia, it was a get back fight. So yes, he had a couple fights over there in this time period right here that slowed down and held up the division. The car accident held up the division. The eye injury held up the division. This is all on Spence. What's taking so long too? Not all, but some.
Bud saying he's fast to fight, held up the division.
I mean, he won't get in the fight. We already know he didn't get in the fight.
He did say that, and that's the only thing he did wrong in these 5 years. Was one time about a year ago. He said, "I'm over it."
Since we're going by what guys said and did the man not sit up there?
Yes.
Last fight, the reporter say,
"Yes,
leaving Bob because he couldn't secure me the big fight." Did he or did he not say that?
No, he said if Bob can't get me the Spence fight while I'm with him, how can he get me the Spence fight when I'm not with him? That's what he said.
He said Bob could not secure me the big fight.
He said Bob couldn't get me the Spence fight. The Spence fight. What?
That's exactly.
He said if he can't get the fight, he said if
not secure me the Errol Spence fight.
But you picking and choosing. I just gave you the direct quote. If Bob can't get me the Spence fight while I'm with him, how can he get me the fight when I'm not with him? And as far as him saying,
I remember the quote.
And as far as him saying that, as far as him saying I'm past the fight, I understand it because you don't want this shit to turn into another Manny Pacquiao shit where you putting your career on hold for people for years.
Or maybe as a man, you don't want to feel like a bitch begging another man for attention. Like he's been for 5 fucking years. He's like, yo, Spence, yo, Spence, yo, Spence, yo, Spence. Like eventually you're gonna feel like a bitch when you begging another man.
3 to 5 years ago, he wasn't even in the division. 3 years. Stop saying 5. Stop that shit matters. Stop 5. He's only been in the division 4 years.
The Indongo fight was 2017.
He called him out before he got to the division, Brandon.
Yes, 2017.
He called him out before he became big.
Bro.
He called him out in 2017.
It's easy to call somebody out in another division when you know you're not going to get the fight.
He's undisputed champ. He should be able to get any fight he wants going into 147.
He came right up to the division right after that, but at the end of the 140, he was calling them dudes out. So by your logic, Charlo just selling wolf tickets about Canelo. Then, by your same logic, Charlo should be quiet.
Because he had 60, he called 3 names out. Spence is already a champion. Can you tell me who those 3 names were?
I didn't even hear what you said.
Y'all have a good night.
I didn't hear you. Repeat your question.
Hey, DJ, before you hang up.
I was just, once he won that belt in 2018, and he moved up to the welterweight division, won that belt. He called out 3 names. Can you tell me what those 3 names were?
Who you talking about? Crawford. He called out 3 names when he came up to welterweight. He wanted Pacquiao. He's been calling out Pacquiao. He's called out Pacquiao. He was calling out Thurman because he had a belt, and he was talking about.
He didn't call out. His last name was Danny Garcia, but y'all tried it. Have a great night.
It's on video where he's calling out. It's on video, bro. But you can have a good night. That's cool too. You want to just hang up? That's cool. It don't hurt my feelings. We got the video, baby. I appreciate the love and support, DJ. But you know this happened. This shit is on video, just like that. You kissing Yellow Beat. This happened. He's calling him out right here. It's on. Look, they was right here calling each other out, bro. What are you talking about? He just came up to the division. He got a belt.
Won his belt. He didn't say Spence name. Spence already had a belt. But
he was already calling Spence out. Spence told him to get a belt first. He got a belt.
Okay, so when he moved up to the division and he called out 3 names, neither one of those names is Spence, and Spence already had a belt.
He called Spence out. Spence told him to get a belt. And once he got the belt, he's right here calling him out.
Go back. I think it was that interview he did with Andre Ward where he said Keith Thurman, Manny Pacquiao, and Danny Garcia. He didn't say shit about Spence. That's after he moved up to the division. I know what video you talking about. And if you really listen to what Earl Spence said, he's like,
so you're saying after Earl turned down the first off.
And once he got a belt, he told him he was on the wrong side of the street, DJ.
Listen,
he said, "Why would I fight you? Why would I fight you? Why would I not take the easy route?"
Because everybody seemed to forget that Bud was a free agent in 2018 and re-signed with Top Rank.
For the Manny Pacquiao fight.
Get a belt, come over here, and we'll fight. That's exactly what Errol Spence said.
Oh, so he had to get the belt and then
come over here.
Now he got to switch promotional company. Okay, damn. Then he got to suck his dick too, or is that it?
What the fuck?
I mean,
not just whatever fits your marriage.
I'm telling you what the man said. The man said, "Get a belt." I never heard him say, "Get a belt and leave your promotion company, come over here and sign with us."
He didn't tell Mikey Garcia to get a belt.
I'm just saying.
And then got to take a pay cut.
You can't just take what fits your. You just can't take what fits your narrative.
No. That what you just did right there, you trying to
come over here and we'll fight.
No, bro, but
he didn't tell Danny. He didn't tell Mikey Garcia to get a belt.
Hey, go look at the video. Go find the video.
I heard him say, "Get inside of the." He said,
"Get a belt." All these Bud fans keep referencing. Go back and really listen to the whole quote, not just go get a belt. No, he told him, "Go get a belt. Come over here and we'll fight."
How come he didn't tell Mikey Garcia to get a belt?
People keep forgetting that. People keep forgetting Bud could have signed over there with PBC, but he went and took the money with Top Rank. But that's neither here nor there. That's that man's business. I don't count nobody's pocket. But he decided to go another direction when he was a free agent. That's all I'm saying.
And when he was a free agent, the biggest draw. And when he was a free agent, the biggest draw was Manny Pacquiao.
He took his ass back over there to Top Rank.
For the Manny Pacquiao fight. When he was on that, when he was re-signed, he was under the impression he was still going to get the Manny Pacquiao fight. Everybody wanted the Manny Pacquiao fight. And I mean, I don't think that's hard to understand why that, DJ. Everybody knew that. Everybody wanted Manny Pacquiao fight. Even Errol Spence. He wanted the Manny Pacquiao fight. Mikey Garcia. You had guys that
5 years later.
Lomachenko wanted Manny Pacquiao. Everybody wanted to fight Manny Pacquiao. And I don't, DJ, you tripping.
Ryan Garcia.
Everybody wanted to. You making it seem like him son.
Did Errol Spence not get the Manny Pacquiao fight? Only reason he didn't get the fight because he got injured. But did he not negotiate and sign to fight Manny Pacquiao? Yes or no?
Yeah. But this is years later.
So,
you
that guy was not on Top Rank no more.
You splitting hairs. But when Crawford re-signed the Top Rank,
I'm not splitting hairs.
I'm trying to tell you how. When Crawford re-signed the Top Rank, Manny Pacquiao was there. That's why he resigned.
Hiding over there fighting Amir Khan and Kamalakis. You should have came over here with all the smoke at. Now you're going to have to fucking wait till I get all these other belts, and then we going to fight.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's crazy.
November, y'all. November, I'll see it. We're going to see y'all, man.
We shall see.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, November we going to see, baby. But once again, I love y'all, man. I'm checking out.
All right, DJ.
All right, DJ.
All right, DJ.
Shout out my brother, DJ, man. It's all love, man. Shout out Rachel. He said, man, y'all be on one with that Spencer Crawford shit. I'm just telling you, man. The man said, get a belt. And right here, and Brandon Washington chat saying, but EJ never told him that. Why EJ didn't call him a lie to his face when he said it? He was like, yo, first it was get a belt. Now, once I get a belt, now you want to go this way. He want to go to. He was like, why would I fight you when I could take the easy route? I could just go in there and fight Sean. I could go in there and fight, knock out Sean Porter. You get what I'm saying? I didn't hear Errol Spence tell him that day, nah, bro, I ain't never tell you that. You lying. You lying. I ain't never say that. But it don't fit your narrative for that. Like a lot of shit don't fit their narrative. Like soon as I brought up that Mikey Garcia shit, you know what he did? He did not want to address that. He went somewhere else with the conversation. He was on some, oh, but what about Bud did it? I'm like, no. You started this off. EJ did everything he said he was going to do. Clean up his side of the street. What part of the game was Mikey Garcia? It was a money grab in your backyard. What was part of the game was Danny Garcia? It was a get-back fight because you got injured, self-inflicted, drinking that lean and shit, out there running around kissing yellow beezy. Don't make me play video. That's a fact. It happened. And they hate when I talk about that shit because they can't explain that away. They want to wish that away. Want to act like it never happened. They was like, well, that's his business. If he want to kiss yellow beezy, I don't mind. Nigga, please. Y'all better cut that soft shit out.
Mark, that's proof that this fight.
Respect.
It's funny to hear the dialogue because it's just a whole bunch of, and then Spence said this, and then Spence said this, and then Spence said this. All Bud ever said was fighting. Bud ain't say you have to do this first, you gotta do this. Think about it this way. Bud was undisputed, had every belt, and was moving up. How is he getting, like, how does he not have the right to be like, hey, I want to fight only champions off top? Like, what's that? How does someone that barely got a fucking belt gonna tell the undisputed champ, nah, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do it? Like, what?
Man, this dude in one division his whole fucking career, bro, and just got his third title, bro. And they act like this dude is a middle-aged dude for his division, bro. Can't make the weight no more. Like he said, he got two more fights up here. I mean, it is what it is. This dude is just, he been at 140 his whole career. Is he a hell of a fighter? Absolutely. Can he bang? Hell yeah. Can he box? Hell yeah. Is he an Olympian? Yeah. I mean, did he win some shit at the Olympics? Nope. All he got was the sweatsuit. He made the team, got the tracksuit. That's it.
But let me go on record saying I picked Spence at 147 versus everybody in the division except for Bud. It's not a hate thing.
Me too.
It's not a hate thing at all. He's number 2 to me, very clearly. But that's it. And that's like, either way, both of them are 1 or 2, no matter who you pick. But for people to try to say that one or the other is complete trash and a bum and they suck, and come on, man, that doesn't apply to either one of the two.
And you ain't even got to go out your way. Like they paid Stank on you step aside money to fight Ugas. Crawford was a free agent. Like, come on. It won't no side of the street then. They already had that shit set up. Ugas was in a tournament. They paid that motherfucker to get out. They paid people to get out the tournament, bro, so they can make that fight. They went through all kind of loops, bro. That was, come on, bro. You paying people step aside money. And it's 4-loss Ugas. 12 knockouts and 30 plus. Come on, bro. 12 knockouts, bro, in 30 plus fight. What he had, like 31 fights, 12 knockouts. That shit wasn't no threat. 4 losses, 12 knockouts. And he even wobbled Spence in that fight. They don't want to talk about that shit, though. Even when I talk to these Spence fans, go ahead, Brandon, but real quick, Pascal, even when I talk to some of these Spence fans, they be like, his daddy stopped the fight. Sean Porter daddy stopped the fight. Okay, the doctor stopped the fight for Ugas. A stoppage is a stoppage. I never picked Ugas. Stop that, Born Supreme. I knew Ugas was gonna lose when Spence was at the press conference saying, in not so many words, because we covered it on the show, but he said, I like a fight. Basically, it was a fight where I'm still the favorite, but some people might bet on the other guy too. This nigga just want to be the favorite, bro. In the words of my guy, Coach Malachi Williams, this bum won all the easy matches, fight all the other bums. 4 losses. Sean Porter had a couple losses. Spence has never beat an undefeated champion and took his belt ever. Crawford gonna be his first time fighting an undefeated champion for the title. No rebuttal, no debate. That's the facts, homie. He never beat an undefeated champion and took that fucking belt. Nobody.
He hasn't beat that many undefeated fighters in general.
Right. He ain't even fought that many undefeated fighters. Every guy he took a belt from, look, one guy was coming off a loss. Sean Porter ain't got no power, and Ugas ain't got no power. The fuck, man? He's supposed to go in there and beat these dudes. These dudes ain't stopping nobody. They ain't dropping nobody. It's not in their pedigree. That ain't what they do. Of course he's gonna beat Ugas. Of course he's gonna beat Sean Porter. Kell Brook just got his face broke less than a year ahead fighting Triple G at 160, coming back down to 147. Of course he's gonna beat Kell Brook. The fuck, man? Y'all like he beat some undefeated guys or some knockout artists. Some guys coming off that best win or stopping people or some crazy shit like that. Like they stopped somebody. Dudes ain't stopping nobody. Shout out to Ugas, though. He did come off his best win, though. I ain't gonna lie. He did come off his best win versus Pacquiao, which was the last-minute replacement. Pacquiao didn't train for him. Pacquiao was training for somebody else, a shorter guy. But go ahead. Boston Scholar was trying to get in. My bad.
Yeah, no, you was making some good points, man. This is the first fight he's going into where it's 50-50, where the opponent, where he's not going to be the overdog. He could potentially be the underdog, depending on, the odds makers. So you're absolutely right. But what this conversation showed me, man, and when I watch other shows, is that this fight is, as far as it's peaking, man. Like as far as attention, if they talk about that Canelo fight will do better numbers. If it do, man, throw the whole sport of boxing away. You mean to tell me I can't go to no panel? You could make the topic Oscar Valdez. They're gonna find a way to bring up Errol Spence versus Crawford. If y'all talking about that fight that much to where it's the only fight that y'all want to talk about and y'all don't buy it, man, y'all need to just excommunicate yourself from the sport of boxing, because that's a good way to start a fight on a show or boost your numbers. Just talk about Spence versus Crawford, and everybody gonna call in and talk about the records and resumes and lawyers and Al Heyman and Bob and et cetera, et cetera. It's just, I think that fight is going to do great numbers, in my opinion, just because I'm looking at the energy surrounding the fight. And like we all, like both fans say that, their guy's going to win, but we all know it's a 50-50 fight. It could go either way just because the fighters are really, really good and elite. I think Bud will win, but it's still 50-50. But yeah, the only thing that this conversation is missing tonight is, hey, Mark, how you feel about your boy Ken Fitz Crawford? Huh? He'll be here 5 minutes from now.
We ain't missing that shit.
But yeah, man, if y'all calling into every show, to make bets on air and all this other stuff, and y'all don't buy this fight, man, just don't watch boxing after that point, man. If Canelo does way better numbers, then don't watch boxing anymore, because it's all about the argument, man, or being right at that point. It ain't even about the sport of boxing anymore. And I feel like that's part of the problem with the sport of boxing. Everybody coming out the woodworks being lawyers. If I set a contract in front of Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, both of them wouldn't know how to read it. You know why? Because they're fighters. They have a team that handles their business. But somehow these YouTube people who probably ain't even graduated high school gonna tell us about some fucking contracts. Like, come on, man. Who's the A side and who's the B side and where the fight should be taken? Come on, man. Like, get the fuck out of here. Let the big wigs handle it, like Errol Spence said, and just tune in for the fight. Make sure you show up, though. Don't just do all this capping on the internet and don't show up. Show up to the fight or show up in front of your TV screen and make this the big-ass fight, because I'm ready to see it. If this fight gets on ink and like, I'm not gonna believe it until the moment is there, like Pacquiao versus Floyd. And I ain't gonna lie, before the first bell, I'm gonna try to make it there. I'm gonna be nervous as shit, bro. Just the atmosphere. That's what type of fight this is. This is a once in a generation type of fight, man. I'm ready to see it.
Right. I'm ready to see it too, man. A lot of these dudes, man, same talking points, regurgitated talking points, no facts. They heard their favorite YouTuber say it, then they come over here because they heard their daddy say it on his show earlier today. And then they come over here, well, my YouTube daddy told me Bud wanted 50 million and Spence wanted 50 million. Bud holding up the fight. I was like, where'd you get that from? Crickets. Well, I heard such and such say it on his show. So you heard somebody say it on their show, and you just go for it. And then it'll be the same. These the same dudes that said egg weights, this spiked water, suit too heavy. These the same dudes, man. These same dudes that said Canelo was gonna lose to Caleb Plant. How did that work out for you? I get it though. I get it. It's a small market. I think Omaha got about 500,000 people. Texas just Dallas alone probably got 1 million people. I get it. It's a big market state. They got a football team, basketball team, all kind of shit. But at the end of the day, man, all y'all motherfuckers can't fight for him. Y'all can root for him. Y'all can try to spin the narrative. But once he get his ass kicked, I want y'all to keep that same energy. I don't want to hear, he stayed at 147 too long and he was weight drained, the eye injury, the car accident, the car flipping over 18 times to like Eddie Murphy in another 48 hours. I don't want to hear none of that shit. His lip was already swollen from kissing Yellow Beezy. He got herpes. I don't want to hear none of that shit. He gonna get them herpes buttons bust on his face. Swear to God, yo. It is what it is, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Will we get the fight? Probably not. I don't think it's gonna happen. DJ said November. I don't think it's gonna happen, man. I think we're gonna look up. EJ gonna be fighting Keith Thurman, man. Even though he said he don't want to fight Keith Thurman, shit, Tank didn't want to fight Rolly. But when they put it in front of you, sometimes, boss, you just gotta do what your boss tell you to do. So all that, he was his own boss, and Nance called Al. Like, that shit be funny to me. Everybody was their own boss. I'm my own promoter. And then when it comes to certain fighters, oh, now you gotta call Al. Right, Guppy Gang, Little Fish. Thank you, Brandon. Little Fish. Not the big fish, little fish. Little fish. And you can't say the guy with the highest guaranteed in the division was doing bad business. Matter of fact, none of us who punching a clock right now need to be talking about a multi-millionaire got bad business. Because he had some good business right there. Because Bob had to pay him more. He got the highest guaranteed in the division. What's the bad business? Bob didn't honor the contract. And that's why he's suing him. But go ahead. Pass it on.
I just kind of wanted to respond to Box's caller. One of the points he made about if Canelo and Triple G does more than Spence and Crawford, stop watching boxing. I mean, I think if that happens, I think that's what you said, Box's caller, right? Or am I misquoting you?
No, I think they'll do more, but they shouldn't do a hell of a lot more. The gate better be good on Spence versus Crawford.
And I think both gates would be very good, because I think it's because the thing is like both fan bases want these two fights, but the thing is too, just on like straight like viewership. I mean, I think we also got to remember that it's almost Canelo's in a unique position, and not just Canelo, but any Mexican fighter. And I'm not talking about a Mexican American fighter, but a straight Mexican fighter that and in particular the fan base in Mexico is that they get like any fight that a Mexican fighter would fight on pay-per-view, they get it for free in Mexico. So you got a whole country watching a particular fight. So in terms of viewership, they're already kind of behind. They're already like trying to what's the phrase I'm looking for? They're already kind of like in the hole. You get what I'm saying? And then how kind of like we are, well, I don't know other countries, but just in this, other than Mexico, but just in this particular country, when it comes to buying pay-per-views, I mean, like, you hear about, I'm not paying for that pay-per-view and I'm not paying for that pay-per-view, regardless if it's a good fight or not. You get what I'm saying? So it's just these things I think have to be taken into account just when in that particular point.
Yeah, you're right, bro. I learned something new today. I didn't know that it's free in Mexico. All I was trying to say is most of the panels I go to, the conversation won't even be about Spencer Crawford, but Spence fans will somehow find a way to bring him up. They could be talking about milk, and then they'll be like, Spence like milk. Let's talk about the fight. So if you put that much energy to always bringing them up, and them numbers don't reflect that, then I'm gonna be like, turning your fucking whistle, man. You failed. You just a fanboy. You ain't even gonna buy the fucking fight.
And to be honest, bro, also because the Mexicans in Mexico get the pay-per-views for free, that'll actually help this fight as well. Because these guys are also known over there, and like if this fight's gonna be on pay-per-view, which I think it is, I mean they're gonna be able to watch it for free. So,
yo, my man Brandon got me rolling. He always talk about all the big numbers that Spence do in his backyard at Jerry's World with Jerry Jones on the stage with him at the press conference. You get what I'm saying? It's Dallas Cowboys, man. It's the fucking Cowboys at the fucking Dallas Stadium. Now tell me how many times Errol Spence do pack out the arena like that in other states. Other states. I don't
like
think
I said, Spence got the smartest team after Canelo.
Hey, look, because how about this? When Beyonce travel, she ain't gonna be just in Houston at the fucking football stadium. Everywhere she go, they gonna put her in the football stadium. Y'all get what I'm saying with that point? Does that make sense? When you
I missed the point, Mark. I'm sorry.
I'll say it again. If he's that big of a star and he's doing those big numbers in Dallas, when he fight in Vegas, he should be fighting at the football stadium. When he fights in Atlanta, they should put him at the Mercedes-Benz. If he fights in New York, he should be fighting at the damn football stadium. Everywhere you go, you should be in the football stadium. He only does those numbers in Dallas, because he can't do 30,000, 50,000. He can't do that in another state, and that's a fact, bro. It's okay. That's good that you get the hometown support, but if you that big of a star like that, like I said on some Beyonce shit, everywhere she go, the venue got to fit a certain amount of people. She's gonna be in a football stadium everywhere she go, not just when she's in Houston in her hometown. That's what I was trying to say. Y'all get my point?
I do. And a quick question. When was the last time Spence fought anywhere but other than Texas?
I'll pull it up. Let me see.
I mean, that's just a smart team. Like I said, Spence got the second best team after Canelo.
Sean Porter. He fought in 2019. Fought in Los Angeles at the Staples Center. Prior to that, he fought. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold up, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 out of his last 5 fights been in Texas.
The Staples sell out?
Since 2018, he fought Ocampos at the training facility in Texas. Then he fought Mikey in Texas at the big arena. Then he fought Sean Porter at the Staples Center. Then Danny Garcia back in Texas. Then Ugas back in Texas. So 4 out of his last fights been in his hometown.
And the LA one at the Staples, did that sell out versus Sean?
I can pull it up. I'm not sure.
Just so I can get an answer to the question, does he sell in other places? You know, like I think that was like your main point.
He sold some tickets there. And you got a good dance partner. That's Sean Porter. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And you expected to win. Sean Porter had hyped that fight up. Remember, Sean Porter was talking that shit. Remember he was like Macho Man Randy Savage and shit. Remember that? And Sean Porter was out there clowning.
I do. And it was also unification, right, Mark?
Unification. Things like that matter, bro. Dance partners
they do.
Unifications matter. If you got a guy in there talking shit on some Macho Man Randy Savage, like that shit counts. That shit matters. But yeah, 4 out of his last fights were in Texas. There's no debate there. It happened.
I feel you, Mark. And this is kind of off on a tangent, just a question, just in your personal experience and the panel as well. Why do you think sometimes promoters and it may be not because of the promoter, it could be just because they had to move a date or whatever for whatever reason, but why do you think some fights they'll put them somewhere where they won't sell?
Say that again.
Oh, and the question I'm asking is, why do you think the unification at 154 at the gate didn't do as well as it should have?
One more time, I was reading. You said, why does what at the gate don't do what it should?
He was under promoted.
You talk about Charlo, right?
Yeah, Charlo and Castaño, especially since it was a rematch. Why didn't it sell out in LA, which is a boxing town?
It was under promoted like a motherfucker.
And sometimes
I can agree with that.
They put a mark up there and they just miss it. They just
look how we're talking for this fight, undisputed. Look how even Haney got more attention than for an undisputed fight, and the first one was a draw, was a good fight. They should have been having commercials for this shit. This shit should have been in your fucking face at least a full 2 weeks before the fight, minimum, if not a month. But it was like a last minute thing. I almost forgot the fight was that fucking weekend.
Oh, and I just did a fact check real quick. Sean Porter and Errol Spence was not a sellout, because the Staples Center holds 20,000 people. So, and they didn't have 20,000 people. They had about 16.
Okay, so that's more to your point. That he'll struggle. He struggles to sell out in other places other than Texas.
I mean, they didn't sell out in Dallas. That Dallas thing hold like 80,000 people or some shit. They didn't sell. It won't 80,000 people there. Cowboy Stadium capacity. I can look that up.
Yeah, it's right. They don't have every seat in the stadium available for boxing. They shut off certain sections and shit.
Right.
Yeah, probably.
They only had like 40,000 or something like that available, and I think they
That's
probably
it.
did like 20. Probably did like 20 or 30. You know what I'm saying? No,
That's
they-
why you have to be specific, because when people say sell out, that just means they sold out the available seats they put out there. Now you have to say, did they max capacity the arena? Was it at max capacity?
I was at a Tank Davis fight. It was Tank versus Gamboa. They had some shit blacked off, and it was still seats available. Now, granted, it's a lot of people in there. The arena is going crazy, but it's not sold out.
Full arena, yeah.
And it's not even sold out with the seats they got available. Now that shit they deal in the UK. Oh yeah, they sell out every seat available, and then they'll do some kind of expansion shit where they'll take up the rows right here and put some folding lawn chairs right here. You know,
Yeah, they added another 4,000 for that Fury and Dillian White.
But
that's the biggest attendance in Wembley Stadium history.
Can't Get the Staples was completely sold out, if I remember correctly. Like they had the top portion kind of blacked out, like you
that
guys
shit
were
was sold
saying.
out for Kobe. They were sold out for a funeral.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, that's Kobe though, man. Of course.
It's a funeral too. At that though, people came for the funeral. But the question isn't how many had buzz. So the question is, can Errol Spence, if he was that big of a star, Brandon, though he would be doing those numbers in other places other than his backyard. That's it.
But his team is smart enough to keep him there, keep the numbers going. Now that's negotiation leverage. Like they know what they're doing. That's why I said it's a smart tactic. Stall out Crawford for 5 years. Let him get older. Maybe he takes a loss before that happens, and then you have even more negotiating power, or you don't have to go through him to get the belt. And it's like everything they've done for Spence is exactly perfect. I'm not mad at it. If I'm Spence, like I'm in a great position now versus if he would have took that fight back then, right when he got the belt from Kell Brook. Like, so I'm not mad at them doing what they do, but just we have to recognize that that's what they did. I just don't like when people say, nah, it's not that. That is what it is. That's exactly what it was. They got 3 belts. They got quote unquote sold out arenas, good numbers because he's at his home base, which is a smart move to do. And it's a big stadium because it's not Omaha, Nebraska. They don't got a fucking Dallas stadium over there. So it's like they did what they were supposed to do. And now we'll see how easy or hard this fight is to make, because I think it's going to be even harder now.
Other than the under promotion, which I agree with you, do you think there was a lot of buzz for that Charlo Undisputed?
Say that again.
Like other than like the under promotion, which I agree with, do you think like there was a lot of buzz for that Castaño Charlo Undisputed fight?
Nope. Lack of promotion. They pushed the shit back. And even then, people don't really know Brian Castaño like that. His people came and supported him. So people was in there making a lot of noise, probably more than some of the people from Texas at certain times. Like they was turning up.
I feel you. But when Jamal got that knockout, man, the place was jumping.
Yeah, because people like knockouts. Look, you see that with Floyd. When Floyd was fighting Ricky Hatton, they was booing for him the whole time. But when he knocked him out, everybody went crazy. I mean, knockout.
There wasn't a lot of Argentina chants, even though there was a lot of Argentinas there.
Oh, fair enough.
I think Big Charlo and Benavidez for no belt would probably sell better than that undisputed rematch.
I don't think so.
You don't think of Benavidez and Big Charlo moving up without a belt on the line, just the two of them, like right now, like the next fight for both of them, that wouldn't do better gate-wise and numbers than Little Charlo and Castaño?
No.
Oh, man. Well, maybe we'll see. According to Big Charlo, he said he wants it. We'll see.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like I think that's what started that whole buzz for that fight. But I mean, before that, nobody was asking for that fight.
Yeah. And including Benavidez. Benavidez never asked or thought about fighting Charlo.
Yeah, and that's the only reason I say no. That's the only reason I say no.
But I'm saying that the storyline behind it now, the status that they're both at in their career, even without a belt on the line, it's like, I mean, let's be honest. AJ and Wilder coming off losses apiece with no belts is still a bigger fight than a lot of these fights.
I agree. But those are now those are two different fighters in a division where people are asking for these type of fights.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes Puro, boxing is a weird sport to where like it'll skip over somebody who on paper should be a superstar, and it just picks up another person and puts their energy and support behind them. Like a lot of people are under the assumption that every Mexican likes Canelo, but they don't. Not all of them like Canelo. I mean, he's the face of boxing right now, but it's because he has fans from all over. You know what I mean? He has a little bit here, a little bit there, and a lot of Mexican fans. But not all of Mexicans like. They're still stuck on Chavez. They think Canelo's kind of like not a pussy, but like he ain't like Chavez. He'll never fill Chavez's shoes. But a lot of people wouldn't even know that. They would think that they would assume just because they're Mexican that they like Canelo. Like if I ever went to a fight, when I went to Tyson Fury versus Wilder, everybody assumed I was going for Wilder because I'm black, you know. But no, I knew. I knew
better.
But they still watch them, those Scholar.
Cool.
But they still watch him though, even though they might not be like, because I know he does have haters, which is kind of weird. You know, that's in my opinion and in my experience, that's never happened. You know, they always back their champion. You get what I'm saying? Doesn't matter like who he is, but I mean, I have my own. Well, actually, it's not even a theory. I mean, I think it's been proven why he gets hate in Mexico. But I mean, but I understand what you're saying. But they still watch him, especially since they get it for free.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I was I think a while ago you asked me like why the Castaño and Charlo didn't do that good. Charlo's from Texas, but they don't support him like they do Errol Spence for whatever reason. I don't know why. They don't.
We know why. Those personalities, those guys are like bipolar or on meth or something, bro. Like they're too volatile and back and forth But then when it comes time, like that Mike Tyson shit, that was embarrassing for Big Charlo. You talk all that shit, you can't even say the man's fucking name when Mike Tyson's telling you to say it, and you still can't say it. But then you want to go on rants and be like, "Oh, I ain't scared no motherfucker, I'll kill people." And I was like, bruh, they killed their own fan base because when they were still coming up and they were still buddy and brotherly with each other before the other one left Derek James. Like, I think a lot of people were like, oh, these guys are next up. These guys are cool. They got good energy. They're always down to fight. They're hard. They're aggressive. But as time went by, they start, Big Charlo started ducking a lot of people. And then Charlo just started arguing with each other, talking shit, saying a bunch of shit, and then they killed their own fan base. I was a pretty big fan in the beginning, but they kind of made it hard to root for them as a person now. As a fighter, I still think they're good, they're skilled. But as a person, I'm kind of like, I wouldn't be mad if you got knocked the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Like, not mad at it.
I hear you, man.
It's kind of what happened with AB. Same shit with AB. AB started off with a lot of people, kind of seeing what was up with him, and then he started doing a bunch of shit that's like it's kind of hard to root for the guy.
Mm.
But in my opinion, traditionally, especially in the United States, people love a shit talker. People love when a volatile character, like you're saying. Now they don't. You think?
I don't think they like piece of shit humans. They might like shit talkers, but when you're outside the ring starting fights with fans and doing all kinds of weird shit and talking about each other's wives and just weird things, it's like, bro, like that's beyond the sport. That's not just like, oh, I'll beat your ass in the ring. I mean, everyone loves to hear shit like that. Yeah, I'll beat you in the ring. Even if you just want to say I'll kill you in the ring, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? Fuck it. But like, you start doing weird shit on the side where it looks like you're coked out on live and shit, like that's not helping your image.
I mean, but they didn't always do that, fight with fans. I mean, I don't remember ever seeing them fight with a fan before.
He just slapped the reporter the other day.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like before these incidents. Like, I mean,
and what about, remember the Gucci store incident? And just like, it's just, they have a lot of volatile moments that aren't just in the ring.
Look, I remember when he stopped J-Rock, the crowd went crazy. They was cheering for him. J-Rock tried to walk over there, still had the Bambi legs, tried to give him a hug. That shit was funny as hell to me. He said, "Man, get your bitch ass on." The crowd turned on him, booing him left and right. And it's been downhill with shit like that. Look, they was beefing with each other, talking about fuck your bitch and fuck your wife.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Talking about your
mama be taking your side, fuck her too. I'm like, nigga, that's your mama, twin. Like they was
right.
Be like, what the hell are y'all on, bro?
And on that, in that same vein, it's like, if you are gonna be the heel, then be the heel. Don't try to come back like, oh, I misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Like, because now you're like stuck in a place where it's like, well, then who are you really? Do we as fans even know who the fuck you are? Because sometimes you're kind of quiet and soft spoken and you don't have much to say, and other times you're just yelling and bugged out. And like they might really just be bipolar or have CTE already, possibly.
I mean, they are human.
Yeah, I mean, nobody said they was aliens, bro.
I'm just saying. I mean, people make mistakes. I mean, by like a couple of mistakes, you know. And I guess I guess Max was saying that they did apologize. I mean,
who they apologize to?
I don't know. You were saying that they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way." I think you were saying.
Yeah, they do that shit every time they do something. They'll come out and be like, "Oh, it's not like that." Me and my brother, you know, they'll play it down, but it's like, bro, you said some shit about his fucking wife publicly, bro. Like, I don't care. I got brothers, and that's not going down without a phase. And then we can get over it. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
You don't even gotta be a real fan. We can put the gloves on. You can keep it kind of friendly if you want, but I'm still gonna punch you about that, bro. Like, or something's gotta happen. You went on live in front of thousands of people. Like, I think they kind of just alienated their fan base a little bit because they do weird shit that's hard to support.
Explain Mike Tyson, man.
Excuse me, sorry.
Yeah, Mike Tyson he's an anomaly though. That's why I don't like talking about Mayweather, Tyson, Ali. You know, those guys are untouched no matter what they do. You know, but the Charlos were coming up, and they're still kind of coming up. I mean, I think I think Mel separated himself over Maul recently because of how they've been, you know, with the belts and how they kind of been doing their career. But they're not all the way made yet. They're not. I wouldn't say superstars. Obviously, by their sales, their gate sales, and their pay-per-view sales.
Yeah.
I don't even know the dude that fucking Maul's about to fight. I've never heard of the guy.
Look, a lot of y'all didn't know Jensen Rosario.
Oh, that's the dude that Boo Boo beat, right?
A lot of y'all niggas didn't know Castaño. Like
Cambosis.
Is Selecki the dude that Boo Boo beat?
Who's Selecki?
Yeah.
He did beat him once.
Yeah. Okay. I think I did. Okay. Nah. Yeah. I don't know. I would like to see. You know. I don't mind seeing the Charlos do good. I think it's actually good for the sport because they are entertaining. They do bring in, you know, their promotion's pretty crazy because of the volatile nature of themselves. But sometimes they just shoot themselves in the foot. When I'm like, damn man, you didn't have to get online right now.
Yeah, maybe they think it sells, but maybe somebody should tell them that it don't sell.
Yeah. And I mean, and like what Reggie was saying too, that like fighters don't have to be nice guys, and I get it because we had Charles Barkley say, "Motherfucker, I'm not a role model. I don't give a fuck." Like, I get it, but then don't try to portray yourself as that later because they go back and forth. It's like if you're gonna be the heel, be the heel. Just like, hey, I don't give a fuck. I say and do what the fuck I want, like Mike Tyson did. Mike Tyson was over here trying to be like, you know what? I'm sorry for all that shit. I'm sorry, Sam. You know what I mean? It's just. He was like, fuck you, all the time, 24/7. You know what you're getting. I think with the two brothers, it's like sometimes they're really cool dudes. If you see certain interviews, they're soft-spoken, they're thoughtful, they're intelligent, you know. And then other times they're just, I don't know what happened.
I mean, like for the people saying, yo, they good for boxing, great representation of America. Hey, look, I put it in the chat. Fight the other fighters. Jamal ain't unified. He ain't trying to unify. He said, I'll fight David Benavidez. He ain't even trying to move up and wait unless it's Canelo. I'll fight David Benavidez in 2023. And if not, and if we can't do that, I'll just keep fighting the guys I'm fighting, which basically means I'm going to keep fighting guys like Selecki. And he's trying to be the 2-time Juneteenth champion. He only fighting one time a year. Come on, bro. He ain't trying. Y'all was cool with him not fighting Jacobs. Cool with him not fighting Andre. Y'all want to keep fighting guys like Brandon Adams and Selecki. Come on, man. Nah, that shit is not what's up. Yo, fight fighters. Don't slap the reporter for asking you a question. Don't slap a fan's phone out their hand because they asking you a question or two. Nah, that shit some sucker shit. Fight the dudes that get paid to fight and they want to fight you.
Yo, but here's the thing that I'm sorry.
Talking shit, anybody can get in there and talk shit. AB be in there talking shit, and AB be getting his ass beat. That's what AB stand for now. The damn show ain't about billions, because he be out there looking like he need a PPE loan or something. Respect. Doing OnlyFans and shit. What the fuck was that about? Like, come on, man. Y'all gotta stop with that shit. But go ahead, man.
To add to your point about slapping the reporter, slapping the fan's phone, going off in the Gucci store on a regular civilian, worker, that if that's in your nature, cool. But how come when you get across these other fighters, you're not like that? In front of Danny Jacobs, you weren't like that. In front of Benavidez, you ain't like that. And these are guys that you could actually get in a fight with.
You don't like that.
Yeah, you're not like that. In person with those people, you're not rah, oh, I'm going to slap your shit, I'm going to do this to you, I'm going to do that to you. You're like, oh, security, oh, you quiet, well, I'm going to get a meal soon. And, like, you just get humbled real quick, or you're not that big dog when it's around people that are equal. So, I mean, honestly, who knows? I mean, maybe they could have beat these guys. I'm not saying that Dan Jacobs or Benavidez would definitely for sure beat the shit out of them. I think Benavidez will win. But they're not a fucking fan. Like, if you're gonna fight with a fan, like, you're not gonna fuck out. That's a bully situation. So you want to bully civilians, but when there's other people around that are down to get right with you, you're just like, you're passive. You want to say their name. You won't do the same shit. And that's the shit that I don't respect as just a dude, because I don't like bullies. You know what I'm saying, in general. So if you're gonna bully the dudes that you don't get paid to bully. Beat the shit out of these guys. I don't give a fuck what you say, Benavidez. I'll beat your ass. You're a bum. I'll say it all. I love that shit. But to civilians and shit, you smacking phones and reporters, like, that's pussy shit to me. That's the shit that I don't really rock with. Unless them motherfuckers did some shit worth being slapped. I don't know what the reporter said. Maybe the reporter said you, your wife, and all your kids are some bitches, and hey, he deserves to get slapped. But I'm just saying, you going off on civilians, but you ain't like that with the big dogs around.
That's an easy response, though. He called himself a lion, bro. Everybody know lions only go after the weak. They only get they like the wounded. They like they poke wounded. They don't go after no strong gazelle.
Bruh, that's so hard. I'm gonna use that. I'm probably gonna use that. I'll let you know right now.
Go ahead, bro. Hey, but I'm about to say something, man, that's probably controversial, man. Y'all let me know what y'all think. I'm not always 100% right on everything. But I look at Rolly, and I think Rolly's perfect, man. Like, he's a promoter's dream. You just get his name on a contract, he gonna sell the fight. He gonna knock him out in the first round, all this stuff. But there's a strategy in boxing for black fighters where black fighters just have to go out and be arrogant and boastful, and it'll bring attention to them, because the majority of the boxing world wants to see black fighters humble for some reason. And it's been like that since Muhammad Ali. Y'all were talking about Tyson earlier. I don't know if y'all remember this, but Tyson's last fight, bro, they threw shit at him. His last official fight with Kevin McBride, after he was exiting the ring, they threw like soda and shit on him. Like, they really, really disrespected Mike Tyson. But I don't think Rolly's doing anything that Adrian Broner didn't do as far as self-promotion. Oh, I'm gonna beat him up. Oh, I just beat the fuck out of him. Like, all that crazy shit he used to say. He was self-promoting himself because he knew it's a strategy, the same strategy Floyd used, where all I have to do is go out there and be boastful, and because I'm black, America's gonna want to see me humble.
But that's the point I was gonna actually bring up. Like, so explain Crawford that really doesn't say shit, like,
they criticize him. They say he's too quiet.
That's the thing, though. Like, so, like, some people want him humbled, and some of them say they're too quiet. So, like, what is Bud supposed to do?
Well, they don't like Bud because of the Spence shit. If Spence wasn't in their division, these dudes would love Bud.
But what about when Bud was going undisputed?
I mean, people love
like Spence wasn't there. You get what I'm saying?
Look, and it ain't the people in the business of boxing who get paid the big bucks. They vote him fight of the year. They fuck with him. They talk about him all the time. The people who get paid to talk about boxing, they know what's up. It's just the YouTube daddies and the people, like, or not even just the people get paid the big bucks to talk about boxing. The Hall of Famers, the legends, the guys that we call all-time greats. They know what's up. They ain't up there trying to say this dude can't box, he chinny, he can't fight, get hit too much. That's only these YouTube niggas, you know what I'm saying? And most of them be from Texas. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
Motherfuckers in the know. If you know, you know. And I get it. Like, these dudes just trying to babysit. I heard somebody say the other day, I don't even want to see the fight no more. I was like, what? I hope they don't never fight. Why not? Why would you want to see this shit? Go ahead, I'll pass the mic.
I think I get what Pure was saying. I think he was saying that if correct me if I'm wrong, I think you were saying that if Adrian Broner is talking too much, he talks too much, he need to shut up. But if you humble and quiet like Crawford, like, he too quiet. It's like, what do you do then? Do you do sign language at the press conference? The fans are never going to accept you.
They want you to be like Sean Porter.
That's a good example. Sean Porter finds a happy medium in between. Yeah. Some people can find a nice in between medium.
Or like, even Tank. I mean, Tank don't talk that much, but he talks enough shit. But he doesn't talk that often.
Yeah, he's starting to talk a lot now.
Yeah.
To be honest, he doesn't talk any at all.
Tyson Fury talk more shit. I don't know if you guys watch cross sports, like watch MMA, but there's a guy named Chael Sonnen. That motherfucker talked himself into a title. He literally got on TV and said, "No man alive has ever beat me," with losses on his fucking record. You know what they did? They cheered him on. And I'm just sitting back like, my mind is exploding like, God damn, if this was a boxer, they would like his ass.
He was talking that shit. He was like, Chael Sonnen is he's like, what's my man that said I walk this earth like a god? He's Charles Martin with the flow.
I think the word that we're all leaving out is charisma. If you have charisma, you can talk shit a certain kind of way. Some of these fighters have no charisma, but they think because I'm saying words that other people say, it's not the same. You gotta be able to pull it off. The same way when you talk to a bitch, you gotta have a certain swag about you to be able to say certain things. So I think that's the thing. A lot of these fighters don't have charisma because they're just athletes. They came from an athlete perspective. I'm just here for the athlete, and I figured I was paying someone to get my name out there and make me look good. Promoters.
I remember Sean Porter was just talking to Terrence about on his show about that. He was like, he said, I remember when I first came in the game, I was like, yo, my job is to fight, the promoter's job to promote. You know what I'm saying? I don't go to fights. I ain't out there doing none of that. But he said he had to learn, he had to do more of that. And that Terrence going into this fight is going to be doing more talking and things of that nature. So we're going to see. I see Spence is more talkative now, and Bud is more talkative about it. So I'm excited about it if it ever happens. But look, peep this. Remember, we thought we were going to be like that with Mayweather Pacquiao. Mayweather came out there with the suit on and with the gray suit and just stood there, was just quiet, respectful. I was like, you ain't going to talk no shit? I thought he was like, I ain't got to do that. This fight going to sell itself. I don't need Spence Crawford to be doing no shit like that, talking about going to sell itself. Y'all better be out there. All that shit y'all was doing on Twitter and Instagram. I want to see Crawford talking that shit. I want to see Bud doing it. I mean, Spence doing it, Bernie the Boxer, EJ, Brandon Washington, all sides. I want to see y'all turn up.
I want to see them 24/7s, behind the scenes shit, build up all that shit.
Right.
Maybe do a lot of interviews.
They don't even do that for boxers like they should. I think Tank and Rolly had two episodes. Yeah, Charlo, they did one like they be doing like they do an episode a week of, and do an episode a week after. Some shit.
I like the shit that Rolly be talking. I don't, as a fighter, I think he's whatever, but I like this shit he be talking. He's
a likable guy too. He talks shit.
I hate him.
He's a likable guy.
He reminds me of this generation's Ricardo Mayorga. Not too skilled, but here to fight, here to talk some shit, be the bad boy, and just do that. Even if he loses, it's like, okay, he's Rolly, he lost, okay. It's like, it doesn't really matter. Like, Mayorga was the same way. Mayorga got a couple big wins out of just fucking brawling and being a weirdo. So I think Rolly could be like the Mayorga of the 135, 140 for the next little while. So we'll probably beat a couple guys, just knocking them out, and then if not, then he loses, and that's not a big deal to him.
And the thing is, too, is like you brought up a good point about you pay promoters to promote you. And the thing is, like Manny Pacquiao never talked any shit, but the difference is that Manny Pacquiao had an established fan base. Most Mexican fighters, they don't talk any shit. They're always humble, but they sell because they have an established fan base. Here in the United States, it doesn't matter. Any fighter, like literally, they don't have an established fan base. You have a lot of fickle fans. So how do you promote a dude that won't talk shit or that doesn't have charisma?
I think I think one is highlights. if they don't really want to do interviews, make sure their name is always somewhere on a marquee, somewhere on something, attached to something, constantly mentioned. Other things, maybe just if they're not, I'm just thinking of someone that doesn't like talking a lot. Like, you got to get some type of interviews, but maybe get less live interviews and more like thought out, where you know the question ahead of time, you know what I mean? So it can ease into that conversation instead of just throwing in the fire. We're all live here. What do you think? And they're like, I don't fucking like talking. I don't know what to do with my hands. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, just because a lot of these people are, I mean, if you think about it, a lot of these athletes, they've been dedicating themselves to sports as a kid. They probably don't have much social life other than the gym.
Bro, I've been saying that for years on this shit. Like, these dudes a lot of these athletes are introverts. If you talk to them and interview with them, or if you see them outside that shit, first of all, a lot of these dudes are smaller than you think when you see them. They look big on TV. You know what I'm saying? But these guys ain't that big. Well, they ain't that big to me, standing beside me. I mean, in my mind, I'll be like, damn, you look a lot bigger on TV. Pause. But they be like regular sized people. You know what I'm saying? But and that's in between fights. I was like, damn, so they should have been blown up in weight. But cool dudes, man, for the most part. But they're introverted. They don't really do a lot of talking, very quiet. But that's what any sport, or most people who are great at what they do, they spend so much time working on that. They didn't have a lot of social life, wasn't dating, wasn't going to the movies, didn't go to the football games, the sock hop, prom, none of that shit. It was in that damn gym. And it made them great at what they do, but it made them not very sociable individuals. But go ahead.
Which I think should be part of your team now. I think now that we have the information, like people study analytics. So if now we're looking at 2022 and you have a young, 12, 13, 14-year-old fighter you think might be something, then start getting them in public speaking early and start teaching them how to address crowds and paparazzi and media and things. If you really think they're that special, like, you know what, one day this kid's gonna be world champ, then start getting them in that way of like answering questions, being in interviews, doing live shit, going out and doing shit with the community. Building yourself up so that way you're not just grinding your whole life, then you reach a pinnacle and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, which happens for so many athletes. Once they hit that pinnacle, they spend all their money, they cocaine and hookers, all kinds of crazy shit. They don't know what the fuck they're doing because no one's getting prepared. They're only getting prepared to win. They're not getting prepared for the lifestyle of a superstar.
Yeah, bro, it's hard to make an introvert or extrovert. People are whoever they are, bro. Like, you can't turn them. Like, I've tried to do that with friends, bro. Like, bro, go talk. Nah, bro, nah. Like, yeah, people are who they are, bro. But, it's kind of evolving, though, bro.
Boston Scholar, your friends be sitting you over like, man, go tell her I said come here.
Hey, yeah, they try to do, what's that movie where they do Shot Brother?
Yeah.
5 heartbeats, five heartbeats, bro. They try to give you to do Shot Brother, bro. Hey, but
go ahead.
But yeah, man, shit, I forgot what I was saying. Fuck, I go on mute.
What happened? Oh, you forgot? You lost your point?
I forgot, man. I go on mute until I remember it.
Introvert, extrovert.
You said you can't turn these people into extrovert.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. But you know what's happening, bro, is as YouTube people are starting to see the prospects, and you know what they're doing, bro? They're trying to build relationships early, and then they're gonna dedicate their whole channel to them. So since YouTube lives on boxing lives on YouTube, I don't think it'll be a problem for the future. I think that they'll give them a nice soft interview, highlight it up and build them up and tell everybody, hey, this is this person. Because a lot of people on YouTube can't think for themselves, bro. If they YouTube daddy, as Mark calls them, tells them that the sky is red, bro, they're gonna go around saying the sky is red. So if they tell them that this fight is this and that, they're gonna believe it, and then the fighter can come on and do like a softball interview and et cetera, et cetera. They can build them up to YouTube.
That's an understatement.
And social media, that I when I was on Fred's show, I had the chance to talk to Bill Haney, and I told him the same shit. I said, as great as Devin is in the position he is, I think he's being your social media is being underutilized. You know what I mean? Like, he should have a bigger, because social media is free. That's free promo. All you do is make a fucking account. You can hire someone that really knows about it, but you can do it your fucking self. He said Devin runs his own shit.
What more should he be doing?
Well, one thing like simple, which I told Bill too, is like, I follow Devin, right, and he'll put up a post, like one in particular was that he was front row at the Lakers game, and all he put, his only hashtag was the dream. And I'm like, just that by itself, if you max out the hashtag Staples Center, Lakers, Devin Haney, just other things, you're gonna end up in more algorithms, or you're gonna get more people to follow or constantly see you. And it's like shit like that, just small things like that. But he says Devin runs his own shit. He doesn't have a team that's doing it. Devin just wants to. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I thought he had a team possibly, you know, because someone's taking his pictures, but I guess he's the one that does his captions and all that stuff. So
yeah, somebody taking the pictures. He ain't holding the phone for himself.
Yeah, but I guess you know that's how I want to
be professional too. Like they don't just look like the iPhone. Like whoever's taking that shit. Like I'm talking about the framing of the picture.
Yeah.
Like
they could just be taking it and send it over to him, and he just posts it himself. Because according to Bill, he does his own shit.
About the rule of thirds, like you learn this in film and video. The rule of thirds are followed very well on them Devin Haney pictures. I think they got somebody taking them shits. I'm sorry.
No, he absolutely has a photographer with him at all times. Yeah. But he said he's the one that handles his social media as far as what his caption is, what his hashtags are, and stuff like that. But I'm like, I believe on Instagram you can get up to 30 hashtags. So that's 30 different algorithms you can enter. And even if the hashtag is similar but not the same, I mean, it could be the acronym and then the hashtag is spelled out. Like, there's so many things. He could put LeBron, even though LeBron's not in the picture, but he's at a Laker game. He could put so much shit that's just going to take him other places and get them, and to promote more of your own shit. Promote your own shit every day, constantly. Get engaged with the fans, even if you're not engaging. Just go live, so people think like, "Oh my God, Devin Haney went live" or whatever. You know, I want to miss the next one. Like shit like that, little shit like that. And he used to do a lot of that a couple years ago. It would show him even in COVID when he was in the garage working out. He'd show all his workout sessions for like 2 hours, just hitting the bag in the garage with his pop. And then slowly, you know, the money started coming in and kind of. But you're not there yet, though. Like, even though you're fighting for undisputed, you're not there yet. You're not a superstar yet. You got superstar money, you know, according to, compared to some of these other fighters for sure. But your status and your to the casuals and to the rest of the world is not quite there yet. The goal as a fighter is for people that don't watch boxing to know who you are.
I think that's the goal for a promoter, right?
Yeah. For any athlete that makes money off people tuning in, the goal is for you to transcend your sport.
But if you're an introvert, it's kind of hard.
Yeah. Do you think LeBron's an introvert? He's not too...
I don't know. I would say yes and no. I mean, he doesn't do too much talking.
I mean, even Michael Jordan don't do many interviews, doesn't do much public speaking, doesn't do much speeches and shit.
True.
Man, Reggie said, Mark, that reporter...
You gotta get the better branding.
My man Reggie said, Mark, that reporter must have said something foul or disrespectful. No, bro. No, they didn't. And it's online. You can look it up. They ain't say nothing crazy to them dudes that weren't being touched. Period. Or warrant the guys possibly... Look, the guy's already got an assault case pending right now, right? Then he had to... Remember we did an episode, Charlie had to turn himself in? Attacked a family member at a family function. Yeah.
I think the charges got dropped.
Since when?
When he got...
Yeah, they had a court date.
I think he screenshotted that they got dropped and said some shit like, told y'all or some weird shit. I think he made a post about it. I could be wrong, though, but I thought he posted about it.
Last time I heard, he had... But that's not even the point, though. The point is, shit like... Okay, that was a cousin. This reporter right here might not drop no charges or take no money to let this shit go. This shit can put your career in jeopardy, bro. Not keeping your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it's a non-fighter, because I saw Jerry Hurst slap your brother right in front of you, Jamal, and you ain't even do shit but put your Mai Tai down, whatever that fruity ass drink you was sipping on. He had to take time to put his drink down and still didn't do shit to Jerry Hurst. Now one of them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Then old boys, I'm just saying, man, that shit is whack, yo. Ain't nothing cool about slapping.
That's bullshit.
Nah, Reggie, this called professionalism. It ain't soft shit. It's being professional. Go slap the fighter. Slap the guys who box. Like Mick said, don't nobody respect no bully shit. Ain't nothing cool about putting your hands on a reporter or a fan taking pictures, you slapping phones out of hand, or you fighting with the bitch at the Waffle House because your debit card your EBT card got declined at the Waffle House. Like, They was like, we don't take EBT.
The Gucci store shit, all that shit.
Hey, Brandon, stop dick pulling in there. You got to stop that.
Yeah, a couple of them when they're yelling at
you say
females,
something,
man.
Brandon, like, get him, daddy. You right. Nah, that's some real shit, yo. It ain't no soft hard and you being soft, bleeding hard. No, these are facts. This is real shit. Like, this is about being a man. This is about staying out of jail. This is about not catching unnecessary charges, putting your career in jeopardy. If y'all think that's soft shit, have at it. Go out there, gang bang, shoot up some shit. Martinez, I'm up here trying to tell people to do the right thing, bro. I'm sorry. Ain't nothing cool about putting your hands on somebody, a reporter, because they ask you a question. Now, granted, if they disrespecting you, your family, they threaten you, handle your business. But motherfucker ask you a question like, hey, such and such said, what's up with you? Are you avoiding Boo Andre? Whatever the question was. Man, motherfucker, it didn't go by and hit the dude. Nah, bro. Ain't nothing cool about that. Now, if y'all niggas think that shit cool. I don't think that's how y'all live y'all life, though. I don't think y'all out here just slapping people and putting your hands on people every time they say some shit that you don't like. That ain't what grown men do. That ain't how you handle your business. And obviously, it ain't helping their career that much neither. If so, they would be doing Canelo numbers. They'd be doing Tyson Fury numbers, Mayweather numbers. So what they doing ain't working as far as getting connected to the fans. Because if so, your undisputed match should not be on regular showtime, nigga. Regular showtime is where your fight is.
Not only is it not cool, it's not smart. These sports writers are
These
friends.
Niggas know that shit. These niggas know that shit.
These people are friends with the people who do the Hall of Fame voting. Like boxing is a small community. Like, you're not gonna win this. He controls the pen. You add 20 years to your career, you probably gonna be retired. He gonna still be in media, lighting your ass up. People don't know how to use the media to their benefit, or just do like Tyson Fury did. He kicked Ellie Setback out of his. Get out of here! You talk shit about me. Just do some shit like that. I don't understand the slapping him either.
I didn't know Tyson did that. He kicked Ellie at the press conference.
Yeah, no. Ellie was coming to his gym when he was training for a Wilder fight, and he said, "What is your name?" And he said, "Ellie Setback." He said, "Get out of here!" He said, "Get out of here!"
And he made him get out.
He made him kick rocks.
I didn't know what did Ellie say. Ellie usually complimenting everybody. Where'd you get the shoes? How much the watch cost?
Ellie was on Wilder. He was Team Wilder all the way, and Tyson Fury caught wind of it because I think he might have caught an interview where he was talking shit about him, and then he tried to go to the gym to open workout, and Tyson Fury said, "What is your name?" Ellie said back. He was like, "Get out of here." He didn't say that down. Ellie just packed up a little camera and left. He was mad though.
I think in the grand scheme of things, I think for all parties involved, fans, the fighters, except for the promotional companies, is for these fighters to kind of come together and leave all their promotional companies and use platforms like YouTube to like literally promote themselves. And I think we would probably get the more times than not the fights that we want to see.
Right.
Yeah, you could do a YouTube tour.
Out here, they know what's up. Ain't nothing cool about putting your hands on somebody who don't fight, bro. That shit ain't cool. Ain't nothing cool about that, and it ain't no soft shit. It ain't no bleeding heart.
Like,
it's just being smart.
I'm not even against them cussing people out. Fuck it, cuss them and call them a bitch and yell in their face. Even that's like less than putting hands on people.
Or do like Tyson Fury did. Get out my brother's person. Get out of here.
But I'm saying, like, they don't have to be as calm. Like, if they want to be like, yo, what you talking shit? Get the fuck out of my gym. Fuck it, they can do that too. I ain't tripping on that, but just stop hitting people and pushing people. But then when the fighters are around, you don't want to do shit. You didn't do shit to Danny Jacobs. You didn't do shit to Benavidez. You didn't do shit to Hurd. You didn't do shit to all these fighters you get into it with. But civilians, you want to get tough? That's weird. That's feminine energy.
Yeah.
So yeah, fucking said it.
Self-control, man. And like you said, Mex, it's some bully shit. Nobody respect that shit, man. I mean, the granted talking shit, getting amped up, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
That's entertaining. That's selling the fight. That's cool. I'm all for that. But once you start putting your hands on reporters and shit like that, like for asking you a question, nah, man. Especially they keeping it boxing. These boxing questions. Ain't nobody saying nothing personal to these dudes. They got he said I got to get up in the morning. Me too. I can't go live. Shit. That's why I got to wrap this one up now. It's 4:00 on the East Coast, so that's my time.
Oh yes, sir.
Yeah, that's always my time right there. Y'all got anything else y'all want to say? Final thoughts, y'all. Let's do final thoughts. Anybody going live? Let me know, and we'll pump the link and we can push some people over there. If y'all want to watch this playback, the playback is going to be on my backup channel, Mark Nash Live. I'm trying to get that channel up to 1,000. We about at 600 over there, so it'll really help me out if you guys will go subscribe to that one. And that's where y'all going to see most of these playbacks. So I'm going to start putting a lot of the playbacks on the backup channel. Final thoughts on any and everything we talked about, everybody. We talked about Canelo Triple G3. Tank Davis says, I'm leaving. And he wants that Devin Haney smoke. Will he sign the Top Rank? Who knows? Would he try to do a joint venture? Who knows? Will Bob Arum pay on what Mayweather was playing? I know. The answer is no. And also the fantasy fight with Crawford and Mayweather. So final thoughts in any order. Anybody can go first. And the chat, also give me y'all final thoughts in the chat. Canelo Triple G. Everybody give me their final thoughts on that first.
Canelo.
No. I mean, how do you feel about the Canelo Triple G fight being made? Is it more intriguing now that
it's another duck
now and Canelo lost? If Canelo gets 2 losses back to back, what does that mean for his legacy? All of those things.
I think it's just another creative duck from his team. Because he could still sell, I guess he could sell a trilogy, but there's better fighters sitting there with zeros on their record that would really add to your legacy than old ass Triple G that struggled against Murata. But if Canelo does lose, it does hurt his stock a little bit though. I think he kind of gets looked at as on the way out, possibly, unless he has another big win. I think if he loses against Triple G, he's forced into having to take another big fight, a real challenge.
Okay, boxing scholar, Canelo. Final thoughts.
I don't want to see the fight particularly, but I'm gonna watch it anyway. But I think that from what I heard, that Canelo is using it as a tune-up to build and a confidence builder to go back into the fight with B-Ball. And I think he on paper is gonna look good because he fought this guy, and then it was controversial, and then another one was controversial, and then if he goes in there where he's vulnerable and knocks him out or stops him with a body shot, well then, hey, it helps his confidence and it helps the record book. It makes him look good on paper. As far as the cherry stuff, Canelo doesn't cherry pick, man. B-Ball was a tough ass fight. That was a tough fight that didn't offer anything. Only a belt that he already won in that weight class before. He already did it. That fight didn't even make any sense. It made no sense to take. I don't see Canelo. He was going to fight a cruiserweight, and people said he cherry picked like that. Canelo can't win because he's the face of boxing.
Facts.
Yeah. Abu probably could have beat him too now because he.
Who was that? Who was that cruiserweight he was going to fight?
Macabo.
I was asking them because he didn't use the name when he said it. There's a reason for that.
No, I'm just saying. Even if he couldn't hurt Bivol with them punches, I don't think he was going to hurt a cruiserweight with those punches. You know what I'm saying? Those guys.
But that cruiserweight's been knocked out already.
Not by no guy from 168.
Facts.
Yeah, man. Those punches, man. They're like you get used to getting hit by those bigger guys. Like these little dudes can't do nothing with you. Give me your final thoughts on this. Tank Davis leaving Mayweather and calling out Devin Haney. Max, you take the lead on this one.
I think it's a good. I'm proud of him. I think it came a little maybe like 2 years too late, but I think it's better now. He's right. Take his career into his hands. I think him and Mayweather will still be in communication with each other. Maybe not as friendly as they used to be, but I like it. But if he has control or what he says he has control of his career, he better get some big fights going right now. Like the next 4 to 5 fights better be like blockbuster hitters. And Haney's a good start.
But everybody else? Anybody else? Final thoughts on that?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna give a final thoughts about Triple G and Canelo. Canelo said on numerous times that he didn't want this third fight. When he signed this fight, he even said he didn't give a fuck about this fight, but this is what the fans want. It's gonna sell a lot of money because there's a lot of fans that do want to see this fight because there's a lot of people that think that he lost the first and the second fight. Obviously he's not cherry picking because like literally you usually win cherry picks. He lost this fight. So at the end of the day, like Scholar was saying, he's the face of boxing. I mean, he ain't never gonna win, don't matter. And I think Canelo realized that a long time ago. So he's gonna do what he do. It's the same with Floyd. I mean, everybody hated on Floyd, they still hate on Floyd. It is what it is.
All right. I think that segue gets us to our final topic. Did everybody give me their take on that? All right. Final topic on the docket was Mayweather versus Crawford in a fantasy match. Who you guys got? At 140. I'll say at 140. If they was to fight at 140, who do you guys have? Anybody can go first, please.
On Mayweather Crawford?
Yeah.
Final thoughts? Yeah. Nobody can beat Mayweather when he was fighting. I don't think Terrence Crawford. I think it would be a great fight because I do rate Terrence Crawford really high. But I mean, to me, I haven't seen in my lifetime better ring IQ than Floyd Mayweather. So I would favor him at any weight, at any time. I mean, not at any time. Like right now, Terrence Crawford would mop the floor with him. But, you know, in his heyday, he would have beat Terrence Crawford.
All right. Boston Scholar, what you got? Mix.
You know, I'm rolling with Bud. I think Bud is he's just a special fighter, man. I'm biased to the knockout, so that could be it. I just look, Bud's he just cold, man. It just is what it is. But one thing I wanted to say, man, is to boxing fans before we get out of here is Tom Brady was the most hated quarterback in football, but everybody surrounded Tom Brady because they wanted to see him make history. Bud getting undisputed in two-weight class would be historic, man. So let's stop the hate, man. Just appreciate the man while he's here and while we getting to witness what we witness. That's all I got to say about that.
Oh, yeah. I say that all the time. I spent Lennox Lewis' whole career hating on him. No, because he kept beating all my favorite fighters. He kept coming to America and beating everybody that I was rocking with. So I know some people, they never rocked with Michael Jordan when he was playing, yo. And I remember them dudes, like they was always rooting for the Utah Jazz. They was rooting both of those times. They was rooting for the Lakers. They was rooting for the Blazers. And then once the guy retired, came back, retired again, they was just like, oh my God, man, Michael Jordan, he the best. But I was like, hold up, nigga, I was with you watching these games, bro. You never rock with Michael Jordan when we was kids, yo. He was like, yeah, man, I'm just shit, man. I knew he was dope. Yeah. I was like, yo. But I get it. Like, same thing with Floyd. Like, you don't appreciate him. Ali, you don't appreciate him. Mike Tyson. Like, everybody's gonna have a naysayer. That's my take on it. I don't know how this works, man. I might want to edge Floyd because, like I said, Bud learned so much from Floyd. He always talks about, like, Floyd, the reason why a lot of these dudes don't be out here drinking and smoking. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That was part of the blueprint or the
dope.
Yo, that staying in shape year round, always going, living in that damn gym, even when you're not, you know, being a year round fighter, staying in shape. That shit like that is why I edge him against Spence. It ain't nothing personal, but blowing up in weight, the drinking, and all, and that was before the car accident and before the eye injury. I was like, yo, the fact that this guy lives that kind of lifestyle, I was like, man, I gotta edge him a little bit, and the switch hitting, like just. The way he fluidly moves, he's not so robotic. He throw punches from weird and awkward angles. I was like, but a lot of this shit he learned watching Floyd Mayweather. So would the teacher beat the student? Or would Floyd just be in there and be Mr. Miyagi in there? Like, yeah, everything you saw what I allowed you to see. But now that I'm fighting you, I'm gonna do these moves right here that you ain't never seen before. So I don't know, man. It could go either way, and then sometimes the teacher and the student, the student can beat the teacher. But when people say, "Well, who you fought," I think Bivol showed us all that you can beat a guy with 60 fights, and you only got you ain't even got 20. You get what I'm saying? You can outclass a guy, you can outbeat him, and it won't just him just leaning on Canelo all night. No, he beat him with the jab. He beat him with the counter punching. Every time Canelo threw that right hand, he had that left hook for him automatic. So all of that, who you fought and blah, 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 those are just reasons and roadblocks not to make fights happen. And fans got to see that for what it is. If you because we seen guys go in there and beat. Look, Sandor Martin beat Mikey Garcia. He hadn't been fighting. Who had he beat?
That's cap though, because Mikey won that fight.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll let you.
I really think he won, but officially he lost.
All right. Okay. I can use a better example. Okay. Ugas beat Pacquiao. We
Yes, he
agreed
did.
about that fight, right? Ugas' record ain't nothing like Pacquiao's record. So
And Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson. Yeah.
that's a good example. Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson.
But guess what? No one ever beat fucking Mayweather. But ain't gonna do it again.
Yeah, Spinks beat Ali. So I'm just saying, man. Sometimes a guy.
And Bivol didn't outclass Canelo too.
Huh?
I said Bivol did not outclass Canelo, so I don't know what we're talking about.
You said
nobody beat Mayweather.
He did not.
Okay, fair enough. I don't have enough time on this episode to relitigate.
I know. I just wanted to throw that in there. I did it for a reason.
Yeah, y'all trying to keep the show going. So that's all I got, man. Please, everybody, take the time to plug and promote your channels or your social media. How people can reach out and follow you and support whatever you got going on. And we'll land the plane with that
one. Don't follow me. Don't follow my IG. You ain't gonna like the shit I say on there. It ain't YouTube friendly. But I always appreciate the time and the platform, Mark. I rock with you, bro. Anytime I see notification, I try to tap in real quick. So thank you for even letting me be on your panel as long as I be on here, man.
All right. No problem, my brother. I'll see you on the next one.
Yeah.
God bless. Go ahead, Piro, and I'll let Boxing Scholar close it out. Take us on.
Puro Sur Central Boxeo. I don't really do any content. I do go live every now and then. I went live yesterday. It was a pretty cool live. I had
I missed it.
Yeah, you did, and I had a Donaire's trainer come through too. That was a surprise because I didn't even know she was gonna be there. But it was cool. It was a cool live. We were having some good boxing conversation actually, and I could enjoy that live. But yeah, I go live every now and then. Subscribe if you want, unsubscribe if you want too. Didn't really matter to me.
Oh, I need to start saying that to people. Unsubscribe if you want to. Brandon Washington. Brandon Washington said, "Bud is a top-ranked creation. Some could argue Floyd was. Manny Pacquiao. Some people, you can argue Oscar De La Hoya. You can argue that about a lot of these guys. I mean, the dude been in boxing for about 50 years?
Mm-hmm.
He created a lot of guys. So to say he's a top-ranked creation, I mean, shit, top ranked, the oldest running boxing promotion in the world, Craig, not just in America, in the world. I mean, he created a lot of people, man. Say what you want to say. Fucking Bob Barron.
Yes, sir. And one more thing, the last party shot for me, I still do, and I will always hate Oscar De La Hoya, but I do respect him.
Damn, you hate him?
Yes, sir, I do.
Why you hate him? That's a strong word.
Because he beat Chavez.
Oh my God.
Hey man, I mean that's just how Chavez is, for me, like you
should hate
but
Chavez for losing there.
No, I don't.
Chavez,
that's my bias. That's my bias though, and I didn't even respect De La Hoya for the longest, but eventually, I have to put my pride to the side and respect him, but I will always hate him.
All right, I thought you were gonna say you hate him because of them fishnets, but all right.
What he does I don't care what he does. I only care what he does in the boxing.
He did that shit with boxing gloves on. High heels.
Well, I hate him even more than fuck it.
Yeah. But all right, God bless my brother.
Take it easy, Mark. Take it easy, Scholar.
I'll see y'all you later. Boxing Scholar, take us home, my brother.
All right, so
hell of a night.
Yeah, this was a good show, man. Hey,
Was it?
Yeah, I liked it, man. I enjoyed it.
Me.
The Bud stuff didn't get too toxic. The Bud Crawford stuff didn't get too toxic. It was a good show. It was good dialogue. Good flow.
We was able to talk. We had Ben Israel up here. It would have went south.
Yeah, so let me say this, man, to the hypothetical before I go.
Go for it.
He would have never fought Bud. And to the people in the comment section that got that Texas pride, everybody know a man in Texas named Jay Prince who worked with Floyd Mayweather. When he tried to get him to fight Diego Corrales, he said Floyd wanted no parts of him and hung up the phone in his face. That's what he said. So I don't think that fight would have got made.
Well, yeah, he did say that in his book. What made him go back? What? Oh yeah, the money. It was so much money that they offered him, though, right?
So much money, and then he called Jay Prince back and he said, "I trusted you to guide my career, and if you say this fight is good for me, then I'm gonna just take the fight." But he didn't want to take it at first, and we know Bud is way better, a bigger monster than Diego Corrales. But as far as me plugging my channel, man, I feel the need to say this on Mark's channel, man. I'm a coon, so I don't want no black people on my channel. I want them pure white-blooded Americans that listen to Mark's show to go subscribe to me. Yeah, so we could, talk about white fighters and white pride, and talk about black people that we don't like, only the selective ones, because we've embraced Bud. White people, we've embraced Bud. We love him now. He's part of our gang, our white gang. So yeah, come on over if you want to coon it up with me. We have coon Saturdays and coon Wednesdays, where we wear our MAGA hats, tiki torches, stuff like that. So just come on over at the Boxer Scholar and we can coon it up together.
Right, that's what I'm gonna do. I know how to get some of these people out of here. I'm gonna make a movie, like Nine Chat, like how Fred did. That's how we get them out of here. Good night, man. God bless y'all. All right. I love y'all. See you on the next one. It's your man Mark Nash. Y'all want to check this replay out? Check out the replay. It'll be on the backup channel. All right. Peace. Oh, and the backup channel is Mark Nash Live. Mark Nash Live. Boxer Scholar, hang out real quick, man. I got some info for you.
This that squad side. This is madness.